for him, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's genuinely the way it is. Iceland is it's a beautiful and amazing place, but it's not cursed with a huge population, and so everybody truly does know each other, or at least know. You can get a car or a team may come from the other side of the country, but you know who they are, or who their family is, or who their people are.
Exactly.
And having those relationships are pretty valuable. And you'll also see every once in a while someone gets a head of steam, and they say something, and then nobody will help them, and they got to come back and make amends, right? You got to apologize if you let your emotions override and your attitude takes too much.
Yeah.
So this is looking now at Kurikin, or the cowboy. So Andre actually was on the crew for Geir Evert for the sledgehammer car. This is Andre's first season competing, and he's here as the cowboy.
One of the 2 cars that I've noticed that have independent rear suspension.
Yeah, so farmed from Ford Expedition, and so one of the things that they've been looking for is ways to keep traction, right? And so despite a lot of suspension travel, it's difficult to do that. Now we're looking at Raptor. So Raptor is a car currently owned and driven by Atli Amor, and Raptor was actually built in 2018 or 2019 in Sweden.
Okay.
And it was then sold to an Icelander named Snorri Thor, and Snorri bought Raptor and competed, and he actually ended up selling the car to Thor Thormur. And Thor had Raptor and drove Raptor last year, and then decided to build the new car and a new chassis that he's racing this year. And Raptor then was sold to Finnur Atbjörns, and then Finnur bought the Fox Refren that he's racing today, and he decided to sell Raptor. So Atli Gamel just this summer took over ownership of Raptor. So
this is Olsen. Yeah, there's 2 of them that look identical. One's Olsen, one's Olsen. I believe they're out of the east, right? Out of A-Star.
Yes, and I've heard that there's a plan to build Olsen this winter. I'm not sure. I haven't spoken to Bjarnthor or anyone on the crew to confirm that.
Yep.
But they have a formula, and they have enough parts left over. But yes, these cars, other than the numbering on the side, these cars appear to be identical, and they're easy to pick out because they're the cars with no paint.
Yeah, exactly. They're running small block Chevys with nitrous in them.
Yeah, and and it's a winning combination. Here we go. Daniel Danielson. So this is Danny Jr., as he's known as. His father, Danny Thunder, is known. Has been racing this car since the late 90s. I think 1998 is Danny Thunder when he started competing in Green Thunder.
Yep.
This is and he's famous for the guy running the Junkyard LS with a turbo.
Yeah.
And he's not afraid of it, right? So he's Danny Jr. is his second competition today. David Logi in Timur. This is the community car, right?
Yeah. The A-Star community car.
Yeah, this is the only car appearing today that still runs a carburetor, a Predator carb, the old toilet bowl on top of the small block Chevy, and a little bit of nitrous. They have,
it's not camouflage anymore, though.
Right, the new paint scheme, but same amazing car. This season they installed a Dana 60 axle, so they upgraded from the Dana 44. I'm told because they couldn't find any more axle shafts in Iceland. So they exhausted the supply, and so they had to upgrade to a Dana 60 axle. But it really is, and this is a bunch of guys who with a welder, and they took 2 Ford Bronco the front of 2 Ford Bronco chassis to make this chassis.
Yeah.
And running springs and Rancho shocks. So it's not there's not a lot of technology in that car. Here we go, and we're looking at track number 1. So for people just now joining us, this is Icelandic Formula Offroad in Akureyri, Iceland, and we're looking at the first track. And you see here the way that the track is mapped out. So this is the path that the car's got to take, and you'll see that there are sticks or gates that mark the path that the drivers need to take. And so certainly there are points accumulated at each gate you clear. Once your rear axle has passed through the gate is when the points for that gate are counted. And of course, they're penalty points. If you touch one of the gate markers, or if one of your tires go outside of the gate marker, it's 20 penalty points for each tire, for each foul, right? Each foul on the gate. There's a maximum of 80 negative points per gate. So if you clear, although depending on the gate, it may only be worth 50 points to get through the gate. So you could have more penalty points at that gate than you get in that time. But
you could hurt yourself pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, you can, and it's a difficult thing to do sometimes with these cars because of the way that the terrain and gravity and momentum comes into play.
Yeah,
this is I've often been asked to describe this race and say, what's the point and how do they do this? And I say, well, it's a lot like drag racing monster trucks and downhill skiing.
Yeah.
Right, because you have the gates and you have these slaloms that you have to do, but it's not just a hill climb, right? You're not just aiming it and punching it, because that won't work, right? Sometimes you go up 80% and then you make a 90-degree turn or come back and make a U-turn of sorts, and then you have to go up and clear.
Yeah, exactly.
So
there's Finner's car.
Yeah, Reifen, the fox.
Yeah.
So
he's got the big multiple tent set up down there and everything, and should be fun to watch him.
Yeah, well, and Finner's a madman. I mean, that guy. There's no lift Larry, right? I mean, that guy is full send all the time, and super nice guy, very well known and respected businessman.
Yes,
but when he's behind the wheel, like, don't get in front of him.
No, sir. Yeah, I've heard some stories of him back in the day on snowmobiles, and watching him drive this, it definitely replicates his style.
Now, have you seen have you seen his frozen waterfall climb on the snowmobile?
I have.
Yeah.
I have.
There's sometimes in life, right? We all meet that guy who never really grew up and lived to tell about it. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great way to describe his driving style. Geir Evert, Slegin, the sledgehammer. So Geir Evert is he's a character. So former Íslandsmeistari, the Icelandic champion. I believe 2021, but don't quote me on that one. I don't have the facts in front of me on that.
Yep.
But Geir Evert is the other car that's running today with an independent rear suspension. He has the double RCV bells in the front, so he's got the super steer axles up to 60 degrees.
Yeah. He's third in points right now, but not Olsen, just Olsen is only 1 point behind him.
Okay, so these guys are not only competing for a podium spot today, but potentially competing for in the running for the Icelandic champion this year, or at least on that podium. So one of the important things about today's race is it's today's race, but it's also the final event of the season. So we're going to crown the Icelandic champion this afternoon.
I don't know too much on this car.
Grímur Breila. So this is there's actually one of two cars that Grímur Helgason owns, and both cars are named after his beloved aunt. So Breila 2 is the second car, and this is the one that Grímur himself is driving. We have Breila 1 is also going to be here today. Here's Olsen. This is the first of the clone cars from the east, and we think, like I said, no unconfirmed reports that Olsen will be built this winter.
So the 86, that's the one we got to watch today as far as the Icelandic championship points go.
Yeah,
it's 1 point behind the sledgehammer.
Yeah, and these are great. These are fairly simple cars. Nice short wheelbase makes them very maneuverable. It's a winning combination. This 350 Chevy, small block, I believe. Although it may be an LS. I need to actually double check on that. But these are cars that are new this year and have come out. And yeah, this Olsen runs a 406 cubic inch small block Chevy and is shooting 100 shot of nitrous. So through the 350 transmission, it's a great, like I said, it's a winning combination. It's a classic, and it's relatively affordable comparatively. This is a sport where there's not a lot of money that comes from outside sponsors, and there's almost no prize money.
No.
Oteman, so the rodeo, Gudmundur Eliasson. This car is great. This season they've introduced their rear steering system. So four-wheel steering on the rodeo, which I'm sure makes it, it adds another dimension of driving. Not only do you have to hold on for your life and be brave enough to punch it, but trying to coordinate the front and rear axles independently. They're independently controlled. Helgi Heider. So this Helgi's debut appearance in Formula Offroad. He drove his first Formula Offroad car 2 days ago. And he entered this competition. This Rudin, or the Brute, is this car. And it's actually entered twice today. So it's going to appear under 2 different drivers. The downfall to that, of course, is that either driver damages the car. The other one is going to suffer, right?
Yeah.
So hopefully we won't see that. But Helgi and Jonas are both going to be driving this car today. But each, one could win the competition and one could lose.
Yeah.
And so
then it shows who's really the better driver.
Right. There we go. There we go.
No excuses there.
Absolutely. So, Ingmar in Smithju Bomben, so the bomb, or the bomb factory. And this is a great car also, and we think he's been. If you check and see where I think he's been doing pretty well in the points.
Yeah.
The bomb is definitely a car that has been running here for a few years, and is it's a character. And again, this is one of those the grassroots of this motorsport. This is as good as a good a story as it gets. I'd love to see Ingmar do well. He's running RCV axles in the front and a 14-bolt GM corporate rear in the back. One is powered with an LS transmission. And he's running a Turbo 400 transmission, so slightly heavier transmission, but definitely up to taking the punishment from that LS and the nitrous. Ingvar Johansson in Vikingurinn, so the Viking is the translation of this car's name. And Ingvar is a great driver. He's been having a really good season. He's consistently making good showings, and at the last race he took top place on the podium. And he is the guy, really, that is the challenger for the Icelandic Master.
He's second right now in points.
Yeah.
So it should be. He's definitely one to watch today here.
Yeah, and really, if he wins today, he could be the Icelandic national champion. So he's the only guy that can take the top spot away from Scully, who's has led most of the races.
And it doesn't take much. Scully could go out and break the car first track, and then it's just a matter of how good Inga can drive the rest of the day.
Yeah, hopefully that won't happen. But it could. It could, and we will see. Ingvar has drawn the first place for today. Okay, they're flipping the screen a little faster. So we have there's Roland with a sheep is being displayed on the screen now. Roland is another fantastic car, fairly new build. The sheep has just been racing a couple of years. Skarfen. This is a new car this year. Peter brought Skarfen is it's the name of a really ugly bird. So we're going to just refer to him as the ugly bird. Yeah.
I saw them. They were working on this car quite a bit last night, trying to get it dialed in.
Yep, they are. So we should be. Here we go. I think we should be getting some live coverage here of getting ready to start the race. So here's Ingvar in Vikingurinn. Ingvar's going to be first on the first track today.
So he is the one that can take this championship away from Simba.
Yeah.
Go his way.
Absolutely. So we see him coming now, and if you don't remember how the track was laid out, this is going to be a great example of understanding where the course is on this first bit. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. He's up and running. You can see. The viewers are getting an appreciation now. Oh, and it looks like here we go. Bottomed out a little bit on the hill, so it's a magic, combination of really hitting the throttle so that you get some momentum forward to carry you up enough, but you can't punch it too bad when the car is going vertically because the rear axle will drive underneath the car and you flip over.
Exactly. So you got to have a good throttle brake, correlation going on to balance the car out.
Oh, the coward pedal, right? Yeah. Okay, so much like in snowcross, there's not a lot of brake use here.
Yeah.
Unless they're falling down the hill, on all fours. But yeah, right. You got to really feather the throttle, and you got to know when to hit it and know when to let out of it.
Yeah.
So that you don't overpower things. So just not quite enough there. So I'm sure that Ingbottom was really hoping to do well on this first track because he needs these points if he's gonna be the top spot today.
Exactly.
And here we go. This is next up here is Palskol in Roland, the sheep. And so he's getting ready, waiting for what our live cameras aren't showing quite yet is there's a track referee on top of the hill. And right now the red flag is up saying the track is not quite ready, so they're going back. The officials are making sure that the markers are in the right spot after Ingvar's run.
It looked like he took down the right side marker, so they're trying to get that replaced for him before they send the next one out.
And they'll have to look closely at they watch, of course, during the race, but was it dislodged after he cleared the gate because of gravel and sort of the wake that he leaves behind him, in which case there's no penalty points, or if one of his tires actually touched the gate, in which case it's 20 points penalty for each of the tire that disturbs the stick. So.
And it's definitely got to be a tough call sometimes to tell if the rear tire clipped it or was it the roost off of the tire.
Yeah, and that's there are three officials, and so when they're called into question, they have communication with each other. So from their different vantage points, it's a lot like a lot of professional sports.
Yeah, like baseball. You have a call at home plate. They'll ask the first base umpire what he saw. Yep. A lot of times. So.
Yeah. And so hopefully have the green flag from the top now, and there's the checkered flag at the starting line, and now it begins. And so here we go. Palskotel and Roland, the sheep.
You see a lot of them in this track, and not the non-time trial tracks. They're at the first part of it. They're kind of taking their time, picking their line, figuring out, setting themselves up properly.
And each driver gets a chance to watch the driver ahead of him, which brings a lot of advantage, right? Because you can see where he had trouble, maybe. But of course, the track changes with each driver because these guys are carving the terrain as they go.
Yeah.
And so sometimes there's an advantage to being early. Ooh, yow,
okay.
Yow, nice.
It's up.
Yeah, beautiful. So. There you go. This gives a perfect example of when to hit it and when to let out of it. And a little more throttle at the wrong time, he would have rolled over backwards, but he managed to get up and continue.
Yeah, good throttle.
Paul, he calls the car the sheep, but Roland, the sheep, was his nickname as a child because of the Iceland, the Viking afro, the tight curly hair that he had as a child. It was very, very sheep-like.
Yeah. One thing I don't think that they can quite get on the, maybe they can on the broadcast back in the States or even here, the noise behind these vehicles. We can feel it inside of our car studio here.
Yeah.
We can just feel the vibration of the engines making power. So.
Yeah, and it really is. You're right. You can feel a reverberation, and it's one of the reasons that this is such a such a fabulous spectator sport.
Here you go.
And so, he's being flagged off. So I don't know if he went out of bounds or if he missed a gate. But
I think he missed that gate at the top. I think he went with the red marker to the left side of him.
Okay, yeah. So the red should be on the right and the white should be on the left. So if he in fact did not clear that gate, his points would have stopped at the previous gate. So once you cannot and you can't continue on and earn points, but it's very difficult. Not every driver has in helmet communication, and until last year, it was prohibited to have communication with the driver during the race.
Okay.
So we have here we go, showing a quick replay of his performance there, while we're waiting for the track to be re-prepared and readied. So we have Thor Thormer on deck. Thor Thormer is, he's racing. This is a new car this year that's getting ready to go. And here we go. I think
it was this next marker set coming up.
Okay.
Here we go.
Paul,
Right here. Yeah, see, he missed the gate right there.
Yep. Okay.
That's a tough gate location.
Yeah, well, it is, and it could be. Let's keep in mind that Ingvar in front of him didn't make it this far. So if Paul, because each of the tracks are laid out ahead of time, he may have lost sight of what course he was on, right?
Yep.
And so he was aiming for a different gate, and didn't realize that he'd missed one.
Yep.
Because he certainly wouldn't have continued on. There's a lot of integrity and sportsmanship amongst these guys. They call themselves out if they once they realize that they've made an error. So here we're taking a good look at Thor Thormer. So
you know him pretty well, don't you?
I do. I've had the chance to. Thor is one of the drivers, and this is one of the teams that I've gotten to know in the last 10 years pretty well. Thor is a very competitive driver. Has been Icelandic champion, has done it and raced many different cars. This is a new build this year, and his engine was received just about a week and a half before the first race. So each race has been a great test and tune for Thor. But this is a Borowski engine built in Chicago with a Whipple supercharger, a 4.9 liter Whipple on top. And so on pump gas, he's making about 1,300 horsepower, and he's got a little bit of nitrous to help him out too. So lots of power, with the power that he's got, he's had a little bit of difficulty with transmission and getting that power to sync up. So they put a Hughes stall converter into the Power Glide. And have been tuning it between races, so they're still sort of really zeroing in on how to deliver the power most effectively to these Scat Track paddle tires. So Thor is reversing, which gives him 40 penalty points. So he just couldn't get where he wanted to get and get his line. But here we go. I mean, this is a lesson, right?
Yeah.
So it's worth taking the 40 penalty points if you can then get comfortable with your line and how you're going to continue. And not only did Ingvar not get far enough to show Paul how to go, then Paul went the wrong way. So Ford is blazing the trail.
Yeah.
I'm going to see. There we go. There. Nice climb. Well done. So this is the advantage to for the rest of the guys on this track, is getting to watch how Thor has taken it.
Yeah. I think it's definitely for the rookie drivers to have a veteran like him go out in front of them. It's definitely a sigh of relief when they see his name above the list on, just to see his line and what he's going to do.
It is, and each track though, and of course now Thor will be the last place guy in the next track, and so there's because he's when you're in the top couple of cars on the first track, you then become the last couple of cars on the next track, and you move up, and it cycles for each track, and so there's no advantage for the day, and sometimes it's not an advantage to be the first car. Sometimes it's a disadvantage to be the last.
I think one thing we got to keep trying to reiterate to people at home is how steep this hill actually is, because watching it here on the screen, it and then looking up at him, it's not even close to giving it justice on how steep that hill actually is.
Yeah. So, not a surprise to see that Thor completed the track.
Yeah.
He did take some penalty points, some reversing, and I don't know if he hit any of the gate
I think
markers.
on the very last one he might have, but I think through all the first few he was clear.
So that'll be good. I know Thor is a driver that takes a lot of pride in his experience and his expertise, and so he's sometimes gets a little frustrated if he doesn't do as well as he feels he should.
Yeah.
And that's not just about points. It's his, he has pride in being a driver.
Yeah.
So, but like I said, watching him do it.
There, he clipped that red marker.
Yeah. And so, yeah, and the course referees, of course, will have their input. So, at some point, it will be able to broadcast. And actually, we're showing now that it looks like Thor earned 210 points. So 350 would be a perfect clean run, the most points that one can get. And so 140 penalty points is a lot, but the fact that he completed the track and earned the 210 certainly puts him currently, he's winning the day, right? So
yeah.
That's not a bad thing.
No.
Hopefully he'll be able to continue showing well. So, and looking some good footage. It's amazing too how the video feed has been able to change with the advent of the drones and the advancements of the drone operators.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's coming into a lot of motorsports, and I think it's definitely giving the at-home viewers a different viewing aspect, of what's really going on, instead of just a stationary camera from the bottom and the top of the hill.
Yeah. So, and I want to welcome anybody who's just tuning in. I'm Andrew, and I'm here with Brad, and we're in Akureyri, Iceland. We're offering an English commentary on the Formula Offroad race in Iceland. And so we'd love to know where you're from. If you would put in a comment or send a message into Kött and let us know. Fuelkott.is or fuelkott.is is the website. But please let us know where you're watching from,
and give it a share.
Yeah, give a share. Oh, please, yeah, definitely share. Make us look like we're doing our job here. You might get paid in some more of this delicious mix soda and some appleseed. But we're here. Just fans of motorsports. I'm a longtime fan of Formula Offroad. And Brad is just being introduced to it, but a snowcross champion and motorsports guy. Yeah,
definitely a fan now. That's for sure.
Yeah,
I'm pretty hooked now.
So now, team that here, we're gonna refer to this one as sort of the time machine. So this or father time, right? Because team is a community build. This is just a group of fellas who took a couple old Ford Broncos and cut the frames in half and welded them together and started. I believe this is the only car that's suspended on springs and running Rancho shocks.
Yeah, we spent quite a bit of time talking with these guys yesterday afternoon, and I think they started this build in '98. They were saying.
Yeah, so this is a testament to the strength of the car to be appearing at all after years and years of abuse. And Timur is running sort of two different styles of tire. Right, he's got the bigger diggers on the front. The largest paddle tire that's available, and then but sand drag tires on the back. And I think this is also the only car running a carburetor still. Everyone else has gone to some form of fuel injection.
Yep.
And Timur has the Predator carburetor, known amongst motorsports as the toilet bowl. It just dumps gas in the engine.
Yep.
And so this car, for Formula Offroad fans, may recognize its former paint jobs and as the camouflage car.
Now it's just a straight military green.
Yep. Yes, very nice. So he's up and over. Maybe not clean on the points, but this is good, right? Because he's
making his way.
He's here and making his way, and it's if our viewers are going to root for the underdog, this is the technologically speaking, this is probably the disadvantaged car because they're running the carburetor and they don't have quite as much power as a lot of the other cars.
Yeah.
And running a small block Chevy, an old 350 with a 350 turbo trans. So with their nitrous, they're probably pushing 400 or 500 horsepower. whereas a lot of the other cars are coming close to 1,000, and there's at least 2 or 3 cars here today that are well over 1,000 horsepower.
Yep.
So, all right, now we have Jonas in Ruden, or the Brute, is getting ready to come up. So this is the car that's appearing today with 2 different drivers. This is a new car, and the Brute, Ruden, is a combination of a couple of former cars, and then a new chassis. And I believe they are running it's LS Power. It's an LS3, if I'm not mistaken. I need to find my cheat sheet here. Oh no! Okay, almost saved it, but there we go. So,
I mean, it shows too that the bank there is starting to deteriorate from the other trucks going up it. When he hit that, it wasn't as smooth as the other trucks were.
right, and a lot of the factor there too is the wheelbase of the cars. Right, you don't think about the longer cars typically climb better, and the shorter cars typically turn better. But for these shorter cars, it's a faster relationship of the rear axle. Once the center of gravity is vertically over the rear axle, you can't be on the throttle at all, or else it's gonna do this, right?
Yeah,
it's gonna
it's
flip
out.
over. So he's waving, he's out, he's healthy. There's no, and probably the car is completely fine, right?
Yeah.
They're probably gonna flip this thing over and maybe drive it back to the pits, check it out, but really just making sure that the fuel cell's integrity is still good and that there's nothing dangerous leaking anywhere. So there he goes, and just there, and it probably not even on the throttle from the sound of it. I think maybe just the momentum that carried him, and then he hit that hole that somebody else left behind inadvertently. But it shows you.
Trying to turn there, going up the lip, but
Yeah, and that just, it's all about traction, right?
Yeah.
Racing is always all about traction. And so sometimes it doesn't, things don't go your way.
Yep.
So you flip it back over to the rubber side down and get ready for the next time.
Yep.
But this is hopefully nothing damaged on the car, because of course I know Helgi is looking for his opportunity here. Another couple of cars
Yep.
coming up, but the guys will go over it and make sure things are good, and we will see. We'll see now the recovery equipment. This might look like overkill because but sometimes they have to get these cars out of precarious positions and being able to lift them. Part of the design of the cars requires them to have a balanced lifting point. So you'll see pretty frequently that the strap goes in the same place on every car where they can pick them up, and that's one of the fuel rules here in the unlimited class.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's inevitable, no matter who's the driver or which car it is. At some point, it's going to need to be recovered from the hill.
Of course.
And this is a beautiful day. We're seeing the crowd is really starting to gather a little bit more, and this is going to be a great day. Can't ask for better weather in Iceland. So we're
Yeah,
here
I
now.
mean, I don't think you could have written up a better day, or asked for a better day here, and especially in Iceland. I mean, back in the States, this is just a normal Saturday weather.
Right? Spring.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, exactly.
At least in the Mid-Atlantic area, this is spring because it's definitely not humid or hot.
No,
So there's no suffering here
even
for sure.
up north where I'm from, it's still. This is late April.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Yeah. And we can see snow still up on in the top of the mountains there from our viewpoint. We can see some snow that's still left over. So, despite being August and sort of the end of the summer. So our next competitor on deck is Andri driving Kurgan, or the Cowboy.
Yes.
And Andri is running a Nissan Patrol front axle housing and running a Dana 60 axle. This is one of the one of the independent rear suspension
Yep.
cars. Brad, can you tell us a little bit about the advantage to having that rear suspension being independent versus the solid axle that we see on most of them?
Yeah, I mean, so it allows it so when the vehicle lands, I've watched a lot of videos on these guys, they land and they're pretty much planted right to the ground. So instead of, when you're going over different terrain that's uneven, both tires are making pretty much complete traction or, stable to the ground compared to a straight axle. I think that most of when they're on the side hills and they're jumping up onto the things, these cars have him in the Sledgehammer, they seem to do a little bit better in that situation.
It's probably a little softer for the driver too. It's just a
Yeah.
more comfortable landing
Yeah.
on that independent rear suspension. But and I guess they're proving, many naysayers probably assume that they're just not strong enough to handle the abuse that has been proven with some of these other axle designs.
Yeah, I mean, I think a disadvantage would be, like you were saying, the stronger axle. It's easier for them to rip the axle out, and bust the rear end. But it's a balance game. You gotta, when you win some, you lose some. You take some away, you gain some.
Probably too, despite the long suspension travel, there's there becomes a point with the articulation that with the solid axle, you may wind up with only 3 wheels on the ground. So with these
Exactly.
independent rear suspension, that point is going to be a lot farther.
Exactly.
So here we go, and we got a checkered flag. So Andre in the Cowboy this is Andre's first season competing, I believe. He was formerly on the crew on Geir Evert's pit crew on the Sledgehammer. So no surprise that they're sharing a pit tent and they're exchanging tools and sort of sharing crews. Here we go. He's up. He's over the first hurdle there and through the gate. And I think despite being his first season competing, he's certainly not a stranger to the sport, and had the opportunity to watch and learn from many over the years. Up and over.
Very nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So, and one of the things, this track changes significantly, right? So Ingvar wasn't able to get over that earlier today, but not getting over it may have been what was paving the way for others. Okay. Nicely done. Nicely done. Now we're going to see here, his points are going to pop up in just a minute here. As soon as
Reverse there, so there's some points lost. Trying to get back to the downhill gate.
Yeah. And watch.
I mean, you can see they have the tires turned and they are locked on the brakes and still somewhat sliding down that hill.
Yeah, well, gravity is it's one of the few rules you can't break.
You can't beat that.
And you're right. And you see, a lot of the guys run a little bit different tire, a little bit different combination.
Hey, looks like he's trying to find traction there.
Yeah. He's on. He's not afraid of the go pedal.
No.
That's for sure.
Let's see if he can. Oh, that's it for him, I think.
Yep. Yeah, so you are allowed to put the car in reverse. You do take a penalty for that, but you can't back up more than once in any section of gates. So once you get through the second gate, you can back up one time before the third gate, but not twice.
If I'm not mistaken, you can only go a car length, correct?
Yeah, it's one car length in reverse of being in reverse. I think that you can, if you're on the hill and you can roll backwards, I think you're allowed to roll backwards.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm not clear on the distance there. So this is we have I'm watching here, I'm just watching it explode, and you see how it looks like the dirt is just turning into powder, and it's because it literally is that loose.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I compare a lot of the dirt and sand here to what we would call back in the States when we run into it, like on the motocross tracks, we call it moon dust. It's just so fine and falls right through your fingers, like even less than sand. Like you were saying, very powdery.
Yeah, and it really it's like it's like powdered sugar. And not granulated sugar. It really
Exactly.
is just super fine. But it makes it very difficult to get traction. So each car that goes and each car that carves this stuff up is changing the course for the following guys. Sometimes it's changing it for the better. Sometimes it's making it much worse. Intentionally destroying the track can get you penalty points, but these guys aren't doing it to be mean or cruel for the following teams. They're trying to get their way up, right? Yeah. They're just clamoring and clawing, trying to get their way up the hill.
I mean, it looked when he came down, he didn't have the greatest turn at the bottom of the hill or midway down the hill like Thor did, and it looked like he struggled to get the speed to head back up.
Yeah.
As I see right there, he's just spinning and spinning, no traction.
Yeah, and can you see? I can't with a little bit of glare on the screen. I can't see if all four wheels are pulling. It looks like they are. Usually, when something's broken and there's no traction to one wheel, it makes it much more difficult for them to climb that way. So, but sometimes it is. It's just no traction, no action. Right? And next up we have Atli Jamel, and this is Raptor. So Raptor is a car, again, car was built in Sweden, 2018 or 2019, and it was sold to Icelandic driver Snorri, who then sold it to Thor, who sold it to Finner, who sold it to Atli. So the car has been passed around a little bit, but not because of a problem, right? Just because Thor sold the car because he built a new one, and Finner bought this car and then found a car that he'd been after for a while, like the Greifa Fox. So Atli Jamel. Atli has been a very talented driver. Previously competed in a car called Thunderbolt that's been well known, and Atli is a fierce competitor on the hill. Super nice guy off track, and just one of those guys that looks like he's having a little bit of. We not sure what's going on. There we go. Look at that.
It looks like he took down a marker, so that'll be a minus some points, but still making it through.
Yep. Well, and doing that wheel stand coming through the gate is a risky move. You got to know just how much throttle to give it to keep your forward momentum and not just roll over backwards.
Trying to get traction here.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got a good line at the gate.
I love when I'm watching this. I wish I could see the tachometer, right?
Yeah.
Because other than the fact that it's just bouncing against the red line, pinning it out. But it's difficult to appreciate, I think, for people who are just tuning in or who aren't familiar with the sport. Just how much these engines are screaming. And so here we go.
He's really trying to get that thing turned there.
Yeah, well, and the advantage for traction is to run spools in front and rear, and that makes it very difficult to turn them sometimes.
You see how he's we would call it throttle jockeying to get that thing to spin on the hill.
Yeah.
But he did it pretty nicely. And
No, Atli.
Stuck.
Looks like he's bottomed out a little bit, so can.
Oh.
And now he's. There we go. And there's no rear view mirror, right? So if you're going to back down the hill, you're not sure exactly what your line is, and there could be a pit or a hill or something behind you.
That's it for him, but that was a fairly good run.
Yeah, he was, and Atli, the advantage to being a talented driver is having the experience to know sort of what to do in those situations, and so people who don't appreciate how steep that was, where he was teetering there, but he just sort of bottomed out on the crest of the hill, and you can't just back up a couple of feet and hit it again because it's not going to work.
Yeah. And they're showing here on the replay.
Yeah.
He was just, the first two gates, he just powered right through them.
Yeah. Well, and he really is, like I said, he's one to watch, and if you want to learn how to be a good Formula Offroad driver, watching drivers like Atli and Thor and Finner, and there's almost an endless list of talented drivers. But this is, the reason that these guys are doing it the way that they're doing it is having had the experience of doing it another way. Right?
Exactly.
The only way to be to get this experience is to make some mistakes and learn the hard way. So and today we have a couple of drivers in their first or second race, and a couple of drivers in their, had got more than 10 seasons under their belt. There is a lot of opportunity to practice if you live near one of the hills, but it's not really, because the tracks are not laid out the same, and like I said, each car changes the track, sometimes significantly, and so it's very difficult to keep things, to remember what to do in what situation, because it's not necessarily ever going to present itself again.
Okay, here is Finner in the Fox.
Yeah. Greifa, right, the Fox. This is a very well-known car. Akureyri had built this car, I think, in 2018 or 19. It was just before COVID it appeared, and then, of course, with COVID there was very, very little racing and competitions. Ford 9-inch front and rear. It's a small block Chevy, 434 cubic inches, and squirting a little bit of nitrous, a couple hundred horsepower of nitrous when he needs it. And this one's on King shocks, so most of the cars that we've seen up to this point are running Ori struts.
Yeah.
But with the King shocks, Finner's been doing well with this car from what I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, from the videos that I've seen of him, he, like we were talking before, he is not afraid to give it the gas.
Yeah.
He's not afraid of it.
He's a very skilled driver and a fierce competitor. I mean, I can only assume that in everything that he does in life, it's a competition, and he wants to win. So I don't think he'd play dirty, but he's going to play hard. This is
getting through gate 1 cleanly.
Yeah.
Wow, it looks like he took down the red marker with him.
This is, I believe, Finner's first season as a car owner. I know that he has appeared as a driver many times in several different cars over the years, and very well respected and decorated snowmobile racer. And
yeah, he was. He's a legend here in the snowmobile world. He's even got a mountain named after him that the boys are afraid to climb on sleds. So,
Nay.
Oh,
and Finner is not going to be happy about that. So
no.
Cartwheeling down the hill.
Oh man.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
All right, Finner. That's enough. So, Finner's philosophy in life is to go big or go home.
I think he did it there.
And he did. He's hopefully not ready to go home. Yeah.
No.
Hopefully they're just going to flip the car over. This is a Raptor is the Fox. Greifa is a very well built car. So looking forward to seeing Finner climb out of there and give us a hearty wave that he's okay. You could see from the.
Looks like he's moving around in there.
Moving around and getting the straps and everything ready, so that once he's clear of the car, they'll flip it back over. It might carry it to the pits. That's a pretty big crash, and so there's a lot of systems that need to be checked. Of course, at each time before drivers are allowed to get to the starting line, there is a brake check for each and every car on each and every track. But after a crash like that, you really need to check the steering linkage and the transmission linkage and all. And there's no doubt those exhaust pipes are hot.
Yeah,
so
so it may just be fluid.
May just be a little bit of watching the big plane. Just this awesome driver and a great car, but right there,
pretty good wall there,
and it
set him back.
It doesn't look like it was driver error. It looks like they just where the car stopped, and there just wasn't enough under that left rear tire, and it started the cartwheel. We should have counted the rolls.
Yeah, all looks like here he's about to get out. I mean, knowing Finner, he's probably in there trying to refire.
Yeah. Probably. Well, is being able to drive away is you learn a lot of things. So got a little bit of smoke there, and really that's just from the oil in the cylinders from the result of the rollover. Right.
There it is fired.
Yep. The car's running, and
they're
just going to drive back to the pit so they can evaluate the car's readiness. So glad to see. It looks like all four wheels are spinning. It looks like even are all 4 of them still aired up.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive too. I don't think many vehicles can take a fall like that and drive away. So
I can tell you, I challenge any one of our listeners and viewers to come and stand on top of the hill and cartwheel down with such grace and then walk away.
Yeah,
because this is not going to happen.
No.
So a great display of faith in the car and the man at the wheel.
I mean, they gotta have a lot of trust in that roll cage.
Oh yeah. Well, it just in the way that they're designed and the quality of the construction and keep in mind, there is a lot of technology and science available, but at the end of the day, a lot of these cars are built in home garages, right?
Yeah.
with somebody's somebody's personal welder. There's not a factory that's producing these cars for the guys. And the Icelanders really created this sport in the 1960s and just using stock and unmodified vehicles, and then they started to modify them, and obviously the technology and the amount of money thrown at it has improved over the years and increased, and so it really has become quite a spectacle. But it still has this very much a grassroots feel. You and a few buddies can read the rules and make sure you're using the right diameter and gauge tubing, but you can build one of these things in your house and throw a small block Chevy in it and go racing, or a Ford or a Dodge, whatever your power that you like. But it does have to be an internal combustion engine.
Yep.
So here we go. Now we have Olsen. So this is one of the twins, the twin cars.
This is the 87 Olsen. So
yep. Yes, this is Olsen and not just Olsen. This is technically the second one. I don't know which one was actually built first, but I guess this is the one that was named first, or second, maybe. Olsen and Olsen. And this fall we expect it to be, there's rumors of Olsen. So there's going to be
wonder
triplets.
who they will put in the cockpit of that one.
I don't know. This is Bjorn Thor Eliasson is driving Olsen today.
He stopped there, and it sounds like the vehicle's off.
Yeah. So sometimes, it's happened before that maybe somebody just hits the battery switch comes loose or it wasn't fully engaged.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, he can restart. Stopping for more than 2 seconds will incur him a 10-point penalty. So you can stop for as many as 2 seconds in the track at any point with no penalty. But this is more than 2 seconds of stop. So if he's able to start and continue, he'll be allowed to. But there'll be some penalty points assessed for that.
And it sounds like he is refired now.
Yep.
I guess you were saying there's maybe some small...
Yeah, sometimes it's a small thing, or as he comes over the bump and his hand inadvertently kills the fuel supply, the vehicle will shut off, of course. But once you figure out what the problem is, for our viewers, it's very difficult to see maybe how restrained in the seat he is. So
yeah, they're full Hans device 6-point harness.
Yep, and there's an arm strap, so that his elbows are limited in how far they can travel outside of his body.
There's a view of Finner there. They're checking out his car.
Yep.
Hopefully nothing...
Everybody's inspecting, so...
Yep.
It's the fact that he was able to drive it away, and a few bumps and bruises, but hopefully Finner will be easily repaired if there's any repairs that need to happen. And they'll probably, they'll check those fluids. We did see a good bit of smoke, steam coming off somewhere, and smoke when he fired it up. So making sure the engine has the proper lubrication is going to be critical for the rest of the day.
There he is there.
Yeah.
One tough guy.
He is. And he's smiling, right? So there we go.
You missed out, så sånt.
There's Edwin Mullet giving him an interview. Probably,
so I wish...
Þetta var smá rúll, ég ætti að vera búinn með minn kóttæs her í
we had the
brekku
audio
þarna.
feed so we could do the translation.
Og heldur að bíllinn sé í lagi? Eitthvað að frétta hérna eða?
The tough thing is, though, with some of these drivers, the older generation they're not so up to date on their English.
Yeah, well, and not all the younger ones are either, right?
No.
It's a matter of how often they use it. And Finner, like I said, very well known and respected businessman, very fierce motorsports competitor, and well decorated over the years. But
I mean, you could see here that even the Thor team is over there helping him out, checking the car out,
Yes.
with Finner's crew. It's you don't see that in all motorsports.
No, absolutely not. And Thor and Finnur are among the drivers who are native to Akureyri.
Yep.
This is their home track.
Yep.
So they, but yeah, no surprise that they're pitching in and helping each other out and getting ready to go. So
Here comes the second driver.
yeah, so Ruden, the Brute, is back with rookie driver. First appearance as on a track is Helgi Heiðar Johansson, and Helgi is an Akureyri resident and Formula Offroad fan. He's been a crew participant on many cars, and Helgi's taking his turn driving. So first time driving the car was 2 days ago, and I don't know if he got any time on the hill, so I think it was mostly just making sure that they could get the seatbelt to fit and making sure that he was comfortable in the cars. Nice. He's up and he's still on four wheels, so he continues on. So
Got to make
great.
a hard turn there to get into the next gate.
Sometimes it's skill and sometimes it's luck. And I'll always say it's better to be lucky than good, right? Because even the best guy on a good day isn't as good as a lucky guy on a lucky day, right?
For sure.
But Helgi is definitely making his mark in his debut track as a competitor.
To flag him down, to stop him.
And so, yeah.
Red flag is out.
Okay. So red flag. So
I think he might have went out of bounds there.
Yeah, he may have touched, and that's the thing. If you touch the out of bounds, the race is over. This is great. And just the awesome power of the car.
It didn't get through the gate, I believe.
Oh, we've got to have at least one rear wheel that passes through the gate, and he did. He sort of sidestepped that. So I guess that's where
that wall there, that first gate, is getting difficult for some of the drivers.
It is, and a lot of our viewers may wonder, well, why don't they just move a little over to the left, right? Because the problem seems to be in the right side of that pit, and I think that the drivers, at least so far, seem to think that left side is unfavorable. So it's probably much more difficult to hug the left than the right, and by hugging the right, there's this magic relationship of you got to be going slow enough to let the front end fall over and bring you through the gate, but you don't want to wind up on the teeter-totter, right? You don't want to bottom out and
get stuck in.
So, and here we go. Spaden, the spade. This is Thorve Atle Gunnarsson, and this is a car previously known as driven by a guy named Ingo. I think this car was built around 2013 or 14. This car has been Icelandic champion. It's a very well-known car. This is, I believe, the first car to run the double RCV CV shafts in the front. Each of the RCVs is capable of 30 or 35 degrees of turn. So with a double RCV, they can really crank that front axle beyond what would normally be available. So we have,
looked like you moving pretty quickly along through the course already.
Yeah.
All right.
Ford is doing a great job here, and it's interesting. This car has a little bit less traditional appearance. They haven't committed to a paint scheme yet.
He's having a tough time getting it around to get through the downhill gate.
Super steer axles are still difficult to get the back end of the car and the front end of the car to do exactly what you want. Right?
Exactly.
It's like a puppy, right? No, the back end wants to outrun the front end sometimes.
Yep.
And it makes it a challenge.
Okay, looks like he's falling.
Over. So
one over and drives away. So
yeah,
that's the end of this track for him.
Driving away. So it used to be in the early days of the sport, if you rolled over and were back on your wheels, you could continue. But I think it was 10 or so years ago there was a rule change. I think ultimately somebody had fractured a fuel cell unknowingly in a rollover, and so now when you roll over, the points have to stop. The car needs to be reevaluated before it can enter the next track. So tough break for on Spaden, the spade. But and now we're gonna come up here and we're gonna have Ingimar in Smide Bomben, the bomb. Ingimar is doing well, and looks like he is just about to the starting line and prepared. So we'll keep watching here as Spa then.
I mean, but the Spade, he had a good run going until little troubles up there at the top, like you were saying about those. The turning radius on these is amazing. So he was able to get it around, but down here it looks like he just went a little too far over this edge.
Yeah.
And then couldn't get enough traction to turn and get back up. Ended up going over.
Well, and trying to get that rear end to slide around, and his wheel filled with dirt. Just it tipped him right over. So traction in the wrong way. So here we go. So now we have the bomb. Smide Bomben. Ingimar is the driver. And here he goes. Here he goes.
We are frozen on ours, but he is on his side live.
Yeah.
We are frozen, I believe, on the live stream.
Don't know what happened to our feed there. Hopefully,
but
technical difficulties will be resolved soon.
But the crew is getting him back over.
Yeah.
Just no need. Looks like no need for an excavator. Looks like he's on enough. Nope, they can't get it. And yeah, back on his wheels.
Yeah, it's a tough. One of the amazing things, this really is a whole community sport. Everybody here working on the track is a volunteer.
Yep.
The Bila Club Akureyri does a great job, as all the clubs do who host these races around the country. But this is the one race at this track this year, and people look forward, and it's vying. It's a competition to be able to be a track official, but being able to scramble over and are always armed with a fire extinguisher and a shovel and whatever else is needed. Okay, so hopefully our broadcast is still going here. We have, at the moment I have a dark screen in front of me, but looking forward to quick reviewing the points here as we're about halfway through the first track. And several drivers have been having trouble now in this very first gate, so it makes it a little bit difficult. But currently in lead for Thormer with 210 points. Followed by Paul Skoller in Roland and the Sheep.
Oh,
here we go.
We're back.
Our feed is back. This is Gummi in Rodeo. So this is the car, the only one competing today with rear steering. Sorry about that. Hit the wrong button there. A little technical difficulties from the untrained crew.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Whoops.
Yep. So, Gummi here running the rodeo. Hotumian. And Gummi's one of the younger drivers that we see. Gummi is a teenager. I believe he began competing at 15 or 16 years old.
So it's gonna be interesting to see right here what that rear steer is gonna do for him. I mean, you can see right now he's already looks like he's in better shape than most of the other cars, but he's just sliding on that loose dirt.
Yeah. Now, it makes him very nimble.
Yep.
Being able to control the rear axle independently, so it's an electronic steering system for the rear axle. So it's literally steering with his left hand and his right hand.
And he's completed the course. Only the second driver today.
Yeah, this is great. And I didn't notice him back up, but of course our feed was down for the first part of the track there. But maybe have put himself in first place so far.
Yeah, he did take down a marker on the downhill gate. So, Interesting to see.
A couple of penalty points.
This is a replay from the car before him when our feed was out that went through the first
the bomb.
gate.
Yes,
yeah,
Smith
only
bomb
made it to his side, but here he is.
Yeah, and there's okay. So Jimmy did reverse at the first gate, so he'll get some penalty points for that.
Yeah, and took a marker. But I mean, to complete this course, how would you rank this course on difficultiness to the other ones on the series?
Well, I'll tell you, having watched some races live and having watched some races on video and having driven a couple of tracks myself, I got to tell you that every course is very difficult. Even the ones that look like they're easy. So sometimes you'll see, and when you see, 2/3 of the cars get 300 or more points, that was an easy track.
Yeah.
And the guys who design the track and who lay it out will make note of that to make sure it doesn't happen again in future races at that venue. But you may get a track that looks fairly easy, and then you get one guy that gets stuck, or one car really that gets stuck in the wrong spot. Because there are some female drivers, I don't want to say guys, but you dig a hole in the wrong spot, and everybody after that will flip over because it can't be done. So unusual to see an obstacle on the track that can't be accomplished, but it's not unusual to see. So in looking at the performance of these cars today and these drivers, I would say this track is definitely a higher level of difficulty than what some would expect for the first track, right? Naturally, you would think the first track is going to be the easiest one of the day, and that's not always true. But certainly the course designers don't want half the cars to break on the first track because it makes for a short day, right? Everybody's here because they love the sport. They're not trying to make it difficult. So here we go. Skarfren, the ugly bird. So skarfren is an Icelandic word for an aquatic bird. It's sort of it's referred to as the ugly bird. So we're going to call skarfren the ugly bird. This is Peter Vidersen. This is a car that the drive axles came from another car, but the chassis is new, and it's another LS powered. I believe he's got a turbo. I need to check on that. But here he goes up and over and over. So can't see it quite from our vantage point, but it looks like maybe he wound up with the wrong side up after that landing. Yes. So we get a really good look at the bottom of the car.
And I mean, it looks like he is prepared to be upside down, as he's got some sponsors on the bottom of the car.
Sometimes, probably the reason that he's got such a decoration there is he was hoping to be in the air and just take a picture of the mid-air flight.
Yeah.
But the reality is that a lot of these cars roll over, and so we'll roll them back over, and hopefully Skarfren is unharmed. And of course, we always hope that the driver, we want Peter Vidersen to be also unharmed. But the amount of planning that goes behind driver safety is a consistent factor. I've seen some terrible off-road crashes, and most of them result in very few injuries. In fact, the worst crash I know of happened in the USA, in Tennessee, in 2016.
Okay.
And the driver was actually unconscious after coming off the hill at nearly full throttle and cartwheeling through the air. And the car was broken, and the driver, a couple minutes of unconscious.
Hey, there we are.
Oh, here we go. Hello.
Our studio in the front pit of a transit van.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day here in Akureyri, and we're next to the bus. There's a live stream in the Icelandic language also, so courtesy of Fuelkott also. So Fuelkott.is or Fuelkott.is is the website. You can find the links to both the live. Yeah, and this is just here in front of us, the crowd, and the crowd's continuing to gather, right? This is just the first track, and so a lot of the, not only just locals too, some people drive from all the way around the country, and some people get in the car and drive, and I imagine some people also just fly in for the day. The domestic air service in Iceland is awesome.
Yeah, it's very easy to board, and it's quick.
Yeah.
But I mean, they talk like from here down to Reykjavik, to the capital. Oh, it's a 6-hour drive. And to us guys from the U.S., we're like, only 6 hours?
Yeah,
that's nothing.
Yep, with you probably have to stop for fuel at least once to get all the way around the country. But
Yeah.
in a country the size of the state of Pennsylvania, and there's only things around the outside. Actually, if you're this time of year, if you're brave enough, you can take the service road for the power company through the center and nick your time to the capital by a few hours. But we have our next car up is driven by Greifa Helgason. This is Brela 2. So Greifa actually owns two cars. Brela 1 and Brela 2 are both competing today. Brela Franca the cars are named in honor of Greifa's aunt, his favorite aunt, beloved aunt. So Brela is her name. So we're just going to refer to this one as beloved aunt number 2. So Greifa, this is his first season competing, I believe. He may have competed as a driver previously in a car one other season that I'm aware of, but it's a fairly new driver to the sport. My first time watching him was in Hetla this year, and I believe this car and the other that he owns have appeared with a different paint scheme at each race. So he's trying to find his niche. This one is reminds me a little bit of almost like a Starsky and Hutch look from the side, right? You got the but this is this is one of the things that I love about this sport is it really is for everyone. If you can drive a car, you can drive a Formula Offroad car. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll do well.
Yeah, I don't think everybody is going to be.
Takes a little getting used to.
Yeah, but anybody can definitely get in it and move it around. Just the skill level is going to be lacking the most.
Yeah, well, and Greifa's done pretty well. He's doesn't necessarily have the most power. Brela 2 has a blueprinted 427 LS3, kicking out about 700 horsepower. Okay, doing well so far. So Greifa was able to overcome that first obstacle that has been challenging many of the drivers. And this car, Brela 2, the beloved aunt number 2, formerly known and raced as Leon. So this is a well-known car built nearly 10 years ago. It's been racing and doing well, and Greifa is doing really well here. He's
through gate 2 now.
Yep, up on top of the hill. So just because he's top of the hill doesn't mean this is over. He's still in the track and has a few gates to clear. And of course, we've seen challenges from some of the other cars here today. He's yet to come.
He's getting her off the rev limiter there.
Yeah,
makes it through.
But this is definitely, and he's showing just the experience that he's gained this season is visible here. He's doing much better with his control of the car and knowing when, and it's like everything else in life, right? The amount of experience you have is going to be proportionate to your ability.
I believe with most of these guys, every single time they get out on a track, they're gaining experience and learning every time they go out. Even if they have a complete successful run, they are getting in the getting in that seat time. Helping them and teaching them new things. Yeah. It's like he's trying to reverse.
So he's reversing a little bit, but I didn't see his front right wheel spinning in reverse. So there may be a mechanical problem that's giving him some trouble. Sometimes you can an axle shaft breaking or a joint letting loose doesn't always show itself, and so as the driver, you just know that you're not getting where you want to go, but you don't exactly understand what the obstacle is there. Going back and replaying a little bit of Greifa Helgason's performance and appearance here in Brela 2. So it's a great showing from the beloved aunt number 2, formerly Leon, or the Lion is how this car was competed previously. And now coming up, we have Daniel Danielsson, or Danny Jr., in Green Thunder. So this car built and initially raced by his father in 1998. This is Danny's not only is this his first season as a competitor, as a driver, this is actually just his second race. So Danny's first race was just 3 weeks ago.
All right.
So
Yeah, but this car, like you were saying, been around for a long time.
yes, and running a LM7 LS engine, a 5.3 with a turbo. This is fairly, it's a fairly simple and winning combination, right? I mean, it develops great power on a budget. Running Fox shocks and going through a turbo 350 transmission. Is one of the things that some people notice about this car is it seems to sit up a little higher on the suspension. Here we go. Oh, nice.
He's through.
Nice. So he's through, and I think at least one wheel went through. So he gets to continue on. He's still earning some points there. Oh, no. Okay.
That was a aggressive attempt there, I would say.
Yeah. Well, and that's sometimes what's the old Kenny Rogers song? You got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, right? As a Formula Offroad driver, you got to know when to hit it and know when to quit it.
Yeah.
And that only comes to experience. So in Danny Jr.'s second appearance here in competition, almost despite how much practice he was able to get in between these competitions, getting on that hill and in that spot and after the guys in front of him and before the guys behind him, there's a lot of factors here. It's a multi-dimensional amount of pressure, and just knowing the feel of the car. And of course, from his viewpoint there, the only thing he could see is the bright blue sky. Literally, his only point of reference on the horizon is the fact that he couldn't see it.
Exactly.
And so sometimes you don't realize how vertical the car is, or you could be getting ready to have the horizon show up upside down in your view screen there. So there you go. So that was Danny Jr. in Green Thunder, and this is Sævar in Mori. Yeah. So Mori is actually an Icelandic word for a male ghost.
Boogeyman.
And so I think the boogeyman is the right way for us to refer to Mori. And maybe Sævar's going to appreciate that, and maybe he won't. But he's going to have to listen to the stream to find out, and that's going to mean that it's after it's over, right? So.
I believe too. What is he running for an engine in this? He's got the Hellcat engine, correct?
I need to look at. Yeah, so Mori is running a 6.2 supercharged Dodge Hellcat engine.
Yeah.
And what's one of the things most recognizable about this car is it's a very short wheelbase. So here he is. Sævar's on his side. He's moving around. Looks like he's okay. He said, "Hey guys, just push me over. Let me go again. I promise. I'll try next time."
What I've noticed with him is, with his car, it almost reminds me of like a side-by-side.
Yeah.
It's very much smaller than most of the other cars.
Yeah, physically it's definitely that size. So we're going to make a slight adjustment. We are really enjoying our viewpoint here, but it's actually getting quite warm in our broadcast booth here. So lots of glass. So we're going to start up, and fortunately one of just a few cars in Iceland that has air conditioning, so we're going to use it. So, all right, we're back here. We're watching. You see, we're here where the boogeyman, Sævar in Mori, is. Oh, and it just comes nice cartwheel. Actually, it's a beautiful. I love this slow-mo replay.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if he could just cartwheel back up the hill and keep going, but sadly that's only possible on our video stream here. The cars and the drivers are amazing at the challenges that they take on. Just defying gravity and challenging the rules of physics and common sense. But they really do an excellent job. Get Mori flipped back over here in just a minute, and the boogeyman can go and make sure everything is ready. It did look like a nice soft rollover, so I think
The car should be okay, I believe, after that one. But they are carrying it away. So.
Yeah, well, and that's, not only is Cyber, somebody's, dad or brother or father or son, friend, neighbor, but all of these guys really are, all of these competitors and all the teams really are pretty close. And so it's not just about, I want to be able to make sure I can drive again and go and try to win, but it's, it's the camaraderie of the sport is unparalleled. So here we go. We have Greifa and Slegin with the sledgehammer. So, Greifa is a former Icelandic national champion in this sport, and he's done very well. This is one of the 2 cars with running that Ford independent rear suspension.
Yes.
And
those two, they definitely, those 2 cars have caught my eye because of that. Just they're different than every other car in the pit. Yeah. He gets it on his second try.
Yeah. And Greifa has this has that 9-inch Ford axle in the front, and LS engine going through a power glide. So just 2 speeds to his transmission. Although usually in the climbing, the guys really don't even need second gear. Second gear is really just for the skimming across the water, because these cars don't go fast. From a ground speed standpoint, but the wheel speed is very important. So being able to go, and he's climbing. Come on, get it.
Needs some more traction.
Yeah, well, or too much traction, and just needs harder dirt under him. So not able to find his line there. So once he's reversed this far, we won't see him continue on this track. So his points for this one will be over, and we see on the left side of the screen here the points are populating a little bit. So
we see Thor still holding down the first place spot. So
yeah, and that may be we have 3 more cars to run on this track, so Thor 210 may be the high score of track number 1. Which is great news for Thor and the point standing, but it really is telling of the difficulty of that track.
Yep.
And the fact that that Thor made it far enough to have a 350 point run, but then then the penalties come into factor. So we do see some activity here, getting ready for the. So after Sledgehammer, after Slegin with driven by Greifa, now we're going to have Gulager Helgason and Olsen. So this is the first of the twin cars, or maybe the triplets, if Olsen does in fact get built this fall. But Olsen and Olsen are seemingly identical cars. I don't know if there's any difference in the engines or transmissions, but Olsen is and then we see 86 on the side of the car, and that's actually the driver's number. So in the car Rudin, or the Brute, that's being driven, same car driven by 2 different drivers today. Each driver has their own number. So number 86 is Gudlager Helgason is the driver here, and Olsen. So for our live stream viewers, it's easy to see which is Olsen and which is Olsen, because it's just there at the bottom of your screen, of course. But if you're here watching the race, not everybody realizes that there are 2 cars.
Yeah.
And the lack of paint. So
just running a raw steel look.
Yeah, and Gulager, so this Olsen is from up in the northeast part of the country, is where Gulager lives, and he's previously competed in a car everyone knows as Magic Yellow. So Magic Yellow is out and Olsen is in, although for track number 1, Olsen's points are over.
Yeah, only through gate 1.
So it's a very tough track, and you see this very custom front axle. The steering arms are awesome. Airmail. I just received airmail inside of our car. That's awesome. I'm sorry. I'm our broadcast booth. We won't call this a car. It's our broadcast booth for Fuel Kött live stream. So, but we're having fun. So for those just joining us, I'm Andrew.
We're here in Akureyri, announcing live broadcast English version of Formula Offroad. So be sure to share with your friends and family, to get the word out there. Watch this back in the States.
I can't say 100% that there's never been a live broadcast in English, but I do know that 100% this is the first ever Fuel Kött live broadcast from Akureyri. So please, like, subscribe, share, tell all of your friends, no matter where in the world you are. We'd love to see this be a success and be invited back to do this again.
But we are going to take a quick pause on the broadcast as we were just
move your faces from like when you're in.
Okay, so we are we're here and we have, after Olsen has cleared the track, looks like there's no significant damages. At least Olsen is driving away, and here we go, Greifa Franca. So my beloved aunt, number one. This one is driven by Thorvaldur Bjorn Mattisson.
So is the driver of both cars that are named after his aunt, are they related?
I don't believe so. So I don't know what the connection between owner Grímur and driver Thorvaldur is. But if there is they may be connected, but I don't actually know.
Okay.
So I know in Ruden, the two drivers of the same car are married to sisters. So they are family by marriage. But here we have Thorvaldur is.
I think they're gonna give him the red flag.
Okay, he was definitely up and over, but something doesn't look right here.
Oh my!
Something doesn't look good at all.
No,
here.
that looks like the frame is disconnected. The frame is broken.
Because
the shocks are still upright.
Often we see cars to be unscathed when there's a hard crash or hard impact. Here, obviously, he came down on all four wheels, and I'm not sure that the car is not just sitting on the dirt and all four wheels at the same time. So this is Greifa Franca, or Greifa number one, my beloved aunt. The car is named after Grímur's aunt, but this may be. Here we go, and we're having some. On the Icelandic channel, there's some live stream from the pit. Let's see who they're. You can't even actually see what they're. Is this the Bomben that they're talking to here? The Smidir Bomben? I didn't see.
I believe they're in the Sledge and the Cowboys pit area right now. It looks like one guy has a welding, like they're just picking up after welding something.
Okay, so Slegen, Gerard's car, the sledgehammer. He did stop the forward progress, and we don't exactly know why. You can see really on that the rear axle of this car is so very different than most of the other cars, although the same setup that we see on the Cowboy.
Yep, there is that independent rear suspension. And I think you're the best to describe it to me, but could you give the viewers some background on these tires?
Yeah, so these tires, all of the tires are made in California. They're made by a company called Scat Track. And these tires, many of them started life as drag racing tires and slicks. And once they were discarded at the track, they were then sent to Scat Track, where they have a special machine. They actually have two machines, which means that they're capable of making two tires each day. But Scat Track is the company on the planet that makes these, and other than the Icelandic off-road, there's not a huge demand. So you do see these stained tires. These are called bigger diggers. And you see the ones that have the taller scoop that goes all the way across are bigger diggers. And then there's a slightly lower profile scoop, almost in like a staggered pattern, and they call those super scoopers. And it's pretty much what you see on all the unlimited class cars. But the scoops are vulcanized. They're effectively welded to the wheel. So the scoops they're not glued on, and you're not going to see them pop off because it will physically rip the tire casing to get them off. They do wear down over time. They're definitely, there's no there's no discount code available, right? Scat Track makes these tires. They make approximately 300 of them a year, although they could make more if the demand is there. But it's fine. I've spoken to the Scat Track folks on several occasions, and they're great. They're huge fans of the sport, and these tires are what allow these cars to do the climbing that they do. And we'll see later on this afternoon when they do the skimming and the cars drive across the top of the water. And a lot of that is because of these tires. You can hydroplane for only a little while. Well, you can get away with everything for a minute, right? But you don't really want to hydroplane in your car. But in a Formula Offroad car, when your goal is to drive across 200 meters of water, that's the goal, and you want to make it, because if you don't skim, you get to go for a swim, and the water is cold. It's called Iceland for a reason. So.
Yeah, it looks like they're having some difficulties getting this. I believe, from looking at it from our viewpoint, that there is some pretty good damage onto the 26 car.
Yeah, it could be. Now, it could be something as simple as where the shocks, the part of the frame where the shocks are actually mounted could have sheared off. And so this could be repaired. And we may see Brela Franca, my beloved aunt, number one, Grímur's beloved aunt. We may see this car back in play today, but based on the extent of the damage and what else is damaged, right? Because the suspension is designed to compress and absorb a lot of impacts. But like the drive shaft, is only designed to do within the travel of the suspension. So when you see the suspension over travel there, so yeah, it looks like the front part of the frame here is.
It looks like they could get the welder on that and possibly get it back into action.
I hope, and I don't see it. It looks like the drive shaft is still connected. The rest of the suspension is still there, and of course the steering is all hydraulic, so those lines are a little bit flexible. So assuming that there's no other problem, somebody get the duct tape. We'll get this thing fixed and put it back up the hill. Yeah. Because, this is, it's race day, right? And you got to do what you do. So fully anticipate not only seeing some activity trying to get the car repaired, but there will be not only expert opinions, but parts and tools and all sorts of advice coming from around the pit area.
Here we go. Looks like they're going to get...
Here we go. And now, Simbi. Yeah, so those familiar with the Lion King should certainly know who Simba is.
This is the current points leader of the championship.
Scully has had a great season, and this is, Scully is a solid driver. This is a great car, and running, with the doubled RCVs, axles in the front, so lots of steering and Ford 9-inch rears. But he's running the only Coyote engine, and with a 3-liter Whipple supercharger. But here we go, and this is just.
I like the. This car has also caught my eye because I'm a Ford guy, so I like the Ford Coyote motor.
Oh, that's why they put you in here. They had to have somebody rooting for Ford. No. I'm a Formula Offroad guy. It doesn't matter to me what it's powered with. You
can see here in the replay, he's using his hand to block the sun to try to pick his line, but did not work out the best for him. Like we were saying, though, this is one of the drivers we got to keep an eye on today, for the points, because they could shake down where he could lose the lead today.
Absolutely. Well, but we see here where there's going to be a little bit of an advantage here, because Ingvar currently, he was currently seeded number 9 in the points ranking, but those 70 points get him 70 points, and
yes.
Scully just earned 0.
Yep.
On the first track, so.
But we got a lot of racing left to go.
There's a lot of racing, and 70 points is, I don't want to say it's nothing, but in any one track, either one of those guys could get 70 points on the other. And really, these are the 2 guys that are in the running for the Íslandsmeistari, the Icelandic national champion, which will be decided today.
As we say in snowcross, every point counts.
Every point counts. There's no question about it. So super important that's what we're going to have here.
Are we going straight in? Well, is this our last driver of track 1?
Well, so Simbi was the last driver of track number 1. So here we are, track 2. And for those of us just joining us and those viewing at home or wherever you are in the planet, listening to this English live broadcast of the Greifa Formula Offroad in Akureyri, Iceland. Here we have we're showing
A
the
lot of side hill action on this
Yeah.
first part.
And as I'm sure you've noticed now, Brad, the side hill is a particular challenge, right? Because the loose gravel, driving sideways on a hill full of loose gravel, every time your wheels turn to give you forward propulsion, they're also allowing you to slip sideways. And so it really is, this is where we may see, Otoman, the rodeo with his rear steer, he can point that rear axle up the hill and leave it aimed that way, and that will help counteract the slide that gravity is producing, but it doesn't necessarily give him the easiest time driving with the front axle because the rear end's going to try to drive around the front at that point, but he'll be able to crab walk that thing a little bit, giving him a lot of advantage.
And I mean, like we said before, the video stream does not give justice on how steep this hill is. I would say most of it is 60+% grade.
Yeah, I mean you can't walk up it.
No, and I mean, and they're side hilling it.
Yeah.
Which is quite remarkable.
Yeah. So here we are. Current standings: Thorthormer in first place, Gudmundur Eliasson in rodeo is in second place. So although he did very well, but 150 points after penalties in that first track. And Paul Skodel and Roland, the sheep, currently seated number 3. So we have, you'll see the 3, 4, 5, and 6 places are all a tie at 120 points. So we have Paul Skodel, Atle Jamel, Thorber Atle, and Geir Evert are all in third place, which means that there is no 4th, 5th, or 6th place in the rankings. But there's not, at this point, there's nothing, with only these points from the first track, there is no way to determine who's actually in 3rd or 4th or 5th or 6th. So we have a 4-way tie, which makes it exciting. Here we are, some flash. So you see here, and now we can really see what the problem is. So where this tube chassis has been welded, the welds failed. There was just too much inertia, too much force at the time.
What would you say the average one of the cars weighs?
So there is a range of weight, and one of the cars that's not here competing, has not been competing this year, but a car called Kubrin, or the Cube. It was actually powered with a 4-cylinder Honda engine with a turbo
I did get to watch
and
some
nitrous.
videos of that. That was a pretty cool car.
And I believe Kubrin is under 1,000 kilos, so under 2,200 pounds. I know that among the heavier cars is a car called Dremeren, and I believe that Dremeren weighs in at about 3,600 pounds. So there's kind of your range. It's going to be in English. In American pounds, or we're talking about not British pounds, right? We're not talking about money here, but in terms of weight, we're looking. The cars are going to be between 1,000 and 1,800 kilos, certainly. So some of the older cars, Timur is probably one of the heavier cars because it's physically longer, and the way that it's built. These tube chassis cars, the round tube chassis is lighter and very strong material. Yep. But some cars like Dremeren and the old Eva and Heimestaden, the Arne Copes, the first unlimited class car, the first scratch built car in the sport. Very heavy wall box tubing, and those cars are going to just weigh more. And also some of these cars, I know that Thorthormer is running an all aluminum Dart block in his LS engine, built by Borowski Race Engines in Chicago.
Definitely shaving some weight
there. And hundreds of pounds difference from an iron block. So a lot of the guys running the LS engines are running a very similar weight and block. So Thor has a weight advantage. And the other thing to think about there is that the tires weigh all pretty much the same, but some of them run steel wheels and some run aluminum. So there is some weight savings there in that rotational weight and the unsprung weight of the car. The tube chassis change things, but in Thor's case, with losing weight in the engine itself by having an aluminum block, it transfer the balance point of the car back a little bit compared to someone who's running the engine with an iron block engine. So we're here we have Jonas in Rudin. This is the Brute. So Jonas and his, I guess they'd be brother-in-laws, right? They're married to sisters. So Helgi is his brother-in-law. I believe that Jonas owns the car. He's giving a thumbs up there. He's ready to go. And Rudin, or the Brute, the rude one. I think of him maybe as this car's the playground bully. There's a great shot at the pit. We just saw a flash of Gully Turbo and watching Thor walking away. Thor is Thor Thorner, very identifiable. He has a suit. OMP Racing designed has a one design suit. So this is the only one like it. If you want one like it, you can't just buy it on the internet. Not available online. So yeah, so Jonas is going to come up here, and you remember this car rolled over before in track number 1. So I think we should hopefully we'll see some good results here. And we have on the left side of the screen we have the pecking order. So you don't see the points listed because this is just the standings for track number 2. So this is the order the drivers will appear in this track, and you see that, for instance, Thor Thormer was number 3 on the first track, and he's the second to last on this track. So you see how the order changes, and that's to sort of level the playing field, right? So that nobody has a clear advantage or disadvantage of going first or third on every single track. They do rotate around quite a bit. Jonas in the rude one. So this car is running this is an LS. It's an engine stripped fresh out of a Silverado and with a turbo, and there he goes.
So it looks like they're gonna, for track 2, they're using the same first gate, and I mean that thing is pretty beaten up from the last track.
Yeah, I mean it's almost straight vertical. It looks like from this point, and there you can see sadly you can't see on the last stream. There's a track official up here who's making sure that the gates are stable and marked. But this is about an 8 or a 9 foot, pretty much a sheer vertical face. So getting the front axle up isn't a big deal with this traction and the power that the cars have, but getting the rear axle to follow it and then falling through the gate in such a way so that you don't just backflip. So next up we have, this is the Cowboy Kurikan, and this is Andri. He's a former crew member for Geir Everts Sledgehammer, and Andri is driving the Cowboy this year. So this is the other car. This is one of 2 with the independent rear suspension. And hopefully that'll give him a nice advantage, especially in an obstacle like this where the balance of the car is going to be particularly in question. Coming through that first gate, so he's getting ready. He's just approaching the gate there. Okay, nicely done. So he found a nice line and made it look easy even.
Yeah, just like walked right up over it.
So there we go. Yo. So there we go, and that's it. So unlike some of our viewers may be familiar with the American sport rock bouncing, and when the rock bouncers don't get over the hill and they roll down, they just go again because they have a time to get over the hill and they have a time to climb the obstacle. Whereas in Formula Offroad, you have to get through the gate, and if you back up, if you stop your forward progress for more than 2 seconds, then you get a penalty, and if you back up, you get a penalty for reversing. And once you've exceeded 1 or maybe it's 2 car lengths in reverse, then you cannot continue on that track. So tough break for Andri and tough break for Jonas in the first. So we have our next driver here. It's the number 25. I believe this is going to be Atle Jamel in Raptor. So Atle Jamel driving Raptor. So very talented and accomplished driver. He did very well previously competing in a car called Thunderbolt, but now he's in Raptor. So Raptor, built in Sweden about 4 years ago, and passed hands many times. Was sold to an Icelandic driver, Snorri. He sold it to Thor Thormer, who competed in it last year, and Thor built his new chassis and sold this car to Finner. And just before the season started, then Finner bought the Fox and Rayford. and decided he was going to try them both. But after racing in the Fox, he decided he preferred that car, and he sold this one to Atli. So Atli is
The design of this car looks, should be capable for this first one fairly easy, but in Formula Offroad you never know. Yeah, up and over pretty well. Now, let's see if the Cowboys tracks made it easier or harder for him to get through gate 2.
Yeah, so here we see Atli hit one of the markers with the front wheel and the right wheel, so he's going to take some penalty points there.
Oh.
And he's up here, and so much like I think it was Ingvar in track number 1, you get to that almost didn't have quite enough forward momentum to carry them over the balance point of the car there.
Yep.
So, and the cars are, as we saw earlier in Scotland, there's usually a nice skid pad, so that the cars aren't damaged when they bottom out on the hill like that. But Atli Jamel's not getting the points that he wanted to for that track for sure. But he did come through gate number 1 nice and clean, so he'll have some points there. And of course, he then passed through the second gate, but with at least, I believe, from what I saw there was going to be 40 penalty points.
Yeah, so you marked him up at 50.
Okay, yep, so our points have been populated now. So he's a total of 50 points for Atli Jamel, putting him in second place on this track for now. And here we go now.
Finner in the...
Finner Athbjorns, yeah. Finner the Fierce.
Yeah.
He's driving the Fox. Referin is Icelandic for fox.
You can get a good close up there of the car.
Yeah, and you can see those bigger digger tires. I mean, they're just a super aggressive. Some people may wonder why everyone doesn't use these tires with the maximum traction, and the reality is it takes a lot of horsepower to turn these wheels. So even the cars that have a lot of power prefer the grip strength of the Super Scoopers. Yeah, beautiful.
Right.
So Finner's up and through. Looked like he came through that gate nice and clean. So now he's looking, and many of these drivers will have a map of each track in the car with them for reference.
That's good.
But because all of the markers are there for the rest of the day, they're already on the hill, and you have to pick your line, and there we go.
He missed the gate there.
Did he miss the gate?
I believe.
Or did he just out?
I
don't see. Yes, I see on top of the hill there we have a red flag, so...
And he's putting off quite a bit of smoke. It could have been from that crash earlier today.
Yeah. That certainly could be. It could also be, sometimes a line gets pinched, or especially, as he came over that last obstacle, he did drag the bottom quite a bit. So sometimes there's just too much pressure somewhere. There's these cars. Most of the cars are equipped with an AccuSump or similar system to restore oil pressure if it's lost suddenly. But this can infuse sometimes 5 or 6 additional quarts of oil in the system, or when the car is vertical or has been on its side or overturned even, the cylinders fill with oil, so you get quite a bit of smoke. And, if this amount of smoke came out of your regular car, you'd be panicking, right? There's some kind of a serious problem. But not always so much for a Formula Offroad car. Of course, I don't think anyone's ever put 100,000 miles on a Formula Offroad car, so...
I don't believe so. I would say under 10,000.
Yeah.
Wheel spin, though, might be a different story.
So there we go. So despite having missed the gate, and Finner Athbjorns at 90 points is standing in first place. So a good showing for this track so far. Puts him on top of the cars. And here we go. Now, Brad, is this Olsen or is this Olsen?
This one, the 87, so it's Olsen.
Ah, Olsen. Okay. So yeah, it's just that hard to tell.
I mean, pretty much identical as we were saying before. So Olsen, I am guessing, came second. And Olsen was the original.
At least registered second. But I don't know if they switch it up or not. And I haven't. No one has given me the history of where the Olsen name came from. But I think they liked it so much. Then when they built the same car, they said, "Oh, we should call it the same thing.
Yeah.
We got Olsen and Olsen coming fall of 2023. Olsen. So in Hutla next year, maybe we'll see 3 identical cars, or matching cars. Maybe I'm not sure if they're identical quite.
Now, are they running the same engine in the Olsen and the Olsen?
Well, they don't switch it for each track. I mean, each car has its own engine, but I believe they're.
But I'm saying, like, is it the same build pretty much?
I believe so. I believe the advantage to having parts being interchangeable. The cars hail from the same place. So
Sounded like you hit neutral there, or
something
in the drivetrain broke.
I didn't see the front wheels pulling, and so it could be there could be an issue there with the transmission. Skipshifter, I think, is what the Icelandic word for the transmission is. But it could have just. I'm not sure exactly which transfer case he's using. So many of the cars use a special transfer case that's designed and built in Iceland that doesn't have any gears. It's really just a one-to-one direct drive, and you can't shift into neutral. Although some of the guys, went to the junkyard and sourced something from an old Ford Bronco or Chevy Blazer or a Jeep, and so they have like an NP205 or a 208. They have high and low and 2-wheel drive or 4-wheel drive. So I'm not exactly sure, but definitely the revs of the engine did not match the rev of the wheels. So there was some miscommunication there in the drive line.
Yeah, something isn't that great, because they are getting the wheel loader out to give it a carry back to the pit area.
Yeah, and it could be as simple, over that last obstacle, he may have popped a couple of U-joints and just lost his drive shaft, or there could be a more serious problem. It could be that his shifter linkage let loose, and the car is just in neutral, and so from where he's sitting, it's not a good idea to try to drive it, or not capable of driving it. But this could be an easy fix. So hopefully,
Olsen gets back.
Hopefully, Olsen comes back and is repaired, and we can see it. Should get a little feed from the pit here. Here we go. Now this looks like a driver's suit. So we don't usually like to see a driver out of the car and without his safety gear on and just spectating. But this certainly is not.
I have a feeling
Olsen.
It's the driver of the car that broke the frame.
Oh, Brea.
I have a feeling.
Brea Franka, right? The beloved aunt, number one.
I believe that could be him.
And that very well could be. And I need to look back at my notes. I think
if it was, if he's back and running already, I would say, they need to get that welder a pay raise.
Yeah. Here we go. Okay, so there was this.
Helgi down in the
Yep. Helgi in the brute. So Helgi, it looks like he's stuck there in gate number 1, and for our viewers, the points are accumulated when the center of the rear axle clears the gate markers. So for this particular, while it's a pretty picture, and it looks like it's going to require some equipment to move the Rudin or the brute. He doesn't look like there's going to be any points accumulated for Helgi Heather.
The driver that was also driving this car before, he went first on this track. He didn't make it through as well. So maybe something with this car setup is not working very well on that first gate one.
Well, but again, this is Helgi Heather's first competition.
Yep.
And so there's a combination of things, but until he's gained enough experience to really feel comfortable in the car, it's challenging. And for anyone who thinks it's easy to strap into one of these cars and take on these obstacles, I can personally attest that this isn't grocery shopping. This isn't, this isn't just hopping into something and doing something that you've done a million times. It's a lot like, it's a lot like a child taking his first go-kart for a spin, except this go-kart has a tremendous amount of power. And it can be very intimidating.
Þetta erfiðar brautir.
To face
Nei, þetta allt og létt fyrir mig.
surface.
Nei, þetta krefjandi sko.
I'm going to climb that in a,
Yeah, and
in,
then, I
in
mean,
a 2,500 pound car, a 3,000 pound car.
when you get up to the top of some of these hills too, you know, I mean, you've got a 200, 300 foot tumble back down.
Oh, and I guess because we're in Iceland, we should talk in meters. So maybe
Yeah,
I
but we
have to-
got English viewers.
Oh, okay, there we go.
are
It's
the
English,
English
yeah.
broadcast.
So, yeah, so this is this really is, and anyone who thinks that you know there is definitely some risk and some element of danger, but fortunately the adrenaline surge when you're the driver of one of these overcomes any common sense, and so it's really just about survival. Hang on and hope.
Yep.
Is a driving style for a Formula Offroad car, and you know you do as Helgi Heiðar just found out on Ruden. You know, sometimes you just didn't give it enough. You know, last time he gave it too much, and he jumped over and flew sideways and didn't get points, and this time he didn't give it quite enough oomph, so he didn't get the whole car through the gate. So Thor Atli in Spaden, or the Spade, is up next. And I believe this car was previously called Gutten when it was driven by Ingo. This car is a former Icelandic champion and was, I believe, the first car to demonstrate what's referred to as the supersteer axles in the front. So the double RCV allows for, I think, more than 50 degrees of steering, which is quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, you really only see that in like drift cars.
Yeah, this is
Up and over easy.
Makes it look easy. So this is doing well and coming up, and go climb, baby, climb.
Not enough.
So there we go. And as we talked about, you know, it's almost like powder. This is a hill that just doesn't, you know, there's endless amounts of dirt if you start digging.
Dig your way all the way to China.
Yeah. I mean, it would take a while, but you could get there if you're determined enough. But, you know, and unlike, you know, monster trucks, where a lot of rock bouncers have much taller tires that allows more ground clearance, and more ground clearance would allow these guys to dig farther. But having that low center of gravity is important, because when you're going vertically, you want to be really close to the hill and not really far away from it.
Exactly. And even on those side hills, you know, you definitely want a low center of gravity, so you're not just, you know, coming over when you get on the side hills.
So here we go. The bomb is back in action. Bomb on track number 2. Neither Bomben. Ingimar is the pilot. I guess pilot and driver. I'm not sure what the most appropriate term would be. He's either the lucky guy or the unlucky guy to be strapped into the seat there. And that was a great shot, thanks to our drone footage, our cameramen. But you can really see that the complexity of these hills and this obstacle.
You got a pretty good
Up
air,
and
but
through. Looked like he was nice and clean through that first gate. So Ingimar, no penalty points, at least in the first gate. But then as it goes, and he just, you know,
just popped him up, and no forward momentum at the top of the hill for him.
yeah. Well, and you can see, and really just in the glimpse of this, I can see there's almost like a table there, right? So he's got to have enough forward momentum and enough throttle to get over, but not so much that he comes back. So here we are now. Otaman, the rodeo. Gummi Eliasson is the driver here.
Young but experienced.
Yeah. Well, he raced, I believe, either he was a drift car or rally car driver, I think, before his first Formula Offroad season, which was a couple of years ago. So
just into all.
Yeah, just a lot of
motorsport.
natural ability as a driver, and you're just a good feeling and a good presence of what's going on. There's a lot of his father bought this car and started racing it. His father had raced as a guest appearing driver in Dremeren previously, and Elias bought this car. I don't know if they've changed it. This is one car that was running a different transfer case, and so the car was built, I believe, in Sweden, but maybe it was Norway, one of those two. And it had an Atlas transfer case, so they could actually shift it from two-wheel drive to four-wheel drive. And they had a high-low range, so There was maybe some advantages to being able to shift in two-wheel drive and sort of drift the rear end around the front at times. But now with the rear steering, they certainly don't need to do that.
I've heard too, like some of the drivers, they talk about some that are running turbo versus non-turbo with just nitrous. Like Thor, they were saying, some guys like to turn the car, like the quick on and off the gas, to get it to turn on the side.
Sort of get it to hop around. Yeah.
And when you have that turbo lag, it affects some of them, not being able to do that.
Here we go. Peter Wiedersen, Skaffren the Ugly Bird. The Ugly Bird is back.
They were trying to say it was like, what bird were they trying to tell us it was like last night? And we were like, no, not quite.
Yeah, they were, I guess it's previously been translated maybe or equated to a vulture.
Yeah, but when we saw pictures of it, I was like, that's not a vulture.
So remember on track number 1, he flipped over and we got a really good look at his belly.
Yeah.
Right? And that he didn't want us to have maybe. But we previously got a really good look at his belly. So maybe on track number 3 he'll be able to keep it on the wheels. If you can get a car on 2 wheels and almost flip over but come back, that's a save. And you can actually, there's going to be a Best in Show trophy sometime today. Somebody will likely demonstrate that. But you can continue there. But if you come all the way around.
Far, I don't know how they judge the Best in Show. It could be, but the best crash so far has been Finner.
Yeah. So, and this is hands down that cartwheel back the hill. So here we go. This is Brela 2. Reamer driving Brela 2, or the second car that he purchased and dedicated to his beloved aunt. Or maybe she's the crazy aunt. I don't know. I haven't met her. So the eccentric, I'm not sure what the best way to describe his aunt, because again, I never met her. But it looks like he's doing well, and he had just the right amount of throttle momentum, and things worked really well to get him to the top of the hill.
I don't think they're giving him the red flag, because as you see the red marker is down here, and they're trying to get up through there, and none of them have even really just placed one tire through so far.
Yeah. So if he didn't have, there we go. So now we're having a description there of the track.
It's a little different because there's a little more grass on the hill now, but as you can see, like right there where.
Okay, so he went up to the left of the.
Yep.
Yeah, he was headed back towards the gate from track number 1. So.
Timmer up next. It looks like.
Is it Timmer? No, it's Green Thunder. It's Danny Jr. in Green Thunder.
Same body style.
Yeah, well, and that's both of those cars built in the late '90s, so that was the sort of the fad, and you'll notice that the cockpit is a little more to the rear.
Yep.
Driving position, so very sort of inspired by Arnie Copes when he built the first unlimited class car, the first scratch-built car. He sits directly over the rear axle.
It does look like through gate 1, it is becoming a little easier for the cars to get up and over now. It's getting deteriorated.
Yeah, it's thanks to the guys who dug it out a little bit.
Okay, giving it to her.
Oh, and a beautiful pirouette and a rollover. So sadly, no more points for Danny Jr.
Definitely a good attempt, though.
And you see those track officials, and they're going at a pretty good clip. So unlikely that there's an injury, but sometimes there is, and sometimes there's a fire. And these guys are the track officials, men and women on the track, are just on the ball.
Yeah, they're tremendous. They're very big on the safety factor.
Yeah, many years ago in Tennessee, actually Thor Fulmer had an intake failure. And as he was climbing the hill and hard on the throttle and spraying nitrous, and his intake manifold exploded.
Wow.
And there was a fire, and going back and watching the footage, it was under 10 seconds before they had extinguished the fire. So it was about 7 or 8 seconds before they first had the fire extinguishers on it. But as the driver was, collecting his wits and putting the car, taking the car out of gear and preparing to get out of it without sending it in a fiery ball down the hill, he hadn't exited the vehicle, and the danger was over. So kudos to the safety crews here. This whole sport started as a friendly competition between the volunteer rescue squads. And so in its infancy, it was these volunteer rescue squads who were competing in bone stock vehicles.
They were telling me the old Range Rovers and the old
Range Rovers,
the old Willys.
Jeeps, yep, Willys Jeeps, and the early Ford Broncos, and so and they weren't even modifying them at that point, right? And so that's in the '60s. These guys, these groups of Icelanders started doing this and creating obstacles and tracks, and you'd have one or a couple of neighboring rescue squads bring their vehicle over, and who could get to the hill fastest and over the hill fastest. So the not only the camaraderie, but staying true to the roots of the sport. It hasn't been polluted, right? Things haven't changed, and these are still, volunteers. Many of the volunteer rescue squad people are here. There are ambulances here on location in the event that there's an emergency. There is Akureyri is lucky to have a very good hospital here in town.
Yep.
But if that wasn't available, then one of the Coast Guard helicopters or a fixed wing ambulance, air ambulance at the local airport here in Akureyri would be ready to take someone wherever they need to go for medical care. So fortunately, as far as we know, there have been no injuries today, and let's certainly hope that for all the drivers. And here we go, Mori.
With he's got the Hellcat supercharged engine.
The boogeyman with the Hellcat engine.
Yes. Like we were saying before, very, I would say smaller. It reminds me very much of the Arctic Wildcat buggy, side by side.
On steroids.
Yes.
They might look like one, but I bet if you put those tires on an Arctic Cat, it would have a little more trouble spinning them.
Exactly.
There's no question about that. That short wheelbase gives him a great advantage in maneuverability. But,
up and over.
And a beautiful somersault or backflip, I guess.
Back roll, something.
So sadly, that will end Cyber's campaign on this track. But looks like we'll see more of the boogeyman. And I love that Hellcat image on the side.
Yeah. It's a mean looking car.
Yep. Although I kind of like I hope Cyber adopts this boogeyman translation to Mori, because Mori, the Icelandic word for a ghost, a male ghost. So I think boogeyman is an appropriate.
Yeah.
Well, and what are they gonna do? Hold my paycheck? I mean, let's face it here. Speaking of the volunteers on the track, how about kudos to the volunteers at the live broadcast.
Yep.
And the Icelandic live broadcast hosts and the English-speaking broadcasters here. So next up, Greifa and Sledgehammer. Slegin. Slegin is an awesome car. Greifa, an accomplished driver, former Icelandic champion, coming out now on track number 2 and hoping to do a little better. In track number 1, he didn't have quite the success we would have expected to see. This 1, 2, 3, it's actually the driver number and not the car number. So keep in mind the numbers you see next to the names is that driver's number. So regardless of which car he's in, would be his number. And there we go. Again,
this seems to be a pretty difficult track.
This is. I think people have either the designers knew everyone would have trouble at gate number 2, or they didn't know how difficult this was going to be. But here we go. Now we have, we're more than halfway through the cars on this track, and right now, Finnur Athjóns is in the lead, the Fox with 90 points.
It looks like there's a 6-way tie.
Is that? I just saw that updated, but I need to see. Maybe we have a lot of first place tie. There's a 6-way there. So. One thing's for sure is that either Olsen or Olsen. We have to see who's coming up here next. So this is going to be Olsen, I believe.
Yeah,
that's right, because Olsen already went, I think, in this track. Yeah. So we have Olsen is going to try to beat his teammate Olsen on this track. So Olsen managed to get 70 points. I think that was Breki was driving.
Coming from the east, these guys coming out from Iceland.
Iceland. This is Gulli Gold, formerly driving the car known as Magic Yellow. Here we go, and that short wheelbase almost got him. Rubbing a little bit more than one would expect. There.
Here we go.
There we go.
Not able to get through.
Oh, he got over that first hump there, and I think what's difficult to see on the screen with the shadows there is that there's a speed bump halfway up this hill, and so having enough oomph to get past the speed bump, but then knowing that once you're past it, you can't just lay on the throttle because at that point you're too vertical and you don't want to backflip.
And I think too, it's very hard to see. We can see great view above, like right through gate 2. It is pretty much vertical at the top there.
It's brutal. Oh, and actually, I'm not sure. I think this is also this misunderstanding where people have been coming a little bit too far left. So he may not have actually had a good line on the gate there. But that's the disadvantage of people not doing it. Now, Skulli Kristjánsson, the current leader of the Icelandic series, and almost, he's only one guy can knock him off the podium of Íslandsmeistari, or Icelandic champion this year. And that's Ingvar Víkingurinn. So Skulli is driving Simba. This is the Whipple supercharged Coyote engine. So
definitely one of my likings in the field.
Been doing really well all season. Although last track he had a little time here.
Yeah. Hopefully he can make some points back up, as he was only at 70
points in the first track. Yeah. So hopefully, Skulli's gonna take us all to school here and show us how this is done, because we haven't.
Yep.
Yo.
First one to get through.
Oh, come on. Well, he's got to be able to continue, and it looks like teeters totter, but they don't fall down. So we see from the lack of traction there that, so I don't know. I'm unclear on the rules. If the crew here gives him a push backwards, if that incurs penalty points or eliminates his ability to continue on. So they may just be freeing the car up here. Yeah, he's got the car in reverse, and now he's backed up enough that he's not going to go over. So he'll have some points there from getting through the first gate, but not through the second. So probably just added a 7th guy in tie for 90 points.
Yeah, definitely the closest attempt to getting through, though.
Yeah,
so far on gate 2.
Yeah. So here we go. And now we have. So this is going to be interesting, because now we have Ingvar in Víkingurinn, so in the Viking.
The one that's chasing him in the points.
Yeah, and this is, so Skulli wants to do more points than Ingvar here, because if Ingvar is champion of the day, then he could be the Icelandic champion. So it's also possible if Ingvar manages to be the champion today, but if Skulli is number 2, Skulli will still be Icelandic champion.
I believe they were saying if he gets all the way, he can. Skulli needs to be 6th or better today.
Okay, yeah.
I believe that is the margin, but after his first run,
and after a second,
yeah,
he's not swimming in points yet.
No,
and so he's going to have to find the line and get where he needs to be in order to remain competitive, for that top spot. So no question about it, Skulli's going to be 1st or 2nd place in the Icelandic national champion.
I mean, he definitely wants to go home with the championship.
There's a lot to be said for 2nd place, but it's also said that it's the 1st place loser.
Exactly.
Exactly. There's in the words of the great Ricky Bobby, if you're not 1st, you're last. Right.
Looks like he's.
Or I guess that was Reese Bobby. That was his dad that said that.
Okay. Oh.
Ingvar up and through.
The first
and he's still
one.
climbing. Looks like he's still going. I don't see any red flags from the track officials. So he is, and
He is putting on a performance.
he
right now.
is certainly. I don't know if he can even see where he's going.
I don't know, but
I'm not sure where he is in relation to the track. I wish we could have an overlay,
Yeah, that
of
would be nice.
showing the track borders. But Ingvar certainly has earned points through Gate 2, and maybe in Gate 3. I'm unclear on this. And right, it looks like he's still going.
yeah, there's no red flag out on the track.
This is great. Go. And God, you could just
Oh, man.
listen to that LS sing.
Wow.
And just Ingvar is on it. Beautiful, beautiful job.
As they say in Icelandic, mjörgott.
Mjörgott.
Very good.
You know, flott.
That was a. He's gonna rack up a lot of points there, so this is gonna be a big swing right here.
Right. Well, even with penalties, this is great and a puff of wind in his sails. You know,
Give
and
him a fist bump.
with
He's
just
happy with that run.
With just a couple of competitors to go. Right. So, and here we see at the bottom of the screen on the left, we can see the DNS here. So I believe that's in
26.
Thorvaldur in the beloved aunt.
Yeah.
So the DNS meaning did not start.
Yep.
So the vehicle, and
make
of
the
course
call.
we saw with the frame repairs that were necessary. We're hoping to see the car come back today, but I'm not sure. And that may be the Thorvaldur that we saw in the racing suit and with no other gear on that was watching. So unusual if a driver isn't participating or is supervising the repairs. So here we go. We have Roland now. Ingvar is no, yeah.
Yeah, the sheep.
Ingimar is the driver for Roland. So the sheep. We'll have that up on the screen here in just a minute. So hoping to see.
Oh my! Look at they gave him 300 points for the bike.
So we got 300. Well, so really, Ingvar would have gotten 350
Yeah.
to be able to drive away from the finish line. So 50 penalty points gave him 300.
But I mean, that's now he set himself apart from everybody else in
Yeah,
this one.
and just right. I mean, talk about a home run.
Yeah.
Right, standing up to the plate and just swinging for the fences.
I think in
If you listen, Paul and the sheep here is trying to give him a run for his money. So up
Here he
and
goes.
away.
Yeah. I mean, if you're in that second place points position though, coming into today, me being in that position in snowcross, you have nothing to lose.
All right.
You know, you can't go in reverse. The only thing you can go is up, so you might as well swing for the fences.
Absolutely. Well, and it's coming and being a serious competitor. Nobody likes to see a guy who's decided like, oh, I can't win, so I'm not even going to race.
Exactly.
Right? Everybody's coming to do well, and everybody wants to get on those points because, of course, the point standings for today are for today's trophies, right? I mean, this is in and of itself is a race, and it's not just about having the trophy, but it's about out driving, maneuvering and one car against the next. Paul Skodel here in Roland. We haven't seen his points yet. Haven't been tabulated
That
for
was
the.
a very good run by him, though. Very, very good run. Looks like he's a little stuck there on the hill, though, trying to get away.
So, and now that we've seen a couple of cars,
Oh,
Get-
200 points they gave him.
200. Okay. So, and I'm not sure if he cleared the finish line or if he got to it. And next up we have Thorvaldur driving Thor. Thor is a new car, debuted in 2023. So first season in this car. Actually did not have the engine, had not received his engine until I think it was 9 or 10 days before the first race. So
not much testing, too.
very limited time to test and tune. And Thor, like many of the guys in this area, many of the people in this country, Thor works on a commercial fishing ship, and so he's not just been here, looking to practice. While he is a very accomplished driver and considered to be a professional, being a professional Formula Offroad driver in Iceland pays almost as well as unemployment. Actually, I think unemployment, you're entitled to some benefits for a little while, and there's the only benefit of a Formula Offroad driver is the perception of benefit.
Yeah, like we were saying last night. How do you even get $1 million in this? Start with 10.
Yeah, exactly right. It's how do you make $1 million? You can make it out of a lot more. Or kroners.
Yeah, kroners. I don't know what $1 million converts to.
$1 million Icelandic kroners is, I think, about $8,000.
No, $1 million. What $1 million would be in krona? I know that
A lot.
Like 72
well,
million.
It'd be 132 million kroners, because the 132 kroners is $1.
Yeah, it was 137 earlier this year.
Yeah,
it's been going down.
It fluctuates.
Yeah, of
a
course.
little bit. Yeah.
But I know I did the conversion the other day. It's like $365,000 is about 74,000. Or 300, it's 74 million krone.
Okay.
About $365,000.
Gotcha.
I had to do that conversion the other day.
A lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a lot on both ends.
Also known as the cost of a new car in Iceland. So yeah, here we go. Thor and Thor, powered with the LS from Borowski race engines in Chicago, USA, with a 4.9 liter Whipple supercharger on the top. They've had, one of the problems when you have an engine like this is fuel, and so I know that Thor has gone with the Aeromotive fuel system.
Yeah.
Has had no fuel delivery problem. He runs a Power Glide transmission and the Icelandic special, the Leonstadter special.
Yep.
Transfer case.
From the place that would translate as the Lion's Den.
The Lion's Den, yep. So and they make all the transfer cases for the Icelandic special, but Thor runs Yukon gears and axle shafts.
Gets through.
Yep. He's got the Ford.
He's on his side and falling.
Nay. So Thor really wanted to make a good showing and get some points on this track for sure. He did. He was top of track number 1. But only 210 points in track number 1, and it looks like he's not going to get the points for gate number 2 here on this track. So the car, so inside there we have a really good look at the underside, and there's that nice skid plate that protects the underside of the car. You can get a good look at the suspension geometry and the design is quite something.
Some strong Icelandic man pushing that car down the
Yeah.
hill. Little body damage.
A strong Icelandic man driving that car too. Thor is.
I don't think you can. I think you have to be naturally strong if your name's Thor.
Well, and Thor is he's known for we'll just say that at one point he was the pretty boy of Icelandic bodybuilding. I'll say. Yeah. So we have in the pits now we're interviewing Atli Amel. Looks like they're doing a little bit of maintenance or some small repairs to Atli Amel's Raptor.
Looks like they have the tire off of the car, the axle off.
Yeah, well, so that's usually a sign that there was a problem.
Yeah, I remember you were talking that you didn't see the front tire spinning on that car.
Okay, I couldn't remember if that was him. So with Thor driving away, it looks like a little bit of body damage to Thor's car, but he was driving away. So here we go. Right now, the overall standings, we have Ingvar Johansson and Vikingurinn as 370 points. Thor Paulsson at 330 points. So with his 210 from the first track and 120 points from track number 2.
Now where is Simba's all the way down here at 110.
Simbi, yeah, tied for 12th place, currently at 110 points. So Simbi needs to
turn his day around.
But this is only track number 2.
Yeah. So there could be problems for Ingvar too as well. The roles could reverse very quickly.
Absolutely. And the last car to come in track number 2 is Timur, the Time Machine, or the Time Bandit, or the Father Time. I'm not sure what the best translation would be.
The community car from Asa.
Yeah, this is like this is if you were to equate this to NASCAR, right? This is a bunch of beer drinking buddies that built their own car and showed up at the Winston Cup.
Exactly.
Or maybe the Brickyard or something. But this the Akureyri is a very well respected venue. Yow. So another victim of gravity. Here
Yep.
we go.
Like we said, that's a lot of rule. Oh, there's fire in the car.
There's fire or smoke?
Look at
or
see
steam.
Fire
Okay.
in the
Oh, yeah,
car.
we do have some flames. So there we go.
Throwing dirt on it.
In the absence of a handy fire extinguisher, they're going to extinguish the flames with some of this fine powdery dirt. Driver is out.
Okay.
Austra
come
tror jag.
with the
Aussi
extinguisher.
Magnusson. So,
Hopefully, nothing major.
did we switch drivers out? I was not aware, but that's
Camera.
not the driver that I thought that we were starting the day with, but that's okay. It is allowed. The points follow the driver, so any points in track number 1 would not convert to track number 2 if you have a different driver. And we do have a little bit now. I'm sure we have a fire extinguisher down there now, and if we need more dirt, we have the excavator.
Would you happen to know why the crowd is in such a...
Well, I
Are we
do.
on
So this
lunch
is
break now?
the end of track number 2. So we're going to have a 30-minute lunch break, and Brad and I will do what we can to keep you entertained. In the meantime, I'm not actually sure what we're going to show on the screen.
I think we get out. I think we get a break from the broadcast.
Yeah, well, I think that we should,
Yeah.
certainly. But I also don't want to leave our viewers at home with nothing to see. So, actually, they'll have something to see. So maybe not.
They'll probably play some replays and stuff. Maybe.
I think
music.
so. In fact, do you want to hop in and see what the broadcast plan is?
Our drone was hit.
Oh, the drone was hit. Okay, so one of the drones apparently was hit by a rock or something. I don't know.
That's what the twirling on the screen was. The drone was hit.
Oh.
That's what that when the screen was all going crazy and I thought camera was falling down the hill. It was it was the drone.
It was the drone falling out of the sky. But it looks like Timur is back on his wheels and hopefully getting ready to drive around. We can see here in the replay going after that first gate and clearing it successfully. And one of the challenges with this Predator carburetor too is carburetors are a little more susceptible to gravity than fuel injection.
That could be part of the reason she caught fire.
And so dumping fuel out
Yeah.
when it's upside down,
But
the fuel just rolls out of the bowl.
yeah, the stands are on the rush to the concession stand, but we got ourselves some nice mixed drink in here.
Yes, mix Engulir, you're gonna love it. There's Mix is a soda made in Iceland. I've never seen it available for sale anywhere other than Iceland, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't come to Iceland sometimes just for the Mix. I mean, it's a benefit to be able to see people that I know and to watch Formula Offroad or go hiking or enjoy some of the beautiful sights and scenery. And the good people of Iceland. Bíla Klubur here in Akureyri hosts Bíla Dagar. Were you here for Bíla Dagar this year?
Night.
Okay, so next year you got to come earlier. So usually it's right around that second week of June. So usually
I just
12th
missed
to the 17th or 18th, 17th of June being the Icelandic National Independence Day.
Okay.
And so, but the Bíla Dagar is several days of, we'll just say it's a celebration of motorsports. And there's drifting, there's rally, there's sand drags.
Yeah, I
there's
missed
asphalt
it by
drags.
one weekend this year.
Yeah, you missed out. And,
Yeah.
and maybe next year.
Yeah.
So one of the fun things in the sand drags is when the snowmobiles go.
Yeah. I plan to be here next year, April to October.
Okay.
Because I'll
yeah.
come back for the A-Star race, the
Mhm.
snowcross race that they have as their finale. Because their season, they go a little bit longer than we do
Okay.
in the States. So there was actually 4 of us Americans that were able to make it to A-Star last year, which was awesome. They hosted a great event for us and accommodated all of us very well. I think I'll plan to stay from when I come to A-Star. I'll probably go back to Scandinavia for the FIM World Championships to be over there, and then come back here and stay here for the summer. It's been enjoyable to, like you were saying, the hiking, and I've been getting into the e-bikes and that stuff here, and it's been great. Just literally just right up over the hill here is where we usually go. So.
Yeah, Iceland really is a magical place in so many ways, and I'm not just saying that, but there's very few. There's nowhere in the world that I'm aware of that is like it, and even in the cities, everywhere is a small town, and as long as you are, polite and respectful and have a good heart, they welcome you.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very, very all of Iceland feels like small town USA to me. Very tight knit communities, and I was able to go out to Dalvik to Fiskodagen last weekend, and that was a fun concert to be at.
Cool.
But it feels like there's always something. There's always something going on here in Iceland. Something with the community to do.
Yeah. Well, and that's that sort of your comparison to small town America, right? This is in a small town. There's the good, the bad, the indifferent, and but one of the it really is very very much a feeling of community, and these guys competing. Every one of these guys, of course, wants to win, and every one of the guys wants to drive well and to win, but they wouldn't wish another guy to fail to give them that chance.
Yeah.
Right.
They want to beat him straight up.
And right, it's a very honorable and a tremendous amount of sportsmanship is being displayed at all times, and in the pits right now we're getting some live footage from the pits, and
don't know the driver, but got Ave with his nice mullet.
Yeah, I think this may be Ingvar Víkingurinn, so the current leader of the day, and in the hunt for Icelandic champion, the only guy eligible besides Scully. But I'm not sure that that's who this is, because it's been a while since I've been face to face with him, and frankly, the ones that I don't know well, I get confused on.
A lot of Icelanders seem to resemble each other.
I don't mean to stereotype, but I think there may be something in the relation. A lot of them.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a little bit. Iceland. I think. I believe that they consider their bloodlines to be pure. But I think that there's also several places in the United States that have similar purity in their family trees.
Yeah.
And so, but this is, it's all good. And the Icelandic people, literally, survived against all sorts of odds to be here. And to, well over 1,000 years of surviving on this,
lava rock.
Yeah, right on
a floating lava rock.
Right, sometimes eating rotten shark because it was better than starving. Right?
Yeah. Have you had the chance to? No,
I have, and I feel like that before. If you haven't,
no,
right?
I don't plan on it.
Yeah, I feel like it's a rite of passage if the Icelanders are really going to accept you. So before my wife would marry me, I had to do it.
Oh.
Now, actually, what she said was, "I'm not eating that stuff anymore." No, I'm just kidding. She does, right? But it really is. It's a way for the Icelanders to be in touch with their ancestors, and it's. I think that you could argue about a lot of things, but one of the things that can't be argued is the Icelanders, almost a fierce protection of their heritage. And so, Thorblad, or the pure bloods of Iceland, and celebrating what their ancestors did so that they could be now.
Yeah, I believe, I think that's why you see so much community events and, stuff like that happening, because they want to, keep their traditions alive and, keep those things going for them. They had fireworks out there at the Dalvik show, which when I was watching them, I felt very, very at home, very 4th of July feeling for me. But you can see that they, some of their they keep the wool sweaters going, where nowhere else in the world you really see those. And I saw one in a store And I was like, oh, I'm going to buy one of those before I go home in October. And the family I stay with, they're like, oh, no, we'll make you one. So the mom that I stay with, she's been knitting me, like crocheting me one. And it's pretty cool.
Yeah, the Icelandic wool is, there's a lot to be said about Icelandic sheep.
Yeah.
But I'll say that I know firsthand the wool is warm and the meat is delicious.
Yes, it is. It is. I have a set of mittens for myself that are homemade of the sheep wool, and but what's crazy to me is they're just free roaming. They're free range, and when I first got here, I'm like, you guys just let them go and nothing's gonna eat them, and they're like, there's no predator here that can get them,
Yeah, the only predators to the Icelandic sheep are the humans.
Exactly. Exactly. And it's it's a good thing to to have, like when you're out hiking, you don't have to worry about a grizzly bear or running into a moose that has a baby moose with it, that could attack you and hurt you.
Yeah, no, the sheep are sometimes inconvenient if they're just hanging out on the road.
Yeah, you come around the corner and then it's weird because some of them, like if you're off in the highlands or out on a dirt road somewhere, and you drive by them at 40 kilometers an hour with a car, they take off running. And then there's other ones that just stand there and watch you. And I had a set a couple of them the other day that I almost hit in the car because they were just hanging out in the middle of the road. You come around the corner and there they are.
Yeah, a lot of free range horses too.
Yeah.
But it's where they're gonna go. It's not like somebody's gonna take them.
No. That's one thing that some people around here are like, oh, you have to lock everything, lock, and I'm like, this feels like I'm in the middle of Vermont, like where I live. You don't really need to lock much. You're just out in the country. Nobody's gonna steal anything from it because they're gonna figure it out who it is real quick. But looks like they're talking to one of the drivers here. That is the sheep.
Yes, Roland.
Yep.
Roland. This is Ingimar. I believe is the sheep driver. I'm sorry, no, it's Paul Scholl.
Mm-hmm.
So I wish I could. My understanding of Icelandic language is marginal, but my Icelandic lip reading is non-functional. So I can't tell you exactly what they're saying.
So it looks like we are signaled to that we could take a break. So we will take a quick break, and I would say we'll 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah,
20?
sometime before the action starts again.
Yeah, of course. So
please stay tuned. Please like, share, subscribe to the Fuel Kött channel, and tell all of your friends. I believe track number 3, which is our next track, is the time track. So it's the one track where it's a timed race, and so you're going to see people on the hammer. Absolutely.
Yeah, this is. I think this one I will be liking this one. So
it's lots of fun. So we will be back.
Hér höfum við kúrekan.
Sælir.
Hvernig hefur það?
Bara geggjað það.
Er þetta ekki gaman?
Þetta er svo gaman sko. Í alveg, þetta ætti að vera hverja helgi.
Þetta ætti að vera hverja helgi? Já. Ræður veski við það?
Nei, engan veginn. Nei, samt að vera samt málið láta sig dreyma.
Já.
Við getum alveg hitt ykkur stílónmúsk eða eitthvað, hann getur græðið þetta fyrir okkur.
Er það ekki?
Ég tjóta það gaman maður.
Það var eina vitið.
Það verður aldrei gaman.
Já. En ég var beðinn að koma á framfæri hérna fyrir alla sem horfa á live að þú ert einhleypur.
Jú, maður er single.
Það er kallilega single.
Það er nefnilega þið sá hvað maður er sætur. Það er bara svoleiðis. Óskiljanlegt maður skuli vera þetta, en það veit allan að það fylgir torfærubíll með. Já. Það verður að vera alltaf þannig með. Það er alveg pakki. Já. Það er pakkadíll. Það er pakkadíllinn sko. Það er bíllinn og ég sko.
Og svo er afsláttarkóði með honum úr blöss frá Geir.
algjörlega, sko, ég er með 80%, sko. 80% afsláttinn, sko.
Þannig ef hann dugir ekki þá getur hann keypt hjálpartæki.
Fullt aðeins. Ég græja þetta, þetta er ekkert vesen, sko.
Herru, illa gott gangi vel.
Tjekka, herru, kannski sjáum.
Herru, kíkjum nú aðeins hérna á Skarfinn sem að taka þátt í sinni annarri keppni að ég held, er það ekki rétt? Jú, það er önnur keppni og þið eru mætt hérna með þennan bíl.
Já.
Og hvernig leggst torfæru heimurinn í þig?
Mjög vel.
Þetta er draumur 1?
Já. Það er nú anskoti gaman allavega.
Já. Og vel stemdur fyrir restina af deginum?
Já. Nema að rata þetta.
Já.
Það þarf GPS.
Já.
Og sjálfstýringu.
Það er bara þannig, sko.
Já, ég held það.
Og vélinn góð, bílinn góð?
Já, þetta bara virka fínt.
Allt gott?
Já.
Það er bara einhverja beauty aðgerið núna?
Já. Eitthvað verið að þöndra bara.
Já. Það er bara illa gott. Ég segi bara gangið vel í dag.
Já, þakka þér fyrir.
Þá höldum við áfram. Sko, verið að taka ljósmyndir. Nei, við erum alltaf yfir og kíkja á hann Skúla á Simba. Hér eru við mættir hjá Simba Racing. Höfum við ökumann bifreiðarinnar hér? Já. Hvað segirðu?
Ágætt.
Ágætt?
Já.
Ekki nógu gott?
Nei, alls ekki, sko.
En hvað gerðist upp á kantinum hjá þér?
Það datt út yngju en bara miðja leiðin upp brekkuna.
Já. En það er ekki engin uppgjöf?
Nei, alls ekki.
En hvað er verið að modda núna í hollíinu?
Bara verið að reyna að logga þetta og sjá hvort það sést eitthvað hvað gerðist.
Já. Þannig að það er bara fullferðað sem eftir að deginum?
Já.
Ég segi bara góða skemmtun og gangið vel.
Já, takk fyrir.
Svo erum við hérna með hann Kristín Kjartansson. Hvað segirðu, Stinni?
Ég er góður.
Þú ert á hinum endanum. Þeir eru búin að vera að horfa og hlusta á þennan í dag.
Já, það er bara eina vonda, það er ekki myndavel á mér, sko. Ég ætti ekki að vera svona celebrity eins og þessi hér.
Nei, enda eru myndalegri mennirni settið fyrir fram á vél, sko.
Þetta snýst bara að útvarsvarendina hinum með, sko.
Já.
En ekki það ég sé bara það,
Sumir eru byggðir fyrir sjónvarp, aðrir út.
Það er nákvæmlega þannig.
En hvað er allan Þór Þormar sé? Ef þú var alltaf?
Já. Hvað sagði hann með Simba?
Erum við hljóðum inn? Hérna eru við mættir í pittin hjá Þór Þormari, hann er í öðru sæti. Þór Þormar!
Já.
Hvernig hefur það?
Ég er góður.
Á hverju varst að velta bílnum?
Viltu hreinskilsvar?
Varst að eyðileggja spoilerinn?
Nei, ég var aðalega að spá ég að taka ekki ómikið fórskot þannig að þetta er leiðileg keppni fyrir áhorfið.
Já, hér hugsum við áhorfendurna fyrst og fremst.
Fyrst og fremst aðdáendur og áhorfendur.
Já, 10 stig frá þér niður í palla.
Já.
Það verður hart barist.
Nei, þetta er bara rétt að byrja.
Þetta er rétt að byrja.
En ég ætla að taka samt afgerandi fórstu í þessari braut en við höfum bara að taka eitthvað annars þar.
Það er bara þannig.
Er það ekki?
Jú, ég segi bara fulla ferð og góða skemmtun.
Takk fyrir.
Það er bara þannig. Það er þannig.
og fara að koma sér bara fyrir þar. Og svo þarf ég að biðja Jóhann Egilsson að kíkja hérna aðeins upp í stjórnstöð ef hann mögulega getur. En eins og ég segi, það best fyrir fólk að fara að koma sér í brekkuna. Má ekki missa einni sekúndu af átökunum. Og eins líka það bara öruggara upp á þegar keppendur fara að koma sér úr pitti og annað. Takk fyrir.
Hér höfum við aftur Þór Þormar Pálsson sem sagði mér fyrir þessa keppni að hann myndi taka dollu á loft.
Nei, ég sagði við að ég myndi taka fyrsta sætið.
Já, fyrsta sætið. Já. Í hverju þá?
Nú, í sérubunum flóknum.
Já. Þú stefnir á það?
Nei, ég er að fara að gera það.
Þú ert að fara að gera það. Þannig að áhorfendur með að bara bíða spenntir. Það verður hart barist.
Já, það er bara þannig.
Veistu hvað þú verður í tímabeltinu?
Ég er aftalega 14., 15.
Þannig að nægu tími.
Nægu tími.
Þetta er yndislegt.
Þetta er bara dásanlegt.
Er það ekki?
Það bara vantar bara miklu meira fólki hérna.
Já. Við erum bara með svo...
Því líka veðrið, því líka bara sjóið hérna.
Þið sem eru heima að horfa og eru nálægt, rífið ykkur upp úr sófanum, það er hádegishlé og komið þetta niður yfir. Það má horfa live seinna.
Þú færð ekki frítt tann hvernig sem er, sko.
Það er þannig, ekki hér.
Í öðru er Þór Þormar með 330, Páll Skjóndal í þriðja með 320 hörku baráttuðarnir fyrstu þremur. Svo kemur Guðmundur Elíasson aðeins eftir þeim með 240 í fjórðasæti. 5. Geir Evert 210. Finnur í 7. sæti með 200. Andri Þórður Atli í 7. með 190. Andri þar á eftir í 8. með 180 og svo Atli Jamil 9. 170. Ingi Már Björnsson með 130. Í 10. og í 11. Ásar Guðlaugi með 120 báðir. Pétur og Skúli deila 13. sætinu með 110. Daniel og
Er alltaf hafast hér?
Það kemur alltaf nýtt vandamál sko, en við erum held í að leysa þetta.
Hvað ert í rásröð fyrir næstu braut?
Ég er næst síðastur held ég.
Þú ert með tíman með þér í þessu?
Já, í bili. Það er langt til að kemur nýtt vandamál.
Það er mjög jafnt þarna á milli fyrstu 3 manna og svo eins á milli frá 4. og raunverulega alveg niður í 9. sæti er mjög jafnt á milli manna. Og næsta þraut er tímaþrautin. Hún liggur hér eitthvað á svæðið fram og tilbaka og skrens og stökk og endar svo hérna í pollinu. Hún er fleiktið í pollinu. Þeir geta nú ekki kvartað við því strákandi þó þeir blotta þessi í þetta skipti því að þeir þurfa nú bara að standa hérna í sólinni 5 mínútur þegar þeir eru þurrir. Líka veðrið sem við hófum í dag. Keppendurnir láta ekki segja sér þetta til þessar, þeir eru bara að byrja að stilla sér upp þarna niður í pit. Bjarnþór er að vera fyrstur í tímaþrautina. þetta að fara að gerast? Þá þetta að fara að gerast. Gunnar, dómari, búinn að kveikja á talstöðinni sinni. Þá komið skýring á þessari smávæðilu töf. Bjartur Elíasson á Olsen áttaður á fyrstur. En hann ákvað að fara aftur fyrir. Þeir mega að gera það einu sinni í keppni. Þannig að sama hvort þeir eru fremstir eða fyrir miðju eða hvar það er. Ef það er eitthvað bila hjá þeim og þau eru einhverjulega þögn að treysta sér ekki til þess að mæta á réttum tíma, þá mega þeir fara aftur fyrir og ræsa seinastir í brautina. Og mér minnir að refsingin hljómi upp á það að það fá þeir bara 50% þeirra stiga sem þeir annars hefðu fengið. Þannig að ef þeir fá 300 stig fyrir þrautina, hefðu átt að þá fá þeir bara 150 ef þeir fara aftur fyrir. Nokkuð vissum að sé þannig. Þannig að Bjartur fer aftur fyrir. Þá þetta bara að verða klárt. Ég veit ég búinn að segja jæja og klárt svolítið oft, en Helgi kominn í lið, þannig að hann byrjar þá, víst að Bjartur fer aftur fyrir. Helgi H. Jóhannesson á rundanum.
Okay.
Hello?
Ready to go, Andrew?
Yes. All right, Formula Offroad fans, we are back. And we are
doing time attack this time.
Joining you in the midst of first driver in track number 3. This is Rude, right? This is Ruden?
Yeah. But they were I think that the stream is a little bit behind because they were trying to show us some track maps, but
okay, yeah, and I'm actually not familiar with where I didn't look at the track map for number 3. So
I haven't either. And I do believe though that I think they started a few minutes early. They sent the first truck a few minutes early.
Okay, well, you know, officials are ready and their first car is ready, and then it's time to go.
Yeah, that's right.
We're going to see how this time track is scored a little bit differently, and the penalty points are assessed a little bit differently. So the penalties, I believe, are worth 50% of normal. So if touching a stick if touching the gate marker with the wheel would be a 20-point penalty, it's only a 10-point penalty in the time track. And the fastest car is first place, and then minus any penalties he has. So the fastest car will get 350 points for his time. And then the next fastest car, I believe it's a 1-point reduction for every second that you're behind. Yeah.
Here we go.
If that's, yeah. So start off, you come down sort of down the low edge of the hill, and then you come up side hilling and up and over the hill, and then have to make that turn, a series of turns, and then you sort of sprint to the finish line, or should I say skim to the finish line.
Oh, they have you have to do a complete 180, like horse barrel racing around the tire there in the center.
Yep.
And then across the water. So they're not just going to give them a full run at it. They're going to check them up a little bit.
Yeah,
I think if they let them come from that first tire, it would be a bit of a fast skim into the pits.
Well, but it's not necessarily an advantage. You don't want to hit the water at full speed, because while you're on the water, you have to continue accelerating.
That's true.
What makes the cars able to drive across the water is that you don't want to be, if you start at full speed, you can only slow down, and when you slow down is when you sink.
Yeah. Now, were you able to gather any information from any of the drivers when we were on our lunch break?
So I was walking around the pit a little bit, and Atle Yamal didn't have time to talk, but he's in the midst of replacing the transmission in Raptor.
Okay.
So the Raptor is likely going to return, but they needed to do a transmission swap. I know that on the beloved Aunt that took that hard hit and broke the frame on track number 2.
Yeah.
I believe it was track number 2. Actually, it was track number 1, maybe. But Brela the repairs are underway, and the expectation is that we'll see the beloved Aunt return today.
Awesome.
And we have, and walking around, it looks like Thor Formula they've made some repairs on the body of Thor, and nothing like a couple hundred zip ties to hold the fenders back on.
Zip stitch.
Yep, zip stitched up. And so everybody is working sort of furiously, either on their own cars or helping the others, right? Yep. So this is the camaraderie that we have come to expect in this sport is there and shining through. And several people who are knowledgeable mechanics or talented fabricators are there doing it too. So they're not necessarily part of a team. They're not necessarily here often. But if you have the knowledge and the ability and the willingness to help, they'll take it.
Yeah.
Because they're not too proud. And I went and picked up several of the teams, often have shirts or hats or something available, and buying them is a way to support the teams and to show your support. And this is a sport that only costs money, right? There's no way to generate revenue in the sport, but help offset some of those costs. Supporting the teams financially is a great thing to do. So some people just walk up and give them a few hundred kroners. Some people buy T-shirts or sweatshirts or hats.
I think now that we have an English and a U.S. broadcast, I think maybe they should try to get into online stores, for their apparel to sell to the Americans.
That would, I think that would be great. And there is a little bit of a it's difficult sometimes with the shipping and all, and a lot of those products are very expensive here in Iceland because they have to import the shirts or the hats or whatever and do the imprintation or the logos. But I think there are opportunities for fulfillment centers and things where they could do that. So, but certainly anybody interested who's watching this can go through the Fuelkott, Fuelkott.is or Fuelkott.is is the website, and reach out and contact and say, hey, I'd love to get in touch with Thor about how to get a sweatshirt. I'd love to get in touch with Vikingur about how to get a hat. Yeah,
because there's many, Americans like you and myself that are going back and forth across the pond that can bring and then ship from our houses, if need be.
Yeah, it's funny. almost every time I come to a Formula Offroad race, I meet another American who has come. Often it's their first race, but somebody says, "Oh, hey, go talk to Andrew." You know, we don't have time to talk to you or whatever, but you know they do. But it really is. I think my insistency on being here and finding out how to get involved and how to learn about the teams. Maybe initially was viewed as annoying, but I think the people say that I'm genuinely passionate and interested in it, which has gone a long way in building some what I consider to be lifelong friendships.
Of course. That's like me with the snowmobiles here. That's how I got obviously coming and setting up snowmobiles and stuff for the guys, but I've built lifelong friendships. And now some people that feel like a family to me, which is amazing. And I mean, the Icelandic people, they're if you're a good person, they're very, very accepting and very, welcoming of you.
It's not hard to build the bridge. You just have to avoid burning it.
Exactly.
And it's easy. Like you said, as long as your heart's in the right place, and there's not likely to be a lot of problems. So here we go. Further Atli in driving Spaden, spade. So this is the
ace of spades.
The ace of spades. Yes, there we go. The ace of spades. They should put a picture of Lemmy on the hood.
We were talking about that last night. That would be cool.
There's an Icelandic motorsports channel years ago called Motorhead.
Yeah.
And so this Lemmy would be great maybe on the roof. I'll talk to them. Maybe, or if somebody watching does, print a big sticker of Lemmy to either on the roof or on the belly. I'm not sure which is better.
Somewhere it's got to be.
Yeah, they have the ace of spades up. So, so Further Atli Grund Gudnjarsson driving Spaden. So
your Icelandic pronunciation, though, man, it's on point.
I've only been working on it for many years.
How fluent are you with it? With like conversation though.
I'm not really. No one would accuse me of being fluent. I'm functional.
Okay.
I considered it a great achievement on one of my solo trips to Iceland. So without my wife, I came to Iceland, and I didn't have to use my English.
Yeah.
Nobody thought that I was a native speaker, though. There's no danger of that happening ever, I think. But I understand a lot more than I say, and the more often I come and the longer I'm here, the better I get.
Yeah, but Spade, he is off and running, but a big cloud of smoke or dust there.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to see, and we have a little remote angle now. One of our drones was injured by some flying debris, and so they're staying back a little bit more. But here we go, and he's got to come. He's got to go around, so it's through that gate.
That gate's pretty tight for
this. The gate is pretty tight. And then around the tire here.
Oh, okay. This one is when they do the complete 180 around. Or 360.
It's a big 360 around that.
And here they come. First one to get across the water.
Here we go. Skim. Keep it up. And so you see a lot of oscillation in that front axle there. And so there really is. There's a magic relationship between your rate of acceleration, wheel speed, and suspension.
Of course.
You see a lot of the cars that have adjustable suspension will lower it when they're skimming. But of course, here in Akureyri at this track, the skim is only part of the time track, and you don't want a flat suspension for the rest of the course.
No, of course not.
So there's no chance here to do it. Or you'll see sometimes when guys are going to be running the water, they'll actually use ratchet straps to try to bind their suspension.
All right.
Or further limited it. So
here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, so I guess that was all right. Spaden was our second car. The Spade was our second car on track number 3. Our first car had a total of 40 points. And was not able to complete the track and didn't make it to the skim. And Helgi Heiðar in his first Formula Offroad appearance. I'm not sure what happened to the car. I did see it was carried off by some equipment, so hopefully they'll have it up and running now.
Yeah, because there's another driver driving that car, so.
There is another driver. Now, it is possible if, for mechanical reasons, if your car is not ready when it's your turn, So you can you can come as the last car in on that track.
Okay.
But you can only then earn half the points. So your points would be cut in half. So half the points are better than no points. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, right. Half the points are better than no points, but we have, there's no opportunity to then get a full ride. But if your car's just not quite ready, mechanically speaking, but you have to announce that you're going to take that last spot, and you can only do that once per race.
Okay. So only one track.
Yep.
You can do that too.
Only one track you can do that too. There's a good shot of Bílaklubbar Akureyri. This is the edge of the pits, and this is the warm-up and breakdown zone there we're taking a look at. So Spaden, I guess, towards the end of the skim there, he must have lost it outside of the view of our camera. So
yeah, and out of the view of us too. So
yeah.
More than what our camera is.
And it looks like next we're gonna have Ingimar and the bomb, Smide Bomben. I think Smide is like the factory where they make the bomb, so maybe it's the bomb factory, or
yeah.
But it's just easier to say the bomb. Ingimar, we've been talking a lot today about Scully and Ingvar having the opportunity to be an Icelandic champion. Of course, that's the prize of the day, right? That's the biggest award possible today. But anybody wants to win today, and nobody would say like, all right, well, I'm not going to push hard today just so that Ingvar can be the champion, right? Ingvar has to win today in order to be the Icelandic champion.
Yeah.
And so we'll see. This looks like I believe this is going to be a rodeo. No, this is the bomb is coming up in here. So Ingimar and the bomb. So we have 310 points for
took them 1
for
minute,
Spaden.
2 seconds.
Yeah, so 1 minute 2 seconds. So it would have been 350 points and then minus 40 points of penalty that he incurred.
If we hit a marker, something like that.
So there we go. We have the bomb now lost in a cloud of dust, but there we go. So the drone is going to help us here.
Yeah, and they go into that shadow there. I know racing motocross, snowcross, when the sun is like that and there's shadows on the racetrack, it becomes very difficult to pick your line sometimes.
Yeah.
And they have a very big dust factor that we don't have, but we get the snow dust.
Yeah.
That lingers sometimes when it's very cold, but our snow dust doesn't usually cough you up, and I imagine they're having a hard time breathing when they're coming through there.
Well, so there usually is a filtered, pressurized air system inside the helmet.
Okay.
We have, you see here, and he's doing well. He's on it, but almost too much pressure. There we go. Nice, beautiful skim.
Yes.
Let's see how nice and smooth that was. So ideally, you're probably about 35 or 40 miles an hour when you enter the water, and then just constant acceleration through, and that but a lot of it is balance of the car, and there's some ability to steer, but I have seen it actually on this very track. I've seen it where a car then spun a 360, and by the time he was facing the wrong direction, he wasn't skimming anymore.
Oh, yeah.
And that was bad. Actually, I saw also on this track, I've seen one roll over. He didn't realize one of his tires was flat, and it caused a lot of drag in one of the front wheels, and so he went sideways, and then the car had slowed down enough, it caught the water, and it flipped over. It's really quite scary because you realize he's underwater, right? And while there's filtered air breathing, blowing into his helmet to help keep him breathing clean air, it's not SCBA. Right?
No,
it's not designed. It's not a scuba suit.
No.
And so it really is. It's quite thrilling. And the safety crew gets full kudos. The driver, fortunately, was uninjured and had the presence of mind to get himself uncoupled from the seatbelt and out of the car. But there were at least two of the safety crew, were already in this water that's waist deep, and that doesn't sound like a terrible depth, you know, but it is if you're from the waist up, you're buried in water. So it's a lot of fun, you know, but sometimes can be quite thrilling in the bad kind of ways, you know. And we have looking for our next competitor. It looks like it's going to be maybe Gummi Eliasson.
Yeah.
Otiman or Rodeo. This is the car with the rear steer. So here on this track, rear steer is one of the places that, you know, he really ought to shine. You know, but thinking about how to control, and of course, when you're in a car and you turn the wheel sharply, you know how the car behaves. But if you turn the front wheels and you turn the rear wheels at the same time, the car has a totally different behavior. So there's a sort of a magic relationship that has to happen. Gummi's been doing a great job making it look effortless, but it's twice as hard to drive a car that steers at both ends.
Yeah, what I was gathered some information on it is he's got a joystick inside there. And when he completely releases the joystick, it allows the tires to come back to straight.
Yeah, they self-center.
Yeah, so I mean that is definitely an advantage, because if you were trying to drive the buggy at the rate that he's driving it at, and trying to turn and choose lines and, you know, pay attention to your throttle position and everything, and try to recenter that at the same time, it'd be pretty difficult.
Yeah, it really is. So, Gestur Ingolson in the car called Dremrun has rear steer that also self-centers. He used a kit from a company called Stasworks out by you, actually.
Okay.
In northern middle of the U.S. I think Michigan or Minnesota, one of those.
Yeah, and I'm actually a Minnesota native in the winter times. Yeah, snowcross racing. So.
So the Stasworks system has worked very well. And Gestur is self-center, but he also has a thumb joystick a thumb button that he wiggles, and then he can lock it in place. So if he wants to lock the rear axle outside of center, he can.
Yeah, you can see there he just took that corner much better than the than the other cars have so far. Let's see how he does on this 360 corner.
Yeah, well, see, he's got that rear axle turned, and it's helping him make a nice, tight, quick.
Yeah, that was much quicker than the other one.
Lots of control.
He should top it. Oh, he's struggling to get through the water.
Bouncing a little bit on his suspension, and that makes it very difficult.
Let's see what they give him.
That's either steam coming off the water, haven't hit the exhaust, or looks like maybe it's a little more than that. But he may have taken some water in the intake. You know, you get that air filter too wet, and they don't like to run very much.
Oh.
So I can't, from where we're sitting, I can't hear if he's still running or not. And the drone view footage is great, but the drone audio doesn't do much for me.
No.
So but we have, the good news is that, you know, if you're going to break down, it's better to break down after the water than in the water.
Then you're sitting in some. Oh, it looks like they're trying to refire.
Back up and running. Yeah, so maybe his intake got wet, or sometimes, you know, a distributor or sensors or something gets a little wetter than it wants to be and gives some trouble. Then we have a nice shot of that rear steer axle. So it's a double acting hydraulic cylinder.
Yep.
That's connected. I know that they have a backup plan in place. If some reason the steering is not working, they can remove that cylinder and those steering arms and replace it with a fixed pipe. And so it just makes it a front wheel steering car, right?
Just like the rest of the field.
But yeah, but if you in the event of disaster, it's not such a disaster.
No.
But
quick fix.
A quick fix. And it's important to keep that, you know, having the strength, because there's tremendous stresses on that axle, especially being the steering axle, the steering knuckles and those joints. But
got a pretty good hop there at the end that set him off a little bit.
Yeah, and once you're skipping and not skimming, you know, every time you hit the water, it slows you down, and it's inevitable.
Just like a skipping stone. It's gonna go under eventually.
Yep, 100% of the time. Never left one up. Yeah, so this is Skafrin. Peter driving the ugly bird. This is Skafrin is a little bit like if a vulture and a duck were to have babies. That would be a Skafrin. So, and for those who may be just tuning in, I'm Andrew.
I'm Brad.
And we're here in Akureyri in the north of Iceland for the season finale of Icelandic Torfæra, or Formula Offroad race. This is track number 3, which is a timed track. So we see here, looks like our fearless leader in the spade is still holding the lead, 310 points, 1.25 seconds, I think it was.
Here we go.
And here we go, yeah. So
looks to be he's carrying a little bit more speed than other trucks through this section.
Yeah, well, you know, you got best visibility before the dust gets kicked up.
Yep.
You know, so there's an advantage to having a little bit of time to wait to be told to start. And so making sure, and he's, you know, navigating his line and finding, it looks like maybe he got a little close to the marker with the rear wheel there.
Oh, he just barely gets into that.
Definitely
gate.
got, yeah. And so, but he's going still, and he's still going.
Coming down. Oh, runs over that. That'll be a penalty, correct?
I think maybe, unless I missed a memo.
Oh, and they are stopping him.
He went out of bounds. He took the wrong line somewhere along the line. But he's not aware of it yet.
No.
Oh, now he's aware of it. They got his attention. Yeah, he's back to the pits. So
Gotta be frustrating.
He won't get any points, and that's the thing on the time track is if you go, if you hit the gates out of line or if you miss a gate, you don't get any points. You don't get the points that you should. Right? So we see here the current the 3 cars that have finished. You know, even a third place guy has 260 points on this track, and one of the other cars only earned 40. So you get some points for the gates minus the penalties, and you get some points, but there's a huge difference between 40 and 260. You see a big discrepancy right now.
I think they're definitely gonna overlook that, but I think it was right here. No, I don't know where he went out.
Oh, maybe he didn't. It looks like in the replay he didn't miss that gate. Okay, there he is.
I don't know. Maybe.
I think he was maybe already done by this point, though. But we'll see. You know, sadly, we don't always know until after the whole track is over why they flagged him out. But and the reason for having multiple course referees or judges is so that we can make sure that, you know, everybody gets a fair shake.
Exactly.
I want it to be the right thing there. All right, sorry. We
some more technical difficulties for these first-time broadcasters.
Yeah, well, you know,
it's okay.
The only problem with this being our first time is that next time, if we say we'll do this, they expect a lot more. They expect us to be better each time.
Yeah, the status quo is going to be higher.
Right, but you know, I think I'll demand I want 2 mixes next time, not just one.
Yeah.
2.
You didn't grab another mix on lunch.
And I should have. But I cheated and had an Appleseed. So.
Oh, okay. I like the Appleseed.
So here we go. Greifa Helgason and
aunt number 2.
Bjarre 2, right? My beloved aunt number 2. This is Greifa. So this is the guy who owns both of the cars, and of course, beloved aunt number 1 is still having the front end repaired, having a nose job, as we say, and
or a facelift.
Yep, facelift.
Okay, through there.
Yep, coming through the gates and going hard on the throttle.
Oh, he's a fine.
So far, so good.
Okay.
Don't see anyone waving furiously.
They give him a thumbs. He stopped.
Yep, he stopped. And the problem with stopping right there is you get, you know, the dust then clouds your vision.
Exactly.
As long as you stay ahead of the dust, you're maybe in good shape. He's got to come around and make this tight, and it's a wide. Yep,
yeah, but he got in.
A couple of penalty points there, but he's still going. And there we go. And now he gets to come around, you see it's a little bit wet there, which can be an advantage and a disadvantage. He's making a wide swing.
Giving himself a little more run, it
Staying
looks
on the
like.
throttle.
Straightening up.
And there we go. And there's a little bit of oscillation in that front suspension.
Yeah, but he
slumming him up. But a nice run. Looks like he finished off.
Wait a moment. Initial scoring.
And so Greimer, probably, it's gonna boil down to time to see how he did, but I would expect him to have at least 200 points. Didn't feel like it was a lot slower. But I wish there was a clock visible from here, from where they were, and they're coming back. We're looking down at the play of him coming up, but it looks like he was through the gate nicely there. And then, not sure what this stop was for. It looks like maybe he was having a hard time figuring out where he was going, or just too much dust. It looked like maybe he was trying to clear the dust from his face.
Yeah.
And with this time track, you cannot go the wrong way through a gate, and you cannot go the wrong way around the tire, the 360 tire. And so we'll have to see. Danny Jr. in Green Thunder is next on track 3. He's the next competitor to be ready. I should be looking at the track order to see if we're staying in order of who's supposed to be. So like I said, you can, if your car is not ready mechanically, perhaps Otley is supposed to be next. But if he's repairing his transmission or finishing his transmission swap, he's maybe asked to be last.
Of course.
So we'll see what Danny Danielson, Danny Jr. can do in Green Thunder.
I think the fewer older body style cars definitely have more of a chance to get towards the top in this one, because it doesn't have that the aggressive gnarly hills to climb and stuff. So I think this one maybe could be a better advantage for them.
It could be. I don't know. I've been following the sport long enough that to me, that's kind of what they're supposed to look like.
Yeah.
Right? These Formula Offroad cars. And so I like, aesthetically, it's pleasing to me because it reminds, it seems like the real thing.
Yeah.
These newer cars a lot, have a very different cockpit location and stance and style. And so I definitely, I like the look of the old school. But there's no question about it that the performance of some of these newer cars and the way that they're tuned with their suspension and all is probably superior. So, just like any given Sunday, it could be anybody's race and day. Nice. He's doing a very good job.
Yes, he is.
Climbed up that hill. Didn't have the same stop. You see, he's swimming in all that dust.
Yeah,
it's just so much.
Like I was saying, I think that these older body styles are going to be much more competitive in the time trial, and at least on this track, because of it's.
And then you see he wasn't too fast coming around that turn though, so he didn't swing wide. He cleared that gate nicely. And here we go. But you can see too that he's got a little bit more body roll with as high as he sits.
Yeah.
So he's trying to swing it around, and here we go. And then Danny Jr. is going to come, and here comes the water. Nice.
No.
But then so remember talking about you want to accelerate through the skim.
Yeah.
That was a great example of.
He was almost at maximum before he
lost. He lost his acceleration ability,
yep.
and he had to slow down a little bit, and that definitely impacted him. But Danny Jr. in Green Thunder, very a full ride, as they say. So, even if he's some seconds behind, he's going to take some penalty points.
Yeah. Here's a replay of it now. In the water, right there. It's almost like something went wrong for him.
Well, and it could be as simple as his foot slipped off the throttle.
Yeah.
And getting it back quickly enough is just your foot's only got to slip for a minute before you can't get back on it quite as well.
Exactly.
So, but a nice run from Daniel Danielson in Green Thunder. We'll see where that places. I predict it's going to put him in at least 4th place. But it did. It just populated right there. So 4th place, Danielson, 152 points considering time and penalties. So we see that he's 60 points above the beloved aunt there. So the time was a little bit more of a factor. So, and we have this is Cyber Benson.
Mori, the goblin, or
Mori, yeah, the boogeyman.
The boogeyman, yeah.
Oh, and the boogeyman.
Using that Hellcat engine.
Yeah, Hellcat engine. But I don't know what's up with the brake pedal there. I saw the front end plowing. Maybe he lost, or probably that sun coming into it. Factor, because it really is. I mean, that weather's beautiful here, but that bright sunny day is not a good trait when it's in your face.
Really hear that thing digging.
Lots of power, but lots of powder too.
Yeah.
So,
like we were saying, the track, it's gonna deteriorate. Could benefit, or it could help, or it could, put a disadvantage. And I think in that location of the track right there was, I think, it's gonna become harder for the drivers to go through it as the track goes on. Yes. Yeah.
Well, and with this track especially, because the threat of time is there.
Yep.
And you lose valuable points with seconds count, literally. And so, and he just touched the tire there too. I think so.
There we go. Oh, is he gonna get in? Yeah, he ran over the tire.
Well, it sounded like he was. Yeah. So, as his, I don't know if his engine was dying or what the problem was there, but he was no longer accelerating, and sometimes guys run to the side if they think they're going down. It keeps things up.
It looked to me like he was already on a trajectory to the side, and was trying to get himself back into the final gate position.
Yeah. No, and that certainly happens, and when they're skimming, it's not just a straight line that they're in. They, in fact, some drivers, Thor Thormoder will tell you that your fastest time skimming, and he's the world record holder, right? So he knows a little something about this, but he loves to enter the water and just yank the wheel just a little bit and then get it back, because he really wants each of his tires in a clear path. Okay. So he doesn't want the back tires right behind the front tires. He wants to crab walk across so that each tire has an opportunity in flat water to pull itself along. And right, wrong, or indifferent, like I said, the guy's a world record holder, so what do I know about it? I can only listen to his advice, and the advantage is that all the mistakes he made to get him to that conclusion, I can start with. Yep. So I could be the world's fastest driver on water one day, because I'm already just as smart as the guy who already is. So we'll see. I wouldn't claim to be the smartest Thor in almost anything, actually, but he's a super guy. And anybody who's interested, come to one of these races and go down to the pit. And if you find someone, Thor will tell you that he doesn't speak English well, but it's fine. And he's any one of these people are so helpful and friendly and so ready to share their sport and their culture and their language. You can learn some Icelandic words. Hear Brad saying, Mirkot, very good.
Kosedu, how are you?
Yeah. Right, you can't have not picked something up.
I've got a little bit.
Been here for a couple of months.
It's a difficult language to learn, though.
It is, for sure. I thought the worst part's trying to learn the language for many years now. The worst part for me is the ability to hear it, because so many of the words have such a subtle inflection, or they're spoken on the inhalation. Right?
Yeah.
And so it makes it a very different, it's just a very difficult thing to hear for the first time. Whoa.
Okay.
That's one way to make the turn.
Sideways.
It's the only one to be on the wrong side of that particular marker. Everyone has been on the wrong side of the other marker.
He is on the hammer.
Geert Evert is making it count.
Yeah.
Leaving no horses unpowered.
That I would be willing to guess that's going to top the time.
I think he used all 8 cylinders.
I think so.
I mean, it's difficult to tell from here, but it looked and sounded like there was no shortage of fuel. He wasn't looking for mileage on that.
No, not economy efficient on that one.
Must have topped off his fuel cell before he started, because certainly.
I mean, right here he just powers on the gas to get it around, and that's some good driving right there.
Well, it is, and I got to tell you that I think that maybe if he didn't have that independent rear suspension, a solid rear axle might have toppled over in that particular.
Exactly.
And I don't think it was an intentional move. He wasn't showing off his drifting skills.
No.
Right? It's just a combination of inertia and the terrain. But I think that independent rear suspension may have just saved that run for him. And
I agree.
If it's faster than 1.25 seconds.
101.
101.1. Gert Everett. A commanding lead. And so he gave up a total of 20 penalty points. But solidly in first place.
Yeah.
And he needs it for the day because he's not done well on the first 2 tracks.
No. I think that was a little bit of a revenge run right there.
But and that's great. You know, he saw an opportunity to move up, and he's taken it. And so I don't think 330 points is going to put him in the top spot, you know, up of the day so far. But it certainly puts him in the hunt for the podium today, which is fantastic.
So we got Olsen. Not Olsen, just Olsen.
Okay, just regular Olsen.
Yeah.
Olsen won. Olsen won. Driver number 86, and coming out of a hole like he's been smacked.
Yeah.
You know, that's a scalded cat there. Here we go. Gudlager Helgason. Gully, he's Gully the Gold. This is a experienced driver, and just a great guy. You know. I mean, it's hard to not say that about almost all these guys, because all the ones that I've met and know. But
he's on the power there, but you get a little sputtering going.
Yeah, well, and that's that's probably that LS going after hitting the nitrous. But this is, when seconds count, these guys aren't afraid to be on the throttle, and you see this is the track today where it's all about the throttle and not the finesse.
Yeah.
Right, because everywhere else the time doesn't matter, and the advancement matters. And here you have to advance.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Staying on it.
Yeah. Here you go. Hearing screaming, winding out. Beautiful.
Wow.
I mean,
that was a good run.
It looked like it was just wet dirt he was riding
on.
Right. He didn't. No oscillation in the suspension. That's a well-tuned, well-balanced car. And a guy that's, it sounded like he was wide open when he entered the water. So I don't know if he was who knows what he was doing.
It sounds like from the point he entered that corner, the 360, to the time he's finished, right about there, he didn't lift.
Yeah. No, that was a great run, and he may be taking that top spot from Gert Everett.
Yeah,
so we'll see if Gulager and Olsen.
Just Olsen.
Not just Olsen. Oh, that's what they should call it. Just Olsen.
Yeah.
There's just Olsen and then Olsen. Maybe the next car won't be Olsen. Maybe it'll be just Olsen 3 or Olsen Cubed.
Yeah, like they did some Roman numerals.
Ooh.
Yeah,
okay.
Like Olsen the 3rd.
Yeah. But then most of us would just call it Threer instead of just looking for 3. Threer. So Skulli Christensen and Simbi, this is the Icelandic national points leader coming into today. Certainly is going to be on the podium for the Icelandic competition, but that doesn't mean he's going to be on the podium today in Akureyri for the Greifa Formula. So this is an important track because, as we saw with Gert Everett, there's a lot of opportunity to make a lot of points, and Skulli has no shortage of power with that Whipple supercharged Coyote engine.
Yes.
He's easily making 1,000 horsepower, and he's ready to go. So wheels start turning and the timing begins. This course, being a timed course, is obviously there's automatic triggers for the clock, start and stop. So it's not a matter of someone's perception, it's just a matter of when he passes the lines. Here we go. Skully's doing well. So we saw Gert Everett having some trouble here, and then we saw Boogeyman had some trouble down in there, so it's getting real soft and loose down there. And of course, as they're digging it, it's creating more dust.
He's definitely making some time through there. You got a good sector there.
Yeah. And off, and that nice, looks like a nice clean entry through that gate that's been giving so many people trouble. So, being the fastest guy is great, but being really close to the fastest guy and having no penalty points is what puts you on top.
Here he comes. Rev limiter.
Yeah, sounds like he was hitting the rev limiter, but I think still accelerating. I mean, that was the transmission trying to keep up with what he's doing. So
let's see where
great,
that puts him.
great. That's going to be. It's going to come close on time, I think, and it might be a clean run. There might be no penalty points. I didn't see any, at least from where I'm sitting. And of course, I'm watching the same screen that our viewers are. So we shall see. So right now, Greifa is leading the time with 1:01.1. So we'll see if Scully's time is going to be close enough to that to let Scully come up ahead. So waiting to see what that result is going to be. So track number 3, it looks like we're almost halfway through.
But here's the guy that is chasing him in the points right after.
Vikingurinn, the Viking. So Ingvar is in the hunt, and the only guy who can knock Scully off the top place in the podium for the Icelandic Championship for the year. So, as a hopeful Íslandsmeistari.
Oh, he tops everybody with a 59.6.
Oh, look at that. Scully is in the lead solidly for this track.
Definitely needed that.
Definitely needed those points. And Ingvar can't leave a whole lot of space between them. So Ingvar needs to do everything he can do to get through and get clean. So taking a nice high path through that gate.
I think he's leaving it all out on the track today.
Oh, absolutely. Well, he can't. There's no substitute, right?
No.
So he needs to be first today if he wants to be first for the year.
Exactly.
And he's had a he's had a good season, but not a great season.
Yeah.
And so this is where some dedication and commitment and a little bit of luck is going to be just as important as everything else today. But the car's running well. And this is a car. This car's been racing, I think, since 2012 or 13. It's under several different owners and several different names.
A little bit of oscillation, but not too bad. We will see where that puts him.
Suspension tuned, and looking at Scully's score, so Scully Christensen had 340 points. So that was 350 points for being the fastest guy, and a 10-point penalty for touching one of the gates. Somewhere. I didn't see the foul, but somebody did. And the eye in the sky is always watching.
Here they get a replay of him.
Okay. Yep. Coming back around, seeing Vikingurinn.
Really?
Yeah, and he almost sort of over drifted. Would have been nice if he could keep his momentum, but spun out a little bit on the backside and a little bit of trouble towards the end of the water there, but we'll see where his time, he really wants to be. He's looking for 300 or more points on that run to really stay. All the way up to the top. So 30 penalty points, but Ingvar, the fastest time at 57.3. So we see how quickly things change here.
Yeah.
Right, and you see how quickly. So Greifa had 350 points when he was the fastest time, but now he's down to 293. And so it's anybody's race.
Yeah.
Right?
But I mean, he's only losing 2 points on this track to him. So that's not a huge. He's not letting him run away with it.
Yeah, no, it's certainly not running away, but it helps.
Of course.
And we have. This is the sheep. Roland Paul Skodl. Jonsson is the driver, and the sheep is a tribute to his childhood nickname of his very short and curly hair. As a child, sounds like the car having a hard time getting the RPM up. So
yeah,
I don't know. It sounds like maybe someone forgot to turn on the nitrous. Just really struggling to get up, which is going to hurt him on time, but he's still going.
Yeah,
and that's what's most important here. So we have here we go, coming around the tire. He's doing so well. Gonna make a good run of it. Yep. we have, but you know, it's said that if you ain't first, you're last, but it's also said you can't finish if you don't cross the finish line.
That's true.
Right? So even if, you know, the guy with the slowest time that still crosses the finish line is still earning points.
Exactly.
Thor. You know, I hate to sound like a broken record, but if anybody wants a lesson in how to do this, now's the time to watch.
Yep, I agree.
Thor. You know, I once heard, actually, that Chuck Norris entered the Formula Offroad competition.
Okay.
But then he found out that Thor had already entered, and Chuck removed his entry. And I'm not saying anything other than that's what I heard. I have no corroborating evidence, but if one wanted to go to school, the master is given a show. And new car, still working on some things. Each and every time he takes the car out, there's some adjustments made. Each and every time, you know, a little bit different tune. I know that they've done, work in the engine, in the transmission. The Hughes torque converter has been essential in being able to tune it for the maximum results. But the car is super responsive. Probably the most powerful car we see here today.
Oh yeah, you can see it there.
And a driver who's not afraid to show it. So Florida is known for going all out. There are, you know, if you were to Google Formula Offroad and know nothing about the sport, it'd be hard to find a video that doesn't feature this guy and one of his cars, which are very similar appearing. And he said this is a new car for this year, but Florida he's a talented driver who's, doesn't make a lot of mistakes, but is definitely not afraid to hit it. And here it is. And that's what it looks like when a world champion, the world's fastest man driving on water, that's what it looks like when he drives on the water.
Right before he's going across the water, most of the crowd stands up to watch.
Yeah, right.
They know. They know.
It's like a standing ovation, right?
Yeah.
And so, technically a very good run, probably, one or two penalty points that he's going to be docked from tagging a gate there. But, thoughtful, doesn't get bogged down, car's running beautifully. That Borowski engine is doing, just making tons of power. And with that Hughes torque converter, he can get the power to that power glide. It's a Reed Racing transmission, so it's a very strong case. And the Leonstotter, the Icelandic special transfer case in that car. So, Yukon axles and gears, just everything in the car is dependable. And as they're getting everything dialed in and perfected, Thor is really going to be difficult to catch in the next season, I think. So, for Thormer in fourth place on time at 1.4 seconds.
289 on the point.
I'm sorry, 1.004 seconds, so just 1 second even. So it changes the points of those below him a little bit, but we have we shall see what's happening. It's still kind of anybody's ball game today, so it's gonna be really good for Thor. He was coming in, after not getting the points that he wanted on the first track and not being able to complete the second track. It was good for Thor to have a good finish.
Timmer.
Timmer, the time machine, or Father Time. This is the running that Predator carburetor, the one non-fuel injected engine. This is the old faithful, right? The old 350 small block with a 350 turbo transmission, and technologically was not even up to date when the car was built in the 90s. But it's what happens when a few guys get together and build a car in the garage. I keep hitting the wrong button. I'm really sorry about that. I'm now wondering what these other tracks are. If that's supposed to be a laugh track or whatever that's supposed to be. It sounds a lot like the transmission of Thramer when I got done driving it, but I'm not really sure. But I will own that. That was up on top. Yeah, so I think that counts as hitting the gate, although it's really just a buoy. It's a roundabout. But Thramer's doing well here, and not the fastest car we're going to see today, I think. But
still a solid run.
It's
Let's
a nice
see.
solid run.
Oh, come on.
Oh, okay.
But he's still going.
And so now he's doggy paddling right now. I think I can. So, get a good
Nice,
look.
sure.
So this the water here in Akureyri is probably only about 3 feet deep. You know,
Yeah, I'd say.
if he'd come to a full and complete stop, it would have covered the tires, but not by much. So in not every track, there's not a consistent depth in the water course, and there's
Free wash though.
certain, yeah. It is. You know, often this is the last track of the day. Though it's interesting kind of today that this is the third track, but things are looking good, and certainly not a bad run. And so, you know, anytime you cross the finish line, it's something to be proud of. And doing a car that's, you know, definitely 25-ish years old, you know, definitely more than 20 years, driven by, you know, owned by a handful of people, some of whom have changed over the years, I imagine, and you know, no real consistency to the driver, the mechanic, or anything. It's a community effort. So hopefully the community win.
Already off and running.
Yeah, here we go. This is Jonas in the Rude car, right? His brother-in-law Helge was first up and earned just 40 points. I think he went out of bounds or missed a gate in the track. Now in the time track, if you miss a gate, you could drive a circle and get back to it as long as you don't attempt to go through a different gate next.
Okay.
But Jonas is having some trouble here. It looks like he's dead in the water. Not in the water literally, but it looks like the car's not running. Okay, now he's back. So sometimes that's as easy as you know, your hand hits the wrong switch, but it looks like he's not continuing on the track. He's trying to get himself back to the pit. So they've declared him now not gonna finish. And we'll see what points he earns in the judges' award. Looks like maybe there's a lot of movement there in that front fender. I'm not sure that he's not having a suspension problem or things. The car's looking a little low as he heads back to the pit area.
The cowboy.
Kaurikin, the cowboy, Andri. Yes. Andri, one of the former crew members of the Sledgehammer and Slegen. You know, Andri is driving the, you know, they're not matching cars, but they have that matching rear suspension.
Yeah.
That,
I mean, I would say they're teammates in some sense.
yeah, I mean, they, you know, it's not really an every man for himself kind of sport anyway, but these cars definitely, you know, share a pit area and a crew, and there's a long-standing friendship and camaraderie there. And Geir Evert is, you know, able to be the mentor for a guy like Andri, who's, you know, came up and got to be on Geir Evert's crew and now is driving his own car. So I'm sure that they exchange a lot of tools, parts, and time helping each other. So, and we saw Geir Evert, you know, did very well. He took first place during his run, and maybe Andri can take first place during his. He's driving quickly. He had a very similar round turn in that last turn that Geir Evert. So I think maybe that independent rear suspension is really He's
really letting it slide there.
Yeah.
But I think you're saying that independent rear suspension. Oh man, carrying a lot of speed coming at the water.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a pretty solid run.
Yep, very good, very good. And so we'll see where his time is. I'm gonna guess he's gonna slip in fifth place. I think he's gonna be just behind Thorthormer, but we'll see. And actually, as I'm looking at the speeds now, Thorthormer was third fastest time, but I guess with penalty points is where he was then brought down a little farther because he's in fourth place, but with a faster time than Geir Evert, who's currently in third. So we'll see if Andri and the cowboy
the Raptor up next. But this is the car you were saying they were putting a new transmission in.
Yeah, I was in the pit at the lunch break there, and I looked at all the body panels, side panels were off. And I looked and I thought, well, that looks funny. And they were passing the transmission in through the roll cage to where the driver's seat had been, because that's the way to get it into the car.
Okay.
So,
you know, I'm gonna next time I need a
Raptor had
in my car. These guys, 30 minutes.
No question about it. And this is a car. This car was designed and built in Sweden, I think 2019. was when it was built. It's been sold to and owned by at least 4 of the Icelandic drivers. I don't believe they all competed in it ever without selling it to the next guy. But certainly this is a car that Thor Former ran last year as his car. It was known as Ratthor at that time.
He's definitely making.
Yeah, Utley is not afraid of. He's not afraid of much. So he just took some penalty points there by only having really one wheel clear the gate. But he's definitely not afraid of the throttle, and he's able to hold it. You see the inside wheels there coming off the ground. He's two-wheeling it.
Here it comes. Oh. You wouldn't expect a car of his caliber, to.
Well, but all it takes is a little bit of a hiccup or an air bubble in the fuel line or something. There's so many factors.
Yep.
And that's why, there have been some of these cars that have skimmed across Thingvatla and, large lakes and deep rivers. We talked about trying to send one across the Mississippi River when the cars were in Tennessee, but we couldn't quite pull it together. But would have been quite a thing to watch. I spoke to 3 different drivers who were willing to try.
Yeah.
And we couldn't. At the end of the day, they wanted somebody to put up some money. It had to be worth something.
Yeah.
And so it would have been great. But a lot of the cars are capable of skimming quite a distance, but the farther it is and the deeper it is, the more
risk
is at risk.
Yeah, of course. But up next we got Finner in the Fox.
Finner Athbjornsen, Reithrin, and the Fox.
I think he's going to. I think this is more of his event. The high speed. Oh, on the gas, like somebody shot him out of a cannon.
Yeah. Well, and Finner runs these bigger diggers at all 4 corners. He's got fairly new tires, so the most aggressive, probably the most grip, in the track today.
Yeah, look, he's coming across the side hill pretty well.
And that in and out of the shade it's got to be killer.
Okay.
The tinted visor helps you when the sun's shining at you, but it doesn't help you when you're in the dark.
Nope.
For sure.
But he gets through that cleanly. A lot of guys have knocked that outside marker down.
Yep. Coming around, looks like a nice
clean again.
Clean through that.
This is going to be a good run.
So many people trouble. Well, and we know especially 360 degrees from now when Finner's pointed at the water.
I think this is.
Oh, he's got
one of the.
Does he have a flat tire?
He does.
That's going to hurt him in this skim. Although, look at the power and the determination. He's
still with a flat tire.
Yeah, he's that one's going to need a little bit more than air to go back, I think.
Yeah.
It's probably not in great shape, but nice run from Finner.
You saw when he came out of the first corner, out of the first buoy tire. He swung it much wider than the other guys. Right here, you can see. He entered that much wider than everybody. I think it went flat there.
Yep. Well, and you could it's almost like he knew something, but it's good because if he'd have really tried to muscle it around,
yep,
he probably would have lost it.
Yeah. Let's see.
So here we go. Now this has got to be.
This is Olsen.
Is it Olsen or is it Olsen? I keep getting confused.
I think they like the confusion factor.
Yeah, maybe. Do we really know which driver's in which car each time? Are we checking?
Yeah,
because, somebody's got to check.
Finner ended up 105.
Finner at a 105, okay.
255 points. I looked a little faster than that.
Yeah? Okay, well, we shall see. We have...
Yeah, Olsen.
Olsen. Now, it sounded like he really revved up, but it looks like he's not doing so well now.
Is this one of them had problems with the drivetrain or something?
Was that Olsen or was that Olsen?
That's just why I think they like this whole confusion factor.
Oh, you know what? Maybe it was Olsen, and maybe we're having a similar... from the sound of it, he lost first gear. I saw him put it in reverse. And it goes backwards, but if it doesn't go forwards, that's actually not good. Or, as they say in Iceland, Þetta ekki gott.
Yeah.
That is not good. That ekki got so. It looks like Olsen is maybe not going to be able to get himself even down off the hill. Watching here, and track officials are approaching to see what he needs. So here we are. Overall current standings. Ingvar Johansson in Vikingurin is in the lead with 71 points ahead of the number 2 Thorthormer. So looking pretty good for Ingvar. Once you get on top, staying on top is much easier than climbing your way up there later. And currently in 10th place is Skully Kristjansson. But only a couple hundred points, literally less than one track's worth of points separate them. And so at any point in time, Skully could find himself on top for the day, and of course that'll put him on top of the podium for the national championship, the full season awards. But Thorthormer, good to see he's doing well. It's a great car, it's a great team, and they're each time with this new car and new engine setup, they're learning and they're improving. So Atle Jamel, certainly a respectable showing from a car that had no transmission in it less than an hour ago.
Yeah.
So
yeah, respectable for sure.
That's the way to hustle. And I saw actually as his hamburger was on top of the transmission. So as he's passing it into the car to install it, and when I say him, I mean Atle. So the driver is the one standing where on the rails where his seat used to be, manhandling this transmission in, and his lunch was on top of it. So as soon as he had the transmission in place, he could take a bite and then start putting bolts in.
That's in this sport, very few motorsports is where like the driver, is heavily involved in the mechanic aspect of it. I know in snowcross it's not so common, especially on race day. It's not common at all to have a racer involved. And I mean, they tell the guys, the suspension was this or that or whatever, but most of the time they're up in the lounge hanging out, watching the wrenching happen. But here the guys are usually the head mechanic.
Yeah, a lot of times, or if he's not, then they're good friends.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
a lot of participation. So nice look at the afternoon crowd here. Beautiful day in Akureyri, Iceland, up in the north. They call this the capital of the north.
Yeah.
And I've been all the way around Iceland a couple times, and I've been to a lot of beautiful places in Iceland. But if I was moving to Iceland tomorrow, we would most likely be in Akureyri.
That's why I'm here in Akureyri. If I tell people if I had to be elsewhere in Iceland, I probably would just stay in the States. Especially if I had to be in Reykjavik. Nothing against Reykjavik. It's a nice place, but if I'm going to live in a city, I'm going
to lock the doors here on our sound booth before the crowd storms you.
Well, I think most of these I would say most of the people here are Akureyri residents, so they're probably loving it.
Certainly a lot of them, but they're definitely, Formula Offroad has fans all over this country and all over the world. I hope some are joining us. So if you would, please, even if you're in Iceland, we want to know where you are. So please, drop a note in the comments, send a note into Fuelkott, either through the Facebook page or fuelkott.is or fuelkott.is is the website. So this live stream brought to you from Fuelkott. Okay, and here we are. Had a little blip on our feed. I don't know what the folks at home got to see, but yes, please, if you're watching, first share it and tag all of your friends. Make sure they get to watch too. But please let us know where you're watching from. We're curious to see if it's worth having this. I know Brad was in Akureyri, and he traveled approximately 6 kilometers to be here today. But
I would say,
I left the east coast of the United States yesterday, actually Thursday night.
Okay. Fly out of Baltimore.
I did. I flew out of Baltimore. It's easy, 5.5 hour flight directly to Keflavik, and took. I hitchhiked and got myself to Reykjavik and hopped another plane and flew to Akureyri.
Did you get on one of the planes with the propellers on it?
Ah, yes, I did. So wonderful. I think my eyes were closed before we took off, and as I heard the noise of the engine change, I said, "Oh, we must be there." And I opened my eyes, and we were just almost touching down. So super quick. It's a 40-minute flight. It's an easy nap. The domestic airlines in Iceland are awesome.
I came here in February, flew in and out within a week just to come set up sleds, and man, February is not the recommended time to be flying around in Iceland.
Well, I disagree.
The snow and the wind and the ice, and let me tell you, when I was flying back down to Reykjavik from up here in Akureyri, I have never experienced turbulence like that, and then I did in that small plane, and the snow that it was coming down heavy, and then just the snow that I witnessed leaving Reykjavik or Keflavik to head back to the States. I was looking out on the runway, and I'm like, there's no way they're letting us take off right now. And then the turbines kick up, and I'm like, okay, I guess here we go.
Yeah, well, one of the things about the Icelanders, and you've probably noticed this by now, is they don't really plan their life around the weather.
No.
Like if you're going to go play golf, and you say, I'm going to play golf on Wednesday, and Wednesday it's dark and it's snowing and the wind is blowing 70, right?
Still going golfing.
You put on a coat and you go play golf.
Yeah. They say saturatas, I think the saying is, like, it's all going to be okay.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Yeah,
right?
That's what they kept telling me, and I'm like, oh, no, I got to get home.
I don't want to die. Right?
We are just going to take a quick, brief break here for a moment from announcing, and we will be back with you momentarily as we start track number 4, and track preparation is underway.
Fjórðabrautin mikil ökuleikni, mikil lægni, tiltölulega erfið. Fimmtabrautin aftur á móti mikill hliðarhalli. Og svo sjöttabrautin í endastálið fræga, stóra stálið þarna hjá Greifa Formula. Líður það til undir lokin. Það ennþá til hendingur af pitsum og pilsum og súkkulaði og kaffi og gosi og alls konar. Góðu í sjoppunni. Þökk okkar frábæru styrktaraðilum, Greifanum, Blikk og Tækniþjónustunni, Skóamöðunum, Perra, Ölgerð, Egil Skallagrínsson, GF Gröfur, Binni, HF Grannabílur Norðurlands, Ísnet, Ásmund Guðjónsson, Vertaka, Möl og Sandur.
So, we are back. Here is track map number 4. Obviously, the white markers will be on their left side, the red markers on the right side of the car. If they take down a marker, minus 40 points. So they're going to come back down into this, what I would call a ravine, like a miniature valley, and try to turn the car through there. And the 100 is the length, so they will get 100 points added onto their score to just make it through those markers.
Yeah, and we have as you see, the black line here is the path where the car is supposed to take, and the arrows indicate the direction, and then this other line here on the outside of the white markers indicates out of bounds.
Yep.
So if the car goes out of bounds, then the red flag comes up on top of the hill, and they've been flagged as out. So it's this doesn't look like such a treacherous hairpin turn, but you realize you gotta come downhill to make the hairpin, and then go back uphill, and really just about through the same gate. So it's quite the clothespin we've got.
I think this one we will be watching mostly our screen, because it looks like most of this track is on the other side of that, I would call a knob over there. It looks like most of the track's over there. Now you can see our beautiful studios. the shaggin' wagon.
Yeah.
All the Icelandic people enjoying this, in quotation marks, summertime day.
Yeah, it's super hot. It's got to be 72 degrees here.
Yeah. I mean, we got the AC going.
I'm glad they haven't stripped down to nothing.
Yeah.
Because that wouldn't be the first time I saw that in Iceland.
No, they are not afraid of it. Nice shot of the pits there. It looks like they already have Finner's rear tire replaced. But, you know, people that aren't here, you can come to a race next season, as this is our finale. And, you know, freely walk through the pits, talk with the people. As you can see, there's just your average people there, but polishing up the Motul car.
And there's a lot of the teams really do appreciate the interaction from the fans. So whether they're, you know, the neighbor who's coming from down the street, or someone who's traveled from anywhere in the world to come and watch this, so we're happy to talk to you a little bit and give you some posters or some.
Yeah. I mean, yesterday when we were around talking with them, you know, you could just see the excitement of them, that there was 2 Americans here going to announce an American route. You know, they were all pretty ecstatic to talk to us and explain anything that we had questions about.
Yeah, it really is just, you know, they're sharing. You know, this is part of the culture, and they just like whether you get offered rotten shark or mixed soda or.
Have you been offered sheephead yet?
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, there's nothing in the world quite like sheep face meat.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Nah,
I haven't tasted it or even tried it. I haven't seen it yet, but
you're missing.
I've been told that before I leave, there will be a plate in front of me with it on it, so we will see.
A lot of times in life, it's better to try things before you really know what you're getting yourself into.
Well, that's what I told them. I was like, if you just put it down in front of me and never told me what it was, I'd just eat it.
Well, you'd know, because it looks like half a sheep's head. Like the left half or the right half. And you'll know, because somebody at the table is going to fight you for the eyeball.
Oh, man. You know, there's people in the States that, like, do that kind of stuff. You know, they're into, like, pig's feet and stuff like that. But, man, I don't know.
So I wonder if everyone at home could hear my mixed soda going venting. Mixed soda, you're gonna love it.
I'm still. It's not bad. Definitely better than most U.S. sodas, but I'm still an Appleton guy.
Appleton, yeah. I mean, Appleton is hard to beat.
Yeah.
But I think mixed does it clearly and every time. Beautiful shot of the pits here and the teams, crowd. Just, I mean, this is just such a neat, beautiful place and a neat, beautiful culture. So
there's Finner getting an interview from the Mullet Man.
Yeah, and he's definitely not speaking English.
No way.
I've heard all 6 words that Finner says well in English.
Yes.
And he's a super nice guy, but
yep.
not much of a conversationalist, I think.
Not in English.
Not in English, yeah,
no.
For sure.
But when you try to talk to him and he can't speak English, he just smiles. Biggest smile on his face. So.
Absolutely. Yes. And here, you know, it's a little bit sad today that we're not seeing some of the, you know, I hate to call the old time cars, but there are a few of the founding fathers of the sport who do still come out and compete and bring their, you know, restored old cars. There's Gisli Geir Jonsson, who appeared on Top Gear, and you know, if you're people who are curious, can Google Formula Offroad Top Gear, and you'll see that footage. He raced a snowmobile across the lake.
Okay.
On Top Gear. I don't want to be a spoiler alert, but just say that it was fun to watch. Wish I could have been there. And you know, Arne Kolbsen and Heimestad, the farmer's daughter is the car's name. And Arne is a legend. He's really, you know, he is instrumental in this sport creating an unlimited class. So he's, and just a super guy. Great big smile.
Mm-hmm.
So, and here we go. This looks like we're interviewing now Atli Jamel, Raptor. So after they're talking with him about, hey Atli, you got that transmission in pretty quick, and then you ran to the time track and competed. I think he was even in the right spot. I don't think he was necessarily last. I hadn't moved to the back. So
looks like we are getting ready for track number 4.
Track number 4. So back to hill climb, or I don't know if it's fair to call it hill climbing.
No, because it's like, I would call it hill scaling.
Yeah, or like, it's hiking. They're hiking in a 3,000-pound car. Head up, this is it. This is getting ready to go through the first gate, I think.
Oh, not enough. Just gonna get stuck right there.
We're try to go through the first gates.
And that is the end of that run.
Yeah. And so this is it's a Scarfin. That's Ugly Bird. This is not Ugly Bird got looked like he was off to a good start, but for whatever reason didn't get very far. So Peter's got to come back and hope to do a little better. It's I think it's disappointing when there's only 6 tracks today, and you have without a good start you can't have a finish. And so it's difficult sometimes, frustrating, especially for guys who spun out or bottomed out, flipped over on the first gate.
And I think a lot of them too definitely want to have a good run today, to have a long winter to sit and think about. It could definitely dwell on you if you have a really bad day today over the long winter, and then they get that full month of darkness. And
right.
It's definitely going to be, sitting in the back of their head.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do well today, or else nobody's going to want to hang out with you for the next 9 months. So wait for the 2024 season to start in May at Etla is the first race of the year. So here we are, Greimer in Brela 2. This is beloved aunt, the second car he's dedicated to his beloved aunt, and Greimer being the owner of both of those cars, but driver of this one. Brela 1 is the car that earlier today had a fairly massive structural failure, it looked like. After coming down for a hard landing, the front shocks popped off the frame and had required some welding repair. So I haven't seen it line up to be ready yet, but it doesn't mean it's not coming. And
through gate 1,
Greimer is so far doing pretty well. This is Greimer's premier season as a Formula Offroad driver. He's a long-time fan of the sport, I think, but I don't believe he competed at all before this year. So he's doing pretty well so far today. I'd love to see him finish strong, and it'd be nice. It's nice sometimes to see a rookie or an underdog come and stand on that podium and be recognized also. Not to diminish the efforts of anyone, but you get tired of seeing the same 6 faces.
Of course, it's kind of like F1 right now. Verstappen just winning over and over.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God. You want to see some of the other boys win. So I think Red Bull's on 13 wins in a row now.
Oof.
That's a lot.
Yeah, well, but it's not like they don't want to win.
Nope.
So,
I mean, the more you win, the more money you make. Oh, through the gate there, but takes a marker down.
And we see, he's one of the longer wheelbase vehicles that we see out here today. But for instance, Mori, the boogeyman, looks like a side-by-side.
Yeah.
He might really struggle in that crossing that crevasse or the gully or the ditch, for lack of a better term, on the hill there, because it really is quite something.
I mean, just look at the dust they're kicking up though, because those super scoopers, they just toss the dirt.
Yeah.
Even when you're just cruising.
Shovels. The Icelandic guys a lot of times refer to these as shovel tires.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do. They just dig. Which is it makes them great, but it also makes them, a little bit less great. So, Greifa seems to be doing okay navigating this. I think now is where he's got to come down the hill and make a 180-degree turn and go back up the hill. And this is going to be interesting to see. Although he's not turning. So either I misunderstood the course, or maybe he did. But okay, so that probably ends Greifa's points for this particular track. See where he's going. See where he winds up.
There's the overall standings again on the left side.
Yeah, that's nice. And then so track 4 of 6. So technically our day is half over here, but it's actually more than half over because we've got less cars that can run now than when we started. And we've already had our lunch break, so.
Yep.
Danny Jr. actually. Danny Thunder is his father, but Danny Danielsson. Danny Jr. is driving Green Thunder, a car that's been competing since 1998. His father was recognized earlier this year for his 25 years of competition. And Danny Jr. now taking the wheel for the first time just 3 weeks ago at the last race in the Formula Offroad Championship Series. So Danny Jr. is now sending smoke signals, it looks like, from the top of the hill saying, oh, I can't get any higher.
No.
Cannot continue. So there he is, his attempt at trying to climb higher and moving some dirt is likely either going to really help or really not help the next couple of cars. So no risk of a big cartwheeling rollover, it seems, from where he is, but he's unable to continue climbing, can't finish this particular track. So Danny Danielsson in Green Thunder is now as far as he's going to go in track number 4. So hopefully it looks like they're preparing an excavator to come and help dig him out, pick him up and get him back headed down to the staging area. Next we're going to have, looks like, Mori, the boogeyman, is on deck in his supercharged Hellcat engine. Lots of power, a very lightweight and nimble car.
Here's a great shot of the event here.
There we go. And Akureyri in the background.
Yeah. Beautiful city.
See the cruise ship there sitting in the harbor. So it's not just the pretty people like us who aren't allowed to be seen on the screen that come to Akureyri, but it's a whole tour ship, a whole cruise ship full of people that found out there was Toffer today, and they said, "Oh, Icelandic Formula Offroad." I mean, I think that's just, I haven't been told otherwise, so I have to go with what I know. There we go. I can see us. Can you see us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or look at that valley over there.
Yeah. Nice shot of the pits. There's Scully. Simba. There's Skafrin, the ugly bird. Drivers just connecting and socializing and chatting while they wait. We got to get Danny Jr., get the Daniel in the Green Thunder, get him off the hill so we can get ready for the next car. I think the next car is going to be Mori, the boogeyman, driven by Sævar Bentjónsson. So, lots of power, very nimble, lightweight car. And, you know, sometimes that really helps, and sometimes you need just a little bit more weight or a little bit more wheelbase length to keep from flipping over. But hopefully Cyber's able to make a good showing on this track. Could really use some. I'd love to see a 350-point run today. I'd love to see a nice clean run with no penalties.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that yet.
I don't know if it's gonna happen on this course or this track at least, because this one, from what it seems, is pretty difficult. Oh, as they were trying to get him hooked, they rolled him over.
Oh.
So you viewers at home can't see that, but
maybe
we've got a front row seat of what's
maybe
going
our
on.
video feed will flip, or maybe it won't. Oh, there we go. Have somebody waving at the camera. Lots of work in the pits. You see Vikingur and rolling teams and hanging out, helping each other and just giving each other a hard time. I wonder how Bob's doing today. I haven't seen Bob. Have you seen Bob?
No.
Okay. You know Bob with the mullet?
No.
On Team Thor? Okay. I didn't see him today. Saw him yesterday. He was having a great day yesterday. I'm sure he's here. I just haven't seen him. And hopefully, there we go. All right. Now we've got Danny Jr. flipped back onto his wheels. The rescue strap is unhooked, and we'll see what's necessary to get him back up and running.
The cowboy having a laugh with his buddies down there.
Yeah. Andre and I have very similar hairstyles. I bet I could fit in his helmet. I wonder if he'll let me drive his car. I should make him a deal, and that's if he doesn't ruin his car today, then maybe I should get to.
Yeah.
He asked me yesterday. I saw him. He said, "Andrew," he said, "when are you going to drive again?" And I said, "Andre, it's just as soon as you give me the keys. I guess I could drive right now. It's no problem. I'm sure I can be just as bad as I was last time."
Just gotta wait for someone to call in sick.
That's right. I mean, a lot of life is about showing up, right? Opportunities in life present themselves if you happen to be in the right place at the right time.
That's right.
So, Danny Jr.'s getting parked in the staging area again, so evidently no problems with the car, and he's ready to go. And it looks like Maury's ready to go too. Simon's ready to be the boogeyman and boogie on up that hill.
They're looking up at the flagger to wait for the green flag.
You know, said on the last track, the speed is the biggest compounding factor for points in the time tracks. But on this track, certainly the finesse and the control is where the points get earned. You know, coming through the gates cleanly and in the right order.
100%.
If you miss a gate, that's it. I can't. There's no half points given for that. Beautiful, just unbelievable day here in Akureyri. The first time I've experienced weather like this for a Torfara race. I've been here in the cold and the rain and the wind. And just before the first race of the year in Hetla, there was snow covered everything. So, but here in Akureyri, we're ready to go, and we have Maury on track number 4. Maury, Icelandic for the boogeyman. Really, it's Icelandic for a male ghost, but I think boogeyman is more fitting.
I agree.
And especially, you know, if you were going to design a car and call it the Boogeyman, I think you'd have to put a supercharged Hellcat engine in it. I mean, I think it's a rule.
And he's got the big Hellcat logo on the side, so it's very fitting.
Yeah. And it's now, so this is interesting. He's got a good strategy here, and even that short wheelbase
on his side.
But he's parked in a no parking zone. So there's gonna be a flag there. They're gonna stop the points accumulation, and they're gonna say, "Hey, buddy, you can't park here." That's the conversation that's happening right now, and then they're all gonna push him out of here. Say, "You get out of here!" And they're gonna shove him out of the way. You don't believe me? I'm telling you, man. I know. I've seen this 100 times, and here it is. Speaking of 100 times, do you know that Jakob Cecil is a very well-known motorsports photographer in Iceland, but this race here in Akureyri today is his 100th consecutive Formula Offroad race.
Okay, so the man don't call out sick.
Yeah, man, don't. I mean, he's like the Cal Ripken of motorsports photography in Iceland. And so, for those not familiar, you should definitely, after you like and subscribe to the Fuel Kött channel, so that you can, keep up with these amazing live broadcasts, especially with English commentary. But
the Fuel Kött, they do the snowcross too.
Fuel Kött does all sorts of live broadcasts, and Jakob doesn't do any live broadcasts of his footage, but he does do clips, and he'll do greatest hits of greatest moments for each driver. He'll do greatest moments of the race, and he'll do the full race showing each driver. And so, Jakob Cecil, it's 100 consecutive motorsports events. 100 consecutive Formula Offroad events that he's attended and videoed, and the stuff is on his YouTube channel. So it's Jakob, Jakob. You'd think it was spelled Jacob, but it's actually pronounced Jakob. So Jakob C, like Jakob space the letter C. Search for that on YouTube. Find his YouTube channel. Like and subscribe to that, and there's no sadness. All sorts of Icelandic motorsports, but excellent coverage of the Formula Offroad. And definitely, set the alarm so that when Fuel Kött is going to be broadcasting live, you get notified. I can't promise that Brad or I are going to be here every single time, but every single time that we're here, you should be watching.
Yeah.
And all the times in between.
Yeah. I mean, but like Fuel Kött, like I was saying, they keep going through the winter. I'll be on some of the snowcross stuff, not all of it, but definitely any stuff. So
here we are. Look at the current standings for the day. We're 3 tracks down and just scratching the surface on the 4th track, waiting for the Boogeyman to be removed from the no parking zone.
Looks like down there up next is the sled.
Geir Evert. So after a little taste of being in first there in the time track, I'm sure that Geir Evert is ready to prove it wasn't an accident. Anything that he can do to reclaim that top spot, is going to be there, and really just not a lot of points between him and Ingvar at the moment. But if Ingvar matches everybody in these next tracks, he's going to win today, and if he wins today, he's going to be the Íslandsmeistari, the Icelandic national champion in Formula Offroad. It would be Ingvar's first title as Íslandsmeistari. And it's kind of it's sort of a come from behind victory. It's not that he's not been top dog this year so far. Scully has been leading the points in the national championship all season. So, while coming in today, Scully is still in the lead. Ingvar is well poised to give him a come from behind surprise. So I'm not necessarily cheering for any one driver over another. I'm an impartial observer here today, but I think it's great that to see the level of competition, the professionalism and camaraderie just come together, and just this is it, folks. This is if you're only going to go on one vacation next year, it should be to Iceland, and it should be to Formula Offroad.
I agree.
If you need help getting here, go contact Fuel Kött and say, "Hey, how do I get to Iceland?" And they'll probably come back with a very witty email that says, "On an airplane." Or a boat.
Or boat.
Because unless you have a Formula Offroad car, you cannot drive here. And if you had a Formula Offroad car, you would have already been here once.
Yeah.
So
here comes
Geir Evert in the sledgehammer is going to try to drive this thing home. Let's see.
Tiptoeing his way down the hill now.
Yeah, well, it's got to be, you know, I know I'm having a hard time seeing because of the dust he's stirring up. So he's got to be having a hard time seeing because he's a lot closer to that car than I am.
Yeah. Okay, so he gets through there.
Yeah.
First one to make it past that gate.
We're assuming that he made it past cleanly, but they haven't stopped him yet. So Geir Evert making a good showing. A little bit of a slow start today, but Geir Evert had some didn't get where he wanted to be on the first couple of tracks.
I think he is. Okay, he's looking. I think this is going for the final gate now.
So insane. I'm not exactly clear on where the track is. I forgot to look where the finish line was. I sort of got caught up on that hairpin turn, and Geir Evert conquered that one. Made it look easy.
Looks like he is just digging himself a hole there.
Oh, he's digging, but
he's getting it moving a little bit.
He was moving, yeah. He was digging, he was moving. There we go.
Broke free.
Yeah. Definitely no problem turning those super scoopers, or is it bigger diggers or super scoopers? I think he maybe has bigger diggers. We'll have to take a look next time we see a fairly still shot of his wheels. I can look at the paddles. They're paddle tires. That's what a lot of people call these.
Yeah.
All of them made by Scat Track Company in California. They make this style tires for dirt bikes and motorcycles and of course cars, all sorts of different sizes. And there's not a fixed number of paddles on them, so they can, you know, if you want 6 paddles per tire or 26 paddles per tire, they'll put them on there for you. The price is going to change, of course, but yeah. He does. It looks like he's got super scoopers. So these are the alternating pattern of I think they're about 2.5 inches tall, and the bigger diggers are maybe 3 1/4 inches tall. And the bigger diggers go all the way across the tread pattern. So super scoopers don't quite require as much power, and they don't give quite as much traction. And you'd think, oh, well, I'd want the biggest amount of traction that I could get, but that's not always the case. So based on the terrain, and a lot of guys like Thor Thormer will tell you that, you know, on some tracks, in some conditions, he wants bigger diggers, and on others, he wants super scoopers. And I believe today he may be running bigger diggers on the rear and super scoopers on the front. But nice showing from Geir Evert in Sledgehammer. And up next it looks like... Oh, wait a minute. Is this...
It's one of the Olsons, I think.
One of the Olsons. Is this? I think this is going to be Olsen, or is it Olsen? We keep having this conversation. I feel like we've had this conversation at least 3 times today.
One of the Olsons is down on the starting line.
It's the Olsen twins. So, yes, one of the Olsons. I think this is one Olsen, not 2 Olsen. So this Olsen should be driven by Gulager.
If we can see the number.
Yeah. I think it's... Yeah, I think this is going to be the 86 cars. This is Gulager Helgeson driving Olsen is our next car here. We're going to see... In fact, I'll know for sure who it is and which car it is as soon as it populates on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. So if it comes up and it says some other name or some other car, it's probably wrong.
I don't believe that it's Olsen because Olsen just got carried away in that last event.
Yeah, Olsen was
having car troubles all day.
Yeah. So, yep, and this is Gulager Helgeson in Olsen. So the cars are identical, although apparently Olsen is working better today than Olsen is. And Guðlaugr Helgason, formerly driving a car called Magic Yellow. Super easy guy to pick out in a crowd. He's one of the taller drivers in Formula Offroad. And here he goes, and he's climbing. Nicely done. Nicely done. He's through the first gate. Up and through the second. There we go. Very nice. Very
nice. Now he's got to tiptoe his way down. Make that corner in the ravine there without going out of bounds.
I like this word, tiptoe.
Yeah, you got to be graceful.
Yeah.
You know, if you start stomping your way down the hill, you're just going to go right on past the...
For sure.
Right on past the mark. Right, that was a very good corner through there, I think. Oh.
Wow.
On his side. Wait. Okay.
And he saves it.
Very nice.
He saves it, so...
Nice. But he's not.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
it. That was a good save, but I don't think he really could go anywhere else.
Yeah.
He was kind of stuck in that ditch there.
Yep, and that's certainly an A for effort.
100%.
There was no lack of ambition there.
No.
It was well played. Very well played.
Definitely going down swinging.
Yeah. And speaking of going down, we'll see him at the bottom of the hill soon.
Yeah.
One way or the other. Actually, I was asking, I said, how many times have you guys left a car on top of the hill? And they said, never. So, not going to start today.
No.
Evidently.
Back in the pit area.
Well, here in the, looking at the staging lane, this these pit vipers seem to be getting more and more popular here today.
Yeah, they I always tell people that Iceland is like a mixture of the U.S. and Scandinavia, because the pit vipers are like a U.S. redneck kind of thing. These guys love that kind of stuff.
Well, I think what you're saying is that rednecks have no boundaries. And it's all the same. You know, people say, oh, is this like monster trucks? Is it like NASCAR? Is it like drag racing? Is it like, snowcross? Is it, what it is it's motorsports.
Yeah, it's all of it combined.
And it takes it takes a special kind.
Yeah. Like, you could also throw in like cowboy in there too. A little wild.
Yeah, well, and Geir Evert likes to be, he'd be right in there too.
Oh yeah. I think most of these guys though would fit in.
The boogeyman.
They would fit in the dirt track world in the U.S.
Yeah, they would probably. They'd probably hurt some feelings.
Oh yeah.
Not a lot here that not a lot of the people in the sport that I see would be intimidated by the dirt track. It just takes them a little while to figure it out. New venue, but it's still racing.
Okay, Olsen is running at the top of the hill. Coming back down now.
All right, and then looks like for track 4 next up is going to be Skulli Kristjánsson driving Simba. Skulli, going in today, had a commanding lead on the Icelandic National Championship, and Skulli needs to have a strong finish, but there's no more room for mistakes today for Skulli. No. He needs to. He's going to have to step up to the plate and take a big helping point if he's going to finish well today. And his performance here today in the Greifa Formula here in Akureyri will be directly affect his ability to maintain the leadership on the national championship. So
I think this. I mean, we'll see how this run goes, but a mistake through one of the first few gates could be very, very crucial to him today.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But I think he knows in the back of his head he's got that in there. He knows that he's got to perform right now.
Well, for sure, and that just adds the pressure of knowing everything else that he's got to do.
Exactly.
So heavy hangs the head that wears the crown, right?
Right through.
So, doing well so far, and there's no reason to rush. There's instinctively you think you want to push through because you want to be first, but the mentality here is not, the fastest guy is not the one who's going to succeed.
Exactly.
Necessarily.
I think that's where, like, if I was to become a driver, I would struggle there a little bit, just from my racing background, of trying to be the fastest all the time. Okay.
Yeah,
through, not cleanly, but still through.
Hey, you know what? As long as
he's still going through the gate,
he's still moving forward and earning points.
Yep. So this is where Cowboy.
But now we're smoked out. There we go. There we go. You can see him pop out of the haze. He's doing a great job. Thoughtful.
There's a gate right to the right.
Calculated. He's got to come up the hill.
Always through. Oh.
Aye. And I think that was too much of a reverse to continue.
Oh, they're gonna let him go?
They didn't wave him off.
And he's through the final gate, I believe.
Okay.
It's hard for us to see, but I think he got through.
Okay, yeah, well, he's definitely finished, and if they had his points, we'll know in just a moment. Because with no penalties, that would be a 350-point run.
But I would
there
say
were some
around,
penalties.
Yeah, I would say around 300 but the last one you only get 20 points off for the final gate, correct?
No, so the last gate, if your front wheels get to the gate, front wheels through the gate is 250 points. Rear wheels through the gate is 300 points, and if you can drive away at, I think, at least one full car length beyond the gate, that's 350 points.
Yeah. If you take a marker, though, at the top gate, it's only minus 20 instead of the normal minus 40.
Well, so each wheel is minus 20.
Okay. It looked to me like he took off.
So, there we go, and there's a quick showing of our Icelandic broadcast booth. That's not us, because we're not in the Icelandic broadcasting booth.
No.
Ég tala ekki íslensku.
Yeah.
I don't speak Icelandic.
Nay.
Ég skil smál. I understand a little.
Small.
Just smile and nod to people. Yep. Yeah. Matur. Matur is dinner. So as long as you understand when someone's talking about matur. Food. Alright, so here we have Ingvar and Vikingurinn. Ingvar Johansson. Vikingurinn is our next competitor, and Ingvar currently on top of the day, so a lot of pressure from Scully. So Scully Christensen with 190 points in the last track, so I don't know if he got the full 350 and then minus 160 in penalties, or if he didn't get through that last gate that we expected, and it would make more sense that he was like 250-ish minus some penalties. So we'll find out about that later. But Scully with 190 points in the last track, so Ingvar is going to be, Ingvar really wants to get at least 200 this track to stay ahead and keep his lead on the day and his chances of being Icelandic champion for the 2023 season. Nice look at the course here, and the track officials are replacing the markers, making sure they are where they're supposed to be. Nice look at the starting line. There you go. Man, this drone is awesome. I'm glad they don't let me fly the thing, though. We'd all be dizzy. No question about it. wouldn't be able to do much. But here we have it. So there's Geir, driver of the Sledgehammer. And everybody thinks, they started talking about it when his car came up as pink. And they said, why is it a pink Sledgehammer? What's up with that? And I don't exactly know. I heard that maybe one of his sponsors requested the color of the car, and he said, sure.
Yeah.
The car didn't used to be pink, but it is now. And we have the evil mullet, kind of like Evel Knievel, but evil mullet, doing our pit interviews in Icelandic on the other channel, and great commentary and bad jokes by Andrew and Brad in the English-speaking broadcast booth. Oh, and Ingvar doesn't look like he got the line he wanted.
That is not good for him for his championship hopes.
So while he had a lead of, I think, about 200 points on Scully previously, now they're going to be very similarly lined up for the day.
Stuck right on the frame there, just teetering.
Yeah, just, he needs that fifth wheel drive. Yeah. You got to have that fifth wheel right under the middle of the car there that can get you out of a jam like this.
Oh, you see, he's upset. Yep.
Yeah, there's no question about it. No question about it. So, but you know what this does is it levels the playing field for today. It doesn't mean, it doesn't mean anything other than it's not going to be a blowout, but certainly either one of the top competitors is going to be capable of getting to the Icelandic champion today. There's the evil mullet. He's looking for someone to interview. I think he's maybe talked to everybody that would talk to him. He's having a hard time now. He should start asking about if anybody's seen some Hildefolk, the hidden people of Iceland.
Yeah.
Then he could get some interviews, but he's having a hard time. Right now, everyone is too interested in what's going on in the track. And we see the pit area stays full of people. There's almost always at least one person from each team in each pit area. But when the cars are staged for the next track, they're not very they're not there. So here we go. Ingvar still on top with 710 points. Thormr has not yet run track number 4 at 619, and Scully at 618. So
Simba's catching.
Yeah, Simba's catching. There's just 92 points between them now. So that's going to be a pretty good factor. And we see that in track number 4, not everyone has gone yet. So like I said, we're waiting to see what Thormr lays out in track number 4 and some of the others before we can declare the standings over and done with. But looking at the Ingvar and Scully competition for the day, top crown, top seed today, that's where they are. So we still have it looks like maybe Breia Franka, the beloved aunt, car with the frame damage earlier, has a did not start tracks 2, 3, and 4, but still showing as nothing, no status for track number 5. And so far, everyone else looks like they're fit and ready to go. So just waiting to see when we'll have the all clear on the track. We have to get Víkingurinn off. I'm just gonna using a little toe strap to pull him forward a little bit. I'm sure he said he's offering. He said, "Hey, I'll give up 50 points if you let me continue."
Yeah.
But sadly, if you have to get towed off by some equipment, you can't just continue. Not until the next track. So tough break for Ingvar. Víkingurinn. I do have, as of lunchtime though, it seemed that they did still have some hats and I believe some shirts available for sale. So if anyone happens to be in Iceland and has a pocket full of kroners or wants to make a bank transfer, you can score some Vikingurinn swag. I haven't seen who else is offering apparel, but almost all teams are offering posters and some offering some stickers. I believe Thor Thormer was giving away some KFC tattoos. It's really actually a brand, I guess. They use a piece of metal they heat up with the exhaust, and they just I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Like the children's ones.
Like
water tattoos.
Water tattoos,
Yeah.
temporary tattoos. Yeah. Dreamerin, used to give those out too. The Dream. So we have, looks like Roland is going to be up next. The Sheep on track number 4 here in Akureyri, Iceland.
He did pretty well on our last, before the time attack, track 2. Yeah, he did pretty well there.
Yeah, it's a good car. It's a good driver, and it hasn't. They haven't been cursed with having to stand on the podium in each race.
Yeah.
But I think it's not for a lack of effort or interest, and each race you're getting a little bit more experience and a little bit more comfort with the car. I believe this is the 2nd or 3rd season that Roland, but it actually could be just the first. So I'd have to look that up a little bit. Coming in now, we have Paul Skodal Jonsson, Roland, the Sheep. Named the car after himself. He's doing the Formula Offroad hop, we can call that. It's a full throttle series of turns where you're just stabbing the gas and immediately on the brake, hoping you don't lose any of the ground that you're gaining. But the problem is the amount of traction and power that these cars have. Sometimes it's just hard to go in anything other than a straight line.
Yeah. Let's see how he makes it through this ravine. Oh,
it looks like he's lots of dirt flying. Oh,
stuck.
Is he stuck?
Oh, he's coming back. Let's see if he... Wonder if they called him, look for the red flag. No, they're gonna let him keep going. Okay, so he did get through the gate somewhat.
I don't think it was. Well, I don't think it was clean, but if it was through, you can straddle the gate.
Just getting docked points.
Yeah, you just lose some points, but if you keep going, because if you stop, you can't get any more points.
Yeah.
Right. So. On their reverse, there's another penalty there. Lose some points by going in reverse, but
and he won't
looks like that's it.
Yep.
That's the wrong side of the car facing up. So
need to keep it rubber side down.
Yeah, it's
but the excavator is in close proximity, so quick rollover.
So Paul Skodal.
These guys are, the officials out there, they are quick to be on the car to make sure the drivers are safe.
Yeah, and it really is tough terrain. The officials do a great job. Sometimes they'll get themselves in a spot on the hill they can't get back up. They have to go down or sideways.
Yeah.
On some tracks, every once in a while, you'll see an official who's up on the hill higher throw a rope down to help the next one come back up. Waiting for the equipment to come and flip the Sheep back over and send him down the hill the right way. So we will hopefully soon we will have the next car up is Thor Thormer. Thor Thormer running a 2023. This is there's 2 cars that here today that are brand new for this season. The Skaffarin, the Ugly Bird, and Thor, driven by Thor Thormer Palmer and powered with that Borowski LS engine with the Whipple supercharger. So no question about it. Thor has no shortage of power. There's plenty of power, and Reed Racing in that Power Glide Reed Racing transmission that he's got with the Hughes converter. They've adjusted. I think each race the converters come back out, and they've tweaked it a little bit more to get everything they want out of it. And it's a combination of the right amount of slip, so that the engine just running isn't making the car go, but having it lock up and be responsive when they nail it. And Thor is one of these drivers that loves to do the throttle hops, right? The full throttle, and just sort of throw the car around a little bit and bounce it like a drunken bunny. Yes, I'm not even sure how to describe, how the movement is best described. But, there's some drivers that prefer to ease into the throttle and just sort of roll through the curves and roll around as they're thinking. And Thor is definitely a run to the next spot sort of a driver. Thor Formula is one of the more experienced drivers here today. Don't know exactly how long he's been competing, but I think it's in the neighborhood of 20 years.
Oh wow.
Well, he's definitely got some time under his belt. He's former Icelandic champion, former Scandinavian champion, and many times on the podium at individual races. And at least once, he was Formula Offroad USA champion.
Right.
So
very decorated.
Of the 5 years that he traveled to Tennessee to race, I was witness to 4 of those, and watched him celebrate some wins and some. It's just amazing to watch the guy drive. He's a machine. He's one with the machine, and here he goes. So hopefully Thor is able to avoid the pitfalls that swallowed Ingvar. I'd love to see Thor get a nice chance to. Yeah, that was close. That was pretty close. It looked like for a minute there things weren't. We're gonna be a little bit on edge, but so far.
As you say, before he's doing right there, he was just doing the throttle. I would call it throttle jogging.
Yeah, throttle jogging.
Right like that. But that was a little more of an aggressive one. But I mean, good driving to get it spun around like that.
Yep. And he's got, Thor doesn't have that independent rear suspension, so often one of his wheels is in the air, and when you realize how much those wheels and tires weigh and what that force is on the drivetrain, it really does say a lot of positive things about those Yukon axles.
100%.
It's pretty crazy how much stress they're brought through. Oh, nay. Okay, and Thor got the wrong side up, or the right side down. I don't know what the best way to call that, but Thor is now in the needing to be recovered position.
A little steam coming off of that.
Yeah.
Hopefully nothing detrimental.
Back on his wheels, hopefully.
We'll see if he tries to look and
start out. It does seem like a little bit of steam coming off, but let's keep in mind he's got of course he's got an oil tank, and he's got a radiator, and he's got a intercooler tank, and there's all sorts of systems in place on that car.
That could just, one little leak could make that smoke like crazy.
Yep.
And it could not even be that detrimental to the car.
Right, it could be. Not an indication of damage per se, but we do need to see him stay on his wheels if he's going to be a...
It looks like when he was trying to power around there, he caught an edge with the rear tire. Put him up on his side.
I think so, but he's back on his wheels and back under his own power. So Thormur is going to bring Thor back down to the ground. And we have Tímur is going to be up next. The Time Machine, Father Time. Tímur, the jointly owned and community built car from northeast city of Akureyri, Iceland. Akureyri hosted a 2-day race this year, and I believe it was in July 1st and 2nd, if I'm not mistaken. There's lots of good coverage of that race available on YouTube. In fact, Fuelcott had his live stream from Akureyri. I'm waiting now for Australia. Austi Magnusson is our pilot today. I don't remember who was starting out in Tímur. Maybe it was Austi.
The checkered flag for a go.
So this is the Predator car. One carbureted car in the field today. And they say car, sometimes I refer to them as cars or trucks or buggies.
It's different but I mean, there's really hard to really classify them as one thing.
Well, it just doesn't translate well. Like in Icelandic, they're toffarabil. So it's a Formula Offroad car. Because toffara, Icelandic, meaning, we translate it to Formula Offroad, but it really is, it describes the sport. It's what the sport's called, is toffara. So a toffarabil is a car that you do the toffara in.
Yeah.
So it's easy if you speak Icelandic.
It's stuck in there.
Yeah.
Same spot a few of the drivers have been getting caught up in.
Yeah. And, I don't mean to be Debbie Downer here, but it doesn't look like he's going anywhere, so there's no really a lot of point in hitting the throttle. Although it's cool to see the big dirt rooster tails.
I think he was he was going forward and back. Trying to get her unstuck.
Trying to rock it. And this is where these longer wheelbase cars have trouble on a hill like that.
Yep.
And not, certainly not entirely his fault. You see the wheels were actually turned, the front wheels were turned to the right. So he was trying to aim the front of the car to the right, but when the front of the car went up in the air, of course, the front of the car went left. And so he saw it coming. It wasn't a driver error that caused him to get stuck, I think. It was just the terrain of the course and just the way things are. What's your Icelandic for it is what it is?
Fataratas.
So, and then next up we've got the Brute, Rúðin. So, Jonas Karlsegilsson is driving. I believe he's the owner of the car, but he has been sharing the car today with his brother-in-law Helgi Heiðr. And so the two of them driving the car, the disadvantage is if one of them damages the car, it knocks the other guy out of the race. But it could also be possible that if one takes first, the other takes second place, so the car could win both first and second places.
Yeah.
Potentially. Maybe not today.
Yeah, I think they're a little far on.
Yeah, and they may be a little far behind. They'd have to do really, really well this track in order to get it. But it's still possible at this point of the day.
Yeah, of course.
Just super unlikely. Waiting for the hill to be ready. We still have Tímur is still up on top of the hill. We don't want to leave him there. It makes it, these gates are already not very big, but they're really not big if you leave a car parked in one of them.
I wonder how it would be if they left the cars where they were.
Well, it'd be like that great American sport. I think they call it Demolition Derby, right? It's
Yeah.
Or maybe a little bit more like monster trucks. Yeah. So we'll see. Who knows what would be the result there? But here we go. Tímur headed back down the hill, probably under his own power. I can't hear the engine running, but I mean, I guess it could just be a gravitational roll at this point.
Some Icelanders enjoying the sun.
Yeah. And hopefully when the camera pans around a little bit, we'll see. There we go. There's some armchair racing happening from the spectators. So, Jonas Karlsson in Ruden, the Brute, is coming up next. Waiting to see when we have a green flag from the hill so that we can get started with a checkered flag at the starting line. So the starting line judge there with the checkered flag in his hand is looking up the hill waiting for the signal that it's good to go. Allt gott. All good is the signal he needs.
Got it.
But they'll, because of the judge up on top of the hill is far away, they'll just use a signal flag. So right now the red flag is up. There's that guy never has no flag. It's either a red flag is up for the track is not ready, or a green flag is up for the track is ready. So our starting line referee is waiting and holding Jonas there at the ready. So in order to get to the starting line and prove his readiness, Jonas had to demonstrate a brake check to the track official. Usually that happens about 10 feet or so behind the starting line. And we have a green flag on the hill, a checkered flag at the starting line, and Jonas in Ruden, in the Brute, is going to take off. So the Brute, this is going to be interesting because I don't think, I've never seen it working at its full potential. But my understanding is that this car is quite capable. This is, a little bit sloppy, and made a left when he should have gone right.
Not exactly happy with that run.
Yeah. And this is I believe a stock 5.3 Silverado engine with a small turbo, if I'm not mistaken. Stripped out of the daily driver to be a weekend racer, and then maybe they'll stick it back in. I don't know. So, and looks like next we're gonna have Andri and the Cowboy. Andri Mar Kurikan, the Cowboy. This is one of the two cars, the independent rear suspension. I saw Geir Everett on this track earlier not do very well. He has the other car with the independent rear suspension, so it's an opportunity for Andri to win one for the rear steering. Or not the rear steering, the rear suspension, independent rear suspension.
Crew of guys.
Crew, yeah. I mean, from what I've seen, I'm not convinced that it's the way to go, but I'm not convinced it's a bad way to go. You know, I mean,
I think, like we were saying before, there's advantages and disadvantages to it.
Yeah, and you have to try.
Oh,
good
save
nice
there.
save. Nice save. So, of course, he's going to have to reverse. And I don't know if he's going to be able to get around to the gate and when he's got to back up. But that was a what do you call that? A front handspring in a 30,000-pound car? I'm not even sure. It was a
handstand.
Yeah, it was definitely a handstand.
Okay, so he's going to try to go up, but I think that's going to put him out of bounds.
Yeah, I think
he's going to head back down.
They called it over.
Yeah.
In fact, he may have been out of bounds when he stopped. but he didn't flip, and that's the kind of trick that gets a guy some, in the running for the driver of the day award, or the best moment, best in show.
I don't know who I would pick right now for best in show.
Usually that means there isn't one, but it can't be Finnur for his big rollover, because the rule for best in show is you can't have rolled over. It has to be a close call with a save, and several years ago, Thor Thormer had one, and he was coming down the hill doing a handstand, and the back end was coming over. He was going to do a front roll, and he nailed the gas, and he drove the front end out, and he saved it.
Raptor.
Yeah, Raptor. This is Atli Jamur Lauskason. So, Atli, very accomplished and experienced driver. Raptor is a very accomplished and experienced car. Built in Sweden 4 or 5 years ago. Has been passed through the hands of some of the truly great people, biggest names in the sport. And I would be surprised if there's not a die-cast car somewhere designed after a Raptor. I haven't seen it, but it would surprise me if it doesn't exist. The Raptor is sort of a no-nonsense kind of car.
Yeah.
Got a nice big footprint.
Look at that.
Yeah, makes great power.
Car is off. See if he gets it refired.
Did it shut off? It did.
And it is refired.
And it's running.
Like you said before, it could just have been a button pushed on accident,
Yeah, sometimes that's it. Or, the fuel pump might still be running, but sometimes they're, depending on the hill they're on, it sucks dry for just a minute.
Yep.
Causes an air bubble, and that's it. And you have an air bubble. And when you don't feed these engines fuel, and these engines drink fuel fast enough that as soon as you cut it off,
Looks like he missed the gate there. But they haven't given the red flag, so I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Making his line up for the final uphill. Gets that.
Nice and dusty.
Through the final gate. All right.
All right. Nice shot. Oh, hey, I see us.
There's our van.
Center of the screen. And there we go. We look back at the track, at the hill.
Here's him coming over that first. He almost lost it right there. He was up on 2 wheels, giving a little bicycle action.
Yeah. Boom.
There's definitely a steep ledge in there that keeps kicking the cars forward when they come over that wall right there.
Yep. Yeah, look at that. It gives you a sense from this angle about just how wide that car is.
Yeah. It's pretty impressive though when he scaled like right through here. He gets on the gas, how just quickly it just jumps up out of there.
Yep. Absolutely. What's that hanging down there? Something. Oh no, it was a marker, the gate marker I could see against the car. But now Atli almost down, and now we have Finnur on Reifrin, the fox.
Very exciting driver to watch. See how he does on this. This is I feel like this is a pretty tight and technical track. This one on track 4, so. We'll see how Finnur does with his aggressive driving style in this.
Well, hopefully well. The Fox is definitely running the bigger diggers at all 4 corners. And Fender's not afraid of that go pedal. So
Would you say that is an advantage or disadvantage on a tight technical track like this one?
Well, I think that it depends. A lot of it depends on the car and the driver. I don't think that there is a best combination for every track. But I think that, this car handles very well. It's a fairly light car. It has the wheelbase is not too short and it's not too long.
Yep.
And so I think overall the car is well set up, and we'll have to see, at the end of the day. But where others have been struggling, the Fox friend here has a very nice wide footprint, so it gives the car a lot of stability. The center of gravity is fairly low, and the car doesn't sit up too high. It's not susceptible to a roll that way. And the car has lots of power and lots of traction, and that's usually a pretty good combination for this loose stuff. You can dig your way through. But at any one point in time, the wrong combination of traction and power will equate to loss of traction in this loose dirt. Here comes Finner going up the hill. He's going to approach this gate. So many have had trouble right here in this first little bit. He's making that look easy. Plenty of traction. Pull himself across. Sort of crests that next hill nice and slow, right? So he didn't run into the problem that like Greifa had, where he was.
See, he's got a little bit different of an angle though. He
Yep.
went a little farther, so it's going to be tighter for him to get down into this, into that marker there.
For sure.
Going nice and easy. Probably trying to take a good line to set himself up for this ravine, gully, ditch, whatever. Right? Gets through there fairly easily.
Still moving.
Yeah.
Still going. Took him.
I think he's just.
Like he had second thoughts. Maybe somebody sent a text message. Maybe he had to check his phone, see what was up. Although he's a pretty fierce competitor, I'm pretty sure he would not have stopped the race for his phone. But maybe he's waiting on an important call. I don't know. It's the disadvantage sometimes to being important is that people got to get a hold of you. Doing well, and he's just at that point where it's going into the sun and back into the shade. Oh, come on, Finner.
So now he doesn't roll. That was a rollback from the hill, so that doesn't count as a reverse, right?
I don't think that it counts from the hill, but I honestly.
Let's see. Okay. Makes it through.
Oh, nicely done.
Aggressively through the final gate.
Yeah. So Scully at 190 points. I think Finner's going to take this particular track from him, and Finner is no stranger to the podium, so this might be just the burst that Finner needed to get him really in the hunt for the top prizes today. So soon we'll have the official tally of the points, and we'll be able to share it with viewers. And see a lot of clapping from the crowd. Oh, yeah. Well, there's also less cars too.
No.
Yeah, the points are being updated a little bit faster, I think. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like we may be in for another Olsen.
So they might have
show.
got it.
Or maybe
figured out.
Maybe this is Olsen.
Maybe they got it fixed up, the one that was broken before.
I mean, it could be.
Finner 160.
160 for Finner. Okay. So maybe more penalty points than I thought, but certainly not a bad showing for this track. I mean, that's a solid second place at the moment. And then we had Gullager and Olsen is currently number 3rd. So this is Olsen. This is Björn Thor Eliasson. Olsen. I wonder if they each have a team poster with a picture of the car, or if they really just have one poster with a picture of one car. You know.
I mean, all they have to do is just like Photoshop out the driver number, and you could never tell the difference.
Or if they took a picture before they put the driver number on.
Yeah.
Because they're just stickers that get changed out sometimes for each race, right?
I wonder if they switch cars between drivers. 86
I wonder if
every
we'd ever
other
know.
weekend.
I wonder if we'd ever know. Oh, this is definitely Olsen with a transmission issue because it seems that they've already having some transmission issue. I heard it. I heard the transmission say, no thanks.
How he makes it through the course with that problem, but he's through the first gate pretty cleanly. Second gate now. Okay, scaling his way down. He's been hitting it pretty cleanly so far. And takes that marker away, but solid run so far. Nice and just like a consistent speed on this run. Nothing too fast, not stopping either. But it looks like he's not going to make it.
Oh, Olsen really could have used these points in a full ride. It's not over yet.
Okay.
Nice. And through another gate. So now he's got, that resets his ability to reverse. So even though he took some penalty points,
now he's going to try to make this final climb. Here he goes. Almost.
Go.
Through
Yes.
the final gate. Wonderful.
Yes.
That was a good
nice
run.
job.
Good run. The bomb order. The bomb factory. Up next.
The bomb factory, yeah, the bomb maker. Smiður. Bomben.
There's also
Ingimar.
very impressive for a car that's having transmission problems to complete a difficult track like this one.
Yep.
But I think as the sun starts to descend a little bit out of the center of the sky, it's becoming more difficult for them to see up the hill here.
Yeah, it's really just the bad line, I think.
Still they aren't giving the green flag yet at the top of the hill to clear the track. They're still putting some markers in. And I don't believe they have scored Olsen yet. Could be why we are currently paused, waiting on his point tally from the officials.
And they may be just double checking with each other. The referees have communications. They can see. Let's see what's happening here. So, waiting for Thorthormer's points. And, Olsen. So, Thorthormer's points are at 80 for this track. Track number 4. And, but Olsen, 200 points that round. So, very nice.
Okay. That was a solid run by him.
Yes.
especially to come back. I believe he only got a few points in a couple of the other tracks. One of them, I think he zeroed because of his transmission malfunction.
I think maybe 2 of them.
Yeah.
1 or 2. So, yeah, pretty soon we'll flip the screen and see the standings, and we have just 3 cars left in track number 4. So, winding down our day, and sadly we have 4 cars now do not start on track number 4. So, here we go. This is Ingimar and Smithy Bomben, the bomb house, the bomb factory,
I think the bomb factory.
I think I'm not qualified to translate it directly to English, so I think we'll just call it the bomb.
Oh, and he's gonna have to reverse here and take some penalty points.
I mean, it could also be maybe the noisemaker,
yeah. And he's frustrated with that.
So the Icelandic word for yes is yow. So you may hear us saying like yow yow now, but this would be nay 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 nay, and that is the opposite of yes. Nay is the opposite of yow. So this is it's too bad.
One of these longer wheelbase cars, like you were saying, just gets stuck right in the center of the frame there. Not able to get all the way over.
Well, and it's right. Sadly, one of the things that's awesome is when they have to recover the car with a strap, they know right where that balance point is. But the same thing is true, and if the balance point is right underneath if it's right where they parked the car,
yep,
you got all 4 wheels in the air, and it's sort of it's almost like a turtle on its back. It's like here I am, I'm stuck. So. And looking in the do not start list, it looks like Guðmundur Ellerson in Rodeo is not going to start this course.
Okay.
And then we have the beloved aunt number 2. I'm sorry, the beloved aunt number 1, Freya Franke, is not going to start, still under repair there. And Helgi Heiður is not going to be driving the Rude car, the Brute.
Get some information from our pit guys to see, what exactly the story is on them.
Yep, that would be nice for sure. But that's okay, because we can always just make things up.
Yeah.
And here we go. Overall point standings. Ingvar is still on top. Thorthormer is still in second place. Scully now in third place. But we look here, there's less than 100 points separating the first 4 places for today.
I mean, so these last 2 tracks are going to be very crucial. I would say even to the top 5 are.
I mean, everybody is within striking distance for sure. All it takes is for a slight upset, little tilt to the earth, right? And things can change pretty quickly here.
Turn your day from right side up to upside down.
No question about it.
Looks like we have one of the older builds coming up next.
Yep, Danny Jr., Daniel Danielson in Green Thunder is going to be our next driver.
So unlike the Timmer car, they have the old body style, but they have went to the fuel injection.
Yeah, and Green Thunder has been running this turbo LS combination for several years. They actually, the stories are out. They've announced on its Facebook official. They are awaiting delivery of a new engine coming from Borowski Race Engines. So
okay.
I think last I heard was the engine was finished and just waiting to ship.
So they are going to stick with that body for next year.
So I think I believe the chassis is gonna continue on. They've talked to Borowski and I think some others over the last few years about the idea of a nice power plant.
Looks like here we go with track number 5.
Oh, we're looking at track 5. Well, this Danny, I think Danny's still running track. I think we're still in track number 4. Should be 2 or 3 cars left. in track 4. So, but maybe we are looking at track. I mean, I think we're looking at track map for 5 because it doesn't look like track 4's map.
Like where they have the mouse right now, that is definitely going to be a hard turning point right there. I think you'll see the rear steering vehicles have a little bit of an advantage possibly here.
Yeah, although we don't know why he's out. So that's one of the ones that's a do not start. And we take a look there. This is
going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, or fun. I mean, it all depends on your perspective. As a spectator here, it looks like a lot of fun, but
definitely challenging.
Yeah.
See, it looks like there's a pretty good sized hole right in there. Right in
no
between.
question about it.
This is going to be
It's a
interesting.
hole, it's a ledge, it's all sorts of things that it could be.
Like you were saying before, though, this could be, they could just be digging through this stuff, or they hit that limestone. And have that shale wall in there.
Yep, and there's nothing.
No, so you never know.
You gotta hit it hard and hope. You just gotta. But it's good because if it was easy, or if any one of these drivers could look at the map and get a full 350 points each time, who would watch?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think anybody has scored a 350 today, though.
Nope, we had 340 or 330. Oh, the 340 on the time track. We had just one penalty point to lose 10. Lose 10 points from penalty. And I think Greifa had a 330 on another. So it would have been a full, but minus 20 penalty points. So lots of good stuff. Lots of good racing, lots of good camaraderie, competition, and unbeatable weather. I've also never seen it to be sunny this long in Iceland at once.
I haven't either. Usually it's like a half-day deal.
So I mean, this is like from the time that I got up this morning. It's been bright and sunny and gorgeous.
Back to 0 points for everybody for this track. Not for the day, just for the track.
Yep. Okay, so I guess, Danny is going to start us off on track number 5. So I'm still a little bit confused.
I believe I remember him being one of the first cars in the last one, not getting through gate 1. I think he was one of the cars that scored 0.
Danny Jr. did get stuck on that hill, so
I think he was like one of the first.
He just scored 0, but there we go. Oh, good. We're closer to the end than I thought. It's it's going to be time to crack a nice cold mix at the end of all this.
Yeah, or a Thule.
It's time to crack a nice cold mix right now, but.
You'll see. I think the officials, it looks like they're getting pretty close, but the red flag is up in the air, so that means that it is fairly close.
The track not quite ready.
Looks like the officials down by the start are having a little meeting. They are setting markers here on the screen now. So that leaves us with, if 4 aren't starting, 17 cars in this field for the last 2 tracks, if they all complete through this one.
And we have someone is shouting something in Icelandic that I don't recognize. So we'll see what's the delay here. They still have a red flag on top of the hill.
No, the official that starts them is not near the car yet, so it might be a minute or 2 before we go under racing order.
Maybe it's just too hot. Maybe everybody's taking a break. They said we're not used to this.
It has been a long day.
Yeah.
Could almost drive to Reykjavik and back by now.
I'm not sure you could get there and back driving. I mean, I guess it depends on who's driving, or which path you're taking. But certainly not by the ring road.
Nope. Yeah, it looks like they're having a meeting with the drivers down there. The track builder. You know, what's his name?
Oh, Baldi.
Yeah, he's having a meeting with the drivers down there. And he was pointing, so he was explaining something to him.
Yeah.
Maybe they had to make some last-minute changes from deterioration.
That would be unlikely. That would be unlikely. I'm not saying it's impossible.
So they usually just let it go.
But yeah, Baldi is the track marshal. I think he's the designer and in charge of the construction of these tracks for this race.
Right.
And I believe overall maybe he's the safety officer for today. So if there was something, and because none of the cars have started on track 5, they could make a track modification. But if he'd modified things, he wouldn't be able to. So. Yeah, so we just did receive word that they're modifying the track a little bit. The course marshal perceived the path based on how everybody's been doing today. He thinks maybe it needs to be adjusted. I don't want to say necessarily to making him easier, but there's a quick meeting with the drivers. So because nobody had started track number 5 yet, they still had the rules allow a change if all drivers agree. So the change, will be a slightly variation from the plan.
This could be, very good in our for the total points for the day. It's going to rack the points up a lot more for some of the top drivers that are already up there.
Yeah, it definitely could be. It could be better for everybody, but we've seen.
Actually, we have just received word that they did not agree to that, so they are not going to change it.
Okay. So that's interesting.
So I guess some of the drivers, they are enjoying this difficult,
challenging
track.
The guys who are doing okay, or the best of the pile, certainly don't want to pave the way for someone else to come in and do better.
And take away their points, and not take away, but gain points on them.
Yeah, but it also comes to, that was the plan, and they don't want to be handicapped. They don't want the course to be handicapped. They're like, okay, well, look, this is the plan. This is what we agreed to and what we've been thinking about. So
there's Thor there.
Yeah, Thor Thormer, and that awesome suit from OMP Racing. It's an OMP1 design, so it's not a factory pattern, not something you can just click on the internet and have shipped to your home. That suit was designed and made for Thor Thormer. Smiles.
Speaking Icelandic.
Yeah. We have the evil mullet there doing interviews in the Icelandic language, so I hate to direct anybody away from our brilliance here in the English-speaking live stream, but because we don't have an audio feed, I honestly can't tell you what they're talking about.
You knowing Thor, would you think that he is wanting to keep the track or change the track?
Well, what I think is that Thor agreed to race the track that they showed him, so he wants to race the track that they showed him.
Yeah, because I imagine when they go out, they walked the track already.
They did.
They've seen it. Now they have a game plan.
Yeah, and as long as the track is the same for everybody, then
it's fair.
Roughly speaking, it's fair.
Yeah.
And so if you change it and you make it easier, then if everybody gets 350 points in this next track, the standings are all still the same.
Exactly.
If everybody only gets 50 points on this next track, the standings are all the same. But, Thor is saying it's likely on team. No, we don't need to change it.
Yeah.
So, but it is an unusual thing to have this question. It's not unheard of, but it's unusual for this question to pop up. And now that Danny Jr. is starting, I'm gonna flip our feed over here to the live stream. That was Garrett Everett saying, "Hey, Evil Mullet, go pay attention to the race. Get out of my face."
Okay.
All right, that's a nice climb, and he's up there, and he's in that soft stuff, and you see
trying to get up. A lot of spinning.
Yep.
That looks like could be all she wrote for him. He's gonna try to roll.
He's gonna come again.
Okay.
Come on, Danny Jr. He's trying to bring the thunder to the top of the hill, but it looks like he's not climbing any farther.
Very, very hard for us to view from here. Not using the screen right now because of the sun and the dust that they are kicking up out there.
Yeah.
It's a good thing we have these drones flying around.
Right? Kind of looks like a bomb went off.
Yeah.
So yeah, it would be a lot less dust if the weather was a little less cooperative.
Yeah. But as they say, beggars can't be choosers.
And I'll take this. I'll take this over a rainy day race any day.
I agree. But I mean, we have been able to sit in this nice front seats of a car, so I guess the rain wouldn't have affected us too much, besides turn the wipers on once in a while.
Yeah.
But it would have been a less fun of a day for the fans and the pit crews and the drivers.
Oh, for sure, no question about that.
I don't think we would have gotten the numbers that they've gotten today, fan-wise.
No, and the spectators are important.
Of course.
And now a man no longer a spectator because he's strapped into the seat of the boogeyman. Here comes Sævar. Gonna be sending Maury up the hill. Maury, that male ghost we've dubbed the boogeyman.
Got the Hellcat supercharger engine. We'll see how that gets him up the hill.
Should be. Lack of power shouldn't be his problem.
I don't believe so.
I don't know how many horsepower he has, but it's a lot. They're counted in hundreds.
Would you say he's over 1,000?
I don't know. If it's I don't know if he's on a factory tune or if he's spraying nitrous or has done anything else. I think on the factory tune they're 700 something. The Hellcat engines, but I don't know. I hope the folks at home can hear that thing sing, because
I do too.
Boy, she sounds great.
Oh, come on.
Let the big dog eat, and there he goes. He's still making progress and just wiggling himself. Oh, looks like maybe not more forward progress.
Oh, and
yep, and he's down.
I don't think he got through this gate coming up, so they're not going to give him points for that. Yeah, he was starting to head his way out of bounds over there.
Okay, so Sævar and Maury, the boogeyman, not doing as well as he wanted, but I gotta tell you, in the contest against gravity, he was doing okay.
Yeah.
But he didn't win this time. It's always good to see.
Greifa and Sledgen. The sledgehammer. Ready to go.
Sledgen. Yeah, sledgehammer. Let's see, so. Greifa.
Green flag at the top of the hill.
And the checkered flag at the start, and ready to go.
Making his way to the first markers. First gate.
Okay.
Now let's see how he can do on the side hill. The crab walk.
Yeah, he's got it pointed in the right direction.
Okay.
Oh, he had it pointed in the right direction.
I believe that gate is on the side hill.
Yeah.
But
It's great for the viewers to see him just slide down the hill sideways, though.
Okay, almost over backwards there. Can't go much farther back, though, or he'll be out of bounds. And he gets through that gate there.
Climb, climb, climb.
Takes down one of the sponsor banners, but doesn't make it through the final gate.
Oh, did not make it through the final gate. Okay. And sometimes getting to the top of the hill is just about surviving.
Yeah. Coming down from that location that he was at there would not be a fun tumble.
But a great look for most of us for understanding where the boundaries are for track 5. And quick repair of the markers, and we'll be back in action and ready for Olsen. Or
you can see there, he kicked the front up.
Yeah.
But pretty good throttle control, not allowing it to roll over backwards. That would have been quite the tumble down the hill. Reverse somersault.
Yeah. Ouch! Ooh, ouch! Ooh, ouch!
But they are well protected. 6-point harness, Hans device.
It's pretty cozy in those things.
Yeah.
It's I haven't cartwheeled 10 times, or I did one of the cars we expected today at a front flip in training just 2 days ago, and the car did not fare so well, and the driver was bruised herself a little bit, so there's one less car here today.
4 down from today's race, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
Or they say, that's racing.
That's right. So, 86. Olsen or Olsen?
86 is Olsen.
Okay.
So this is going to be Gulager Helgeson. Olsen. I think. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Up.
See if he can get through gate 2. He's got to get his way up the hill a little more. Alright.
And I'm lost in the dust and the sun. Ah, there we go. There's
I don't know if he made it through, but they haven't red flagged him, so but he is all over the gas pedal right now.
He's definitely on top of it.
To the left a little more. Does he get through? It looks like he did get through the final gate.
Okay.
Solid run by Olsen.
Very good, Olsen. Geir Everts with 200 points. so far in track 5.
How many
200
liters of fuel you think he just burned on that one stretch?
You know, a few more than I want to drink. He probably went through 6 or 8 liters, I would guess.
Yeah. Gas prices here in Iceland too. That's not very. It's pretty costly uphill performance.
You're not kidding.
I did the conversion. It's about, our price would be about 100 krona a liter.
100 kroners per liter. No, it's more than that because it's over 300 kroners, Icelandic kroners per liter. So it's a little over, and 130 kroners. So it's a little more than $2 a liter, and there's 3.7 liters in a gallon. So it's like $8 and $9 a gallon.
Yeah, but I'm saying that 100 liters, our price, if you bought fuel in the U.S. for a liter,
right,
kroner, it should be close to like 100-ish. I'm guessing 100 liter or 100 kroner per liter ish.
Oh, you mean no, like a dollar a liter? Yeah.
That's quite expensive.
Yeah, it is, for sure.
I see why they don't go on joyrides here.
Yeah, well, nobody commutes. I mean,
No.
You live in the town where you work. You want to work in a different town, you should move there.
Well, that's like all of them are like, oh man, I got a 15-minute drive to work. I'm like, you're lucky to be 15 minutes from the grocery store in the U.S.
And there we go. This is probably going to be our most important run of the day.
Yep.
Because what Scully lays down here for his performance at track number 5, Ingvar is going to have to match. So if Scully has a good run, Ingvar is going to have a good run. And if Scully doesn't have a good run, he's going to leave the door wide open for Ingvar to come in and take away the championship.
Let's see what he does here. It looked to me as almost, I guess not. Maybe there was a car malfunction a little bit, but it doesn't seem to appear that way.
Oh, no. And Scully is over. He's not over too far, but he's over far enough. So, the mighty Simbi is no longer accumulating points on track number 5. So Gulager and Olsen wound up with 250 points. The last car, and now Simbi's got to be cleared from the track. Simbi is, I think, going to be coming between 100 and 200 points.
What do you think happened there as far as to make him roll like that? It's loss of traction or not?
I'm not sure.
Just started
really
deciding
on it, and it, you know,
far.
I think it was unequal traction is what it looked like. You know, but he's right up there in that line of the limestone or sandstone or whatever that is, that hard dirt that runs through that hill in a vein.
Okay, Ingvar and the Viking.
Ingvar Vikingurinn. Viking Racing. And we have a checkered flag at the start, so here we go. So now this becomes the most important run of the day, I think, because if he can beat what Scully had, then Ingvar stays on top, and if he can't beat what Scully just did, then Ingvar's in trouble for today and for the Icelandic Championship.
These guys are making it run right down to the last track. It seems like it's going to be.
Yeah, well, they really are. And of course, if Scully winds up in second or third place for the day, he's still going to be the national champion.
Yep.
But the problem he's going to have, Ingvar is going to have. There we go. He's got to do well here.
All gas there. He has made it farther than Simba does. He did get through that last gate that Simba wasn't able to get through.
he's
getting
digging.
traction.
And he's digging. Nice job.
Now
Of course, everybody else that has to go is looking at that and just wondering if now it's easier or harder.
Through the last gate.
Yes. Yes. Nicely done, Ingvar. Nicely done.
So he is putting a little note saying that this championship is mine.
Yeah, he said, hang on. Hold my beer.
Yeah.
Hold my mix. This day, Fetta ekki búin. It's not done. And I think, hopefully, the viewers at home and around the world now have a different appreciation of how steep this hill actually is.
Yeah.
Oh, it can't be that steep. The photographer's standing there. Well, the photographer's crazy, first of all.
Yeah.
All of them are. And some of these cars are just berserk.
I don't think there's many other vehicles that are on planet Earth that can get up that hill.
I mean, not many, I think.
That aren't here.
Right. It would be fun, I know that some of the rock bouncers are pretty accomplished climbers, but it'd be fun to to have them come and see what they do here.
With their cars or in these cars?
With their cars.
Okay.
I know what these cars are capable of. And so a little practice, I don't want to say anybody can do this, but, once you learn the car,
yeah,
it's easy to give it a shot. But I know that a lot of Americans tried rock bouncing when they had the Icelandic. I'm sorry, a lot of Icelanders tried rock bouncing in America with these cars. They changed the tires and tried their tracks.
Okay, he looks like he gets through that pretty difficult gate. He's coming across.
Hálskolda and rolling the sheep that climbs hills. Here it is.
He is attacking this course.
He is.
Through the final gate. He's actually had a fairly decent second half of his day.
He's coming on strong. He says this sheep is not ready for slaughter. Don't smoke me yet. Things are. I think I'm happy that they didn't change the course, because this is a pretty good course.
Yeah.
We have Evil Mullet in the pits now, talking to some of the drivers. There's going to interview Ingvar and Vikingurinn.
Getting his helmet off of him.
Ingvar Johansson. So Vikingurinn is I don't want to say it's a recycled car, but it's a car that's been passed around a little bit. It's been racing Icelandic Formula Offroad, I think, around 10 years. I first came to know the car when it was called Taz.
Okay.
Raced by a driver named Haukur Víðir Einarsson.
After the Tasmanian Devil.
I mean, I think so.
Okay.
And Haukur Víðir raced Taz for 1 or 2 years, and then sold it and built a car called Hekla. That was and became known as Team 16. And wound up being Icelandic champion a few years ago in that car. And he started this year with had a crash in testing just before the race at Hekla, and then went on to the race in Norway and had catastrophic engine trouble and decided to take the rest of the season off. And my understanding is that car has been sold, so we don't know what the story is there.
Okay, here we go.
Oh,
got people.
Timar back on the track, and now with this Predator carburetor, this is a lot of vertical climbing.
Yeah, I think he might have some troubles, but he gets through the first 2 gates.
Yeah.
Sounds like rev limiter there.
Well, the
gets
other
2 tires through that gate.
Okay, well, as long as they were a front and a back, he's in good shape.
I believe it was just the front too.
Yeah.
He's putting off a lot of steam now.
Yeah, putting off a little bit of a smoky show there. Hopefully that's.
Oh, don't forget he was on fire earlier today.
I do. I remember. I bet he does as well.
Oh yeah.
And seeing a lot of smoke here. But he still sounds like he's running. Sounds like he's still trying to do something. So, Timar, this is this car typically races. It's from Eyjastad, where they have an off-road race, and the hills in Eyjastad are very steep, and so this is probably not super intimidating for him. But looks like some officials coming. I don't know if there is a problem with the car or not. I don't hear it running anymore. So I have to see if there's a mechanical problem that's going to cause a slight delay in our track 5.
I see the excavator coming down to get him.
Yep, we have Evil Mullet is now talking to Thor Thormer, who's geared up and in the car. Looks like he's just about ready to go. You may notice an extra harness there hanging next to Thor Thormer. So while the seat is currently out, there is a passenger seat that goes in that car. So one of the very few cars with a passenger seat. And I'm sure if someone wanted to make a healthy donation to the Thor Thormer Fuel Fund, they could probably get themselves a ride in the off season. So you definitely have to be brave, or maybe not too smart to strap yourself in the car with Thor Thormer. But you're going to get the ride of a lifetime. There's no question about that. So they do have
a lot cheaper than going to the carnival for the day.
And
a lot more to write home about afterwards.
Yeah,
too.
I mean, it's like I said, it's a chance of a lifetime.
Yep.
Driving one of these cars is an amazing experience, and being a passenger with a driver who knows what he's doing is that much more amazing. So we have looks like we've got recovery underway for Timar. Sorry that Timar needs it, but it happens. So I like seeing a car that comes that especially this sort of community-owned, community-wrenched, and community-raced.
Yeah, I think when we were talking to him, he said probably about 10 guys involved in it now.
Yeah.
As far as ownership-wise only, never mind.
And that's great. Yeah, right. I mean, the number's probably twice that for the guys who wrench on it and help keep it alive.
Looks like
there we go. There's an interviewing with Scully Christensen driving Simbi. Evil Mullet is picking his brain. He probably asking Scully, saying, "Oh, Scully, how did you feel about that last track? What do you think are your chances today of winning in the race? And are you worried? Do you think you have this Icelandic champion locked up?" And the reality is there's still a lot of day left. There's still a lot of cars to run on this track and a lot of cars to run on track number 6.
Yep.
So
looks like the Cowboy is down there on the starting line getting ready to go.
Oh, that'll be great. Eager to see how Andri does on this track.
Looks like they're in the Simbi car now, getting it prepared for the next track.
Making sure everything's ready.
Some VP race gas in it. Now, are most of them running that VP race fuel?
Yeah, a lot of cars do. Really the power that's needed, or the power that's available when burning race fuel,
of course,
is a factor. I know that the Borowski engine that Thor Thormer has was designed and tuned to run on the 99 octane that's available here at the pump. So it is high test, but it's a pump gas, which makes it a lot more affordable, because race fuel is definitely more expensive.
Cowboy through the first 3 gates fairly, making it look easy.
Come on, cowboy, get up there.
On the gas heavy. Using the gas.
Yep. Yo. Come on.
Oh,
Almost.
gate.
Yes.
There it is.
Yes.
Very good run by him.
So one has to wonder, though, that after a run like that, is it now going to be easier for the next guy or harder for the next guy? There's a lot of loose dirt got moved out of the way.
Yeah, because then you could just be getting straight down to that limestone, that slippery shale. We've been talking about that. If he's just spinning all of the good traction dirt away.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's got to dig down to get to where he can get something,
I believe it seems to be that once they get to the grass part, there's no problem with traction there. It's just on that side hill, and they got to make that turn across. They all seem to be struggling to find the traction.
Yeah. Where the grass exists, the dirt is different, and the grass helps to hold it together so you can get a good bite.
Exactly.
So
there is the red flag and the officials at the top of the hill, waiting to switch it to green for a Raptor.
Okay. Atli Yamal. Raptor, who had a transmission change between tracks 2 and 3, I think.
Pretty incredible.
Yeah, it was lunchtime. So between tracks 2 and 3, they changed the transmission, and it's not just to drop out, because on that car it doesn't come out through the bottom; it comes out to the top. So
all hands on deck to get
all
that changed.
Hands for sure. But there are, and you see guys from 4 different teams over there, helping and rushing things around, and a great show of friendship and a great show of sportsmanship, and sometimes a great show of family strength.
Yeah.
Here in Iceland. Beautiful day here in Akureyri. Looks like we're waiting for the green flag on top of the hill. We should get pretty soon, I think. Don't see anyone else working on the hill, and with our stream camera, they certainly expect the checkered flag to drop quickly.
What do you think is going through Atli's mind right now as he sits there and waits?
Probably Atli is thinking, "Come on, people, let me go." And he's waiting for the start signal. But I think he's a pretty thoughtful driver, and he's calculating, what his best path is. I don't think that any of these guys really sit in the seat and think, what does it take to beat so-and-so, or what does it take to win? They think, what does it take to get to the top of the hill? That's what they're interested in. And it's not...
like a competition within a competition, so you're competing against yourself.
Yes,
See
exactly.
how good you can actually do.
Exactly. Trying to find what works best, and watching how the other guys do, so they can see where the advantage is. That's a nice
first 2 gates.
Yeah, nicely done so far. Atli's he's got a great car. It's well balanced, lots of power, lots of traction.
Up and over.
Nay. Okay, and he didn't.
Oh, but now is this legal right now? Is he allowed to go again?
No.
Okay.
So he has rolled over, so he cannot continue on this track.
Okay.
But he only fell halfway down the mountain. So there's a lot more of Atli and the car that could have been injured if he'd come all the way down the mountain. So, but yeah, his track number 5 is over for him. after a full rollover. And like I said, that was a rule change, but it was a rule change right around the time that I started really paying attention to the sport. So it's not been a long time changed. And we'll see. We still got a pretty good crowd out here. You know, some folks I'm sure packed it in, got tired, got hot,
If you
or hungry.
haven't noticed, though, the Cowboy has taken the top spot on track 5.
Yeah, the Cowboy, excellent, Andre.
Good run by him.
310 points, so it takes over from the previous leader at 250 points. About halfway through the cars now.
Right here, when you can see he did almost exactly one of the previous drivers. I can't remember exactly who it was right now, but same thing, kind of caught the edge on the right rear and just rolled over.
I think that was, I was going to say it was Gerrit, but maybe I'm wrong on that. But, and here we go. Here comes.
Uh-oh. This doesn't look good, though, that they're getting the excavator out to...
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't have to. It looks like they're looking down at something in the front.
Oh, no. That's not good.
No? Hopefully there's not a big mechanical issue, just something minor that they can fix before they head into track number 6.
That's never a good sign to get towed away at the top of the hill there. And I believe he'd started, after his roll, he'd started again, because that's how he got to where he is now. So, don't know exactly what the problem is.
Comes the wheel loader in to grab him. But a Finner waiting on the starting line.
Yes. And no question about it, and Finner's one of those guys that just wants to get to the top of the hill. He doesn't really, I don't want to say he doesn't care if he wins or loses.
But he's
because he wants to win.
He's down there chomping at the bit.
But he's definitely waiting for the go. And when he goes, he's going to come out of the hole hard, and he's going to push hard. He's looking for the top of that hill, and there's nothing else is acceptable.
It's going to be interesting to watch him go here once they get Raptor clear.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, currently disabled car.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with knowing that a lot of these guys, their regular car is, out of the garage most of the time because this is sitting in it. A lot of these guys don't have big fancy shops and garages or somewhere to keep the car in the off season, and they're not very large vehicles, but they're not super convenient.
No, takes up a single bay garage.
Yeah,
easily.
If you don't have a lot of tools or parts.
Exactly.
Or tires.
Oh.
Yeah, these tires can be terrible to deal with. But I guess you don't have to worry about that in the snowcross world, right? Don't do a lot of tires.
We do a lot of tracks, though.
Yeah, I would assume.
But they, honestly, though, the way we ball them up, about the same size as these tires when they're sitting on their side.
Okay.
So, but we don't bring 4 of them with us to the races.
Okay.
We just have, usually 1 or 2. Track is not something we usually break.
Okay.
So.
All right, I think we're...
Okay. Trying to find a gear there. 9. Maybe trying to clear her out a little bit or something.
All right, I'm not sure what's going on there.
Nay.
What is going on? That is definitely unusual.
Didn't even get really out of the gate.
Yeah, there must be some problem with the car or something. I'm
Yeah,
Nope.
he looks like he's on a...
I know what's on Finner's mind now, and it's not something I can say on live broadcast.
No, I don't believe so. But he is on a straight mission right back to the pit.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a problem with the car. That he looks like if he's on a rush like that, he probably assumes it might be fixable before the next track.
Yeah, I hope so. I certainly hope so, because he looked unhappy.
Yes. And he's a fun driver to watch.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't see
Olsen, I think.
Is it the 87 or the 86?
I think this is going to be...
We've already seen Olsen. Yeah, because the 86 already ran. He's got 250. So yeah, this is the
Olsen.
And he's off.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Olsen did run for sure on this track.
Made it to the top.
The first car, I believe, is.
Yeah.
Yo, go, baby, go.
Okay, makes it through the first two. Alrighty. All over the gas pedal trying to get some traction there, but just spinning. Up. Gotta watch that out of bounds marker there, and he crossed it. He is out of bounds.
Oh.
So that will end Olsen's run.
Bjorn Thor Eliasson. So he'll get some points, but certainly not what he was hoping for.
You can see the laid back head there. Wasn't
the frustration.
Yes. Definitely, obviously he has the car to get there as his clone car made it to the top.
Yeah, so we can say this one's not the car's problem for sure. It's got to be the driver.
Yeah, at least that's what they're probably gonna give him crap for back in the pits.
Yep, I would expect nothing less for that. All right, so here we go. Olsen. Good showing, but not the showing we wanted. And now watching Raptor being carried away.
Trying to look in at the front end. It looked like they were looking at the front end, the officials were, before he was taken away.
Yeah, it could be something that's difficult to see. So if there was a power steering hose leaking or something, they would stop. They would likely stop it because it's a fire risk when that even a pin, especially a pinhole, because it aerosolizes that oil and makes it super dangerous.
Looks like Olsen has a problem as well.
Yeah, have to see what it takes to get Olsen off the hills and cleared out. So.
The excavator and the wheel loaders have been busy here in this track 5.
Yeah, definitely. This is, and
it's late in the day, though.
It's late in the day, and the track designer, Valdemar, he said, "Hey, maybe we should change track 5 a little bit," and the drivers unanimously did not agree to do that, so they changed nothing. So we'll see if there's any regrets about that. It's not like a bad tattoo you can just hide. Of course, not every bad tattoo can be hidden.
No. Looks like he's rolling down now, though. Maybe he's reversed. I don't know. Or it could be a gravity roll.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because he is at a stop. Yeah.
We have Ingemar. Smider bomben. A bomb. A bomb maker. So I see Olsen. Excuse me. Olsen is fired back up and driving through the pits. We're waiting to see the checkered flag here for Ingemar. There it is. And so the bomb is off and running, getting ready to blow up track 5.
Very well could. You know, with that. It's up there. It starts wrecking the course for the last few drivers. There should be only a few left, though.
Yeah. Climbing well. Oh, no.
No, spun him right around.
Yeah.
I think he's out of bounds there. Yeah, definitely. That'll end the bomb's run.
Okay. No more run for the bomb on this track.
Yeah, he was
whatever
trying to
points.
get across that side hill, and it just caught too much traction almost, and just spun him down the hill.
Yeah. It happens sometimes.
Or as you were saying earlier, uneven traction.
Yeah, and there's really no way to predict sometimes, you know, and just how as the car shifts, it changes how much weight is on each one of those wheels. So one of them might be digging twice as fast as the other, and that can cause the whole car to upset and go wonky.
The ugly bird.
Skarfen, the only other 2023 chassis that's here, right? So Thor driving Thor, and Peter Widersen and Skarfen are here in their debut season for those chassis. Certainly not the debut season for the drivers, but all set and
gets the checkered flag.
Here he goes to start off, and the ugly bird is hopefully going to fly to the top of the hill. Check it out, and we'll see. We'll see how it's going. Climb, you ugly duckling. Nice.
Okay, looks like he's got to get up.
Nice.
Oh, I think he missed that. Yeah, red flag. He missed the third gate.
Aye. That's too bad.
Wasn't able to get up the hill enough to get through the side hilling gate. But looks like we only have a few drivers left. Thor is one of the drivers that has not gone in this one of the top runners in today's points.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll see Thor do very well on this hill. You know, what we've seen so far is that it's definitely possible, and the guys who haven't had as much luck, maybe just had the wrong line. People who haven't succeeded, but we've seen some nice high scores. Andri with 310 points is,
close to perfect.
Close to perfect. That's just two tires away, 2 tire penalties away. Tire penalty coming from either striking one of the gates or driving outside one of the gates. So the total of 40 points away from his perfect run. Andri is sitting well, but of course if Thor Thormer were to be able to get 300 or more points in this one, I think that puts him solidly at the top.
It looks now like before the screen went away, we have 5 cars that are not going to start in this one. So we're down to 16 drivers.
Okay. And we have Grímur Helgason in Brela 2. Beloved Aunt number 2. Both of Grímur's cars are named after his beloved aunt, his eccentric aunt, Brela.
Come on.
And
Okay,
Grímur
gets
is
2 tires through.
climbing. No, not down. Just go up.
No, and then there is it. Almost out of bounds. Okay, here he comes.
Making a go for it.
That is gonna be it for him. And the beloved aunt too. Turns himself around and heads back down to the paddock.
So
2 cars left to run in this one. On track 5.
yeah.
Thor.
Just one. Yeah, I think just Thor is the only car left. This is Grímur Helgason just coming off. And we have Thor Thormer. What do they say sometimes? Save the best for last, right? So we're gonna see Thor he's been performing solidly today. Everyone had trouble in the first couple of tracks, and Thor was no exception. But the third track, I think he came up with the 3rd or maybe the 4th fastest time overall. A couple of penalties. He's 3rd fastest time, but with a couple of penalties put him in 4th place. And in the track number 3, and then track number 4, he did okay. And so here we are in track number 5, and Thor is sitting, I believe he's sitting in 2nd place in the overall standings. And we'll check on that in just a moment, but we've had the checkered flag and we're going to watch because now the former Icelandic champion and hungry for the win today, Thor's coming out. He's going to flex that, going to show us all the power that Borowski engine has. And he's going to fly up there. He's
needs to get up the hill more to get through that gate.
Yeah.
Okay, easily. And I think he might be one of the take the marker.
I would love to see him have a clean run, but he needs to go up the hill.
Oh.
Up the hill, Thor. Uppi.
He is right on the edge of out of bounds, but
And it looks like he's dug himself a hole that he's not going to be able to drive out of. Maybe.
I don't know if I might be wrong, but it looked like he just hit the gas and the front left tire was not spinning.
Yeah, this is one of those times where I wish I had a slightly different vantage point, but it looks like neither one of his left wheels are touching the ground. Here we are, and the track officials are talking to Thor. We definitely don't want to see any sort of a mechanical failure that will prevent him from continuing the day, but it would seem, so here we are, some replay footage here coming up. See, and he's going to come up, he's going to make a nice jump, and he did hit a little bit hard on the front end, so it's possible that he broke something here. Right here, you know, he came down okay, and looking at, here he comes, up and over. All 4 wheels are spinning beautifully in the air, but sometimes when they're spinning that way and they land, man, it's a lot of stress.
Yeah, when you, I mean, it's a lot of torque.
In the joint. Yep, but it looks like
Looks like it's good there.
Still pulling.
He was doing a lot of
easily.
bouncing there. He was not afraid to give it the gas through there.
No, he's not gonna shy away from that. So at least at this point, it looked like the driveline was still all intact.
Yeah, so I could have been wrong.
So it takes
there.
just a moment there. No, he's definitely got all 4 wheels driving. And now
says he's done.
Yep. So
Not
knowing that he wasn't going to make it any farther up.
No reason to abuse the car.
Yeah.
Save it for the next one.
So hopefully we'll see some. Okay, we haven't seen any points added for Thor Thormer yet.
No.
So he will get some
There it
points,
is.
and there it is. So in
4.
4th place, 764 total points for Thortholmer. So Ingvar is pulling ahead here, and Ingvar is, Scully is just behind Thor. So Ingvar still might wrap this thing up. This really is going to come down to track number 6 to see where we are. And Thortholmer needs to step up and get some more points if he's going to find himself on the podium for today. So
Not undoable though.
no,
Still close.
it's everything. It's still, what's really good, I think, about where things stand right now is the day is not decided yet, right? So this Greifa is the sponsor of this off-road race today here in Akureyri. So the Greifa, it's anybody's game. Or maybe not anybody, right? But it's between,
I would say the top 4, 5, maybe
8, even maybe.
Yeah, it depends how
they go, right?
Yeah.
But there's definitely several people in the hunt from Ingvar to Finner, I think, are all capable of, and maybe even Utley, are capable of getting up to the top spot for today. And depending on how somebody else does. And so that really does leave an awful lot of room for everybody. So we'll see what the next track is going to bring, because that's going to be the one that brings it home. And then, of course, our immediate results won't be official. So when the scores are posted for track 6, which is the last track of the day, when those scores are officially posted by the judges, there begins a 30-minute protest period.
Okay, so there is a protest
There's
period.
a protest period, but in order to protest the results, like if you're a competitor and you want to protest the result, you have to pay for a review. And if you win the review, you get your money back. But if you don't win the review, you don't get your money back.
Okay.
So one should protest cautiously.
Yes.
Or, you should protest when
you know you're right.
When you know you're right, or when you think you're right. But it keeps a lot of the yammering down afterwards about, they should have looked at this. So there will be a 30-minute protest period, and with prepayment of review fees. But if the review does go in your favor, and the review that you call for, I don't know exactly if you have to be the injured party to ask for a review. Right, so I believe that Thor can ask for a review of whatever, if he thinks that Andri should have gotten some penalty points about something, or if Thor thinks that he should not have been offered the penalty points that he was injured, but I don't know if it has to be just the injured party that makes the complaint, or if you can say, as a spectator, maybe you say, I think Thor should have, not had those penalty points, and here's my money, and here's my footage. So I don't know, but we'll see. We don't always know immediately if someone is protesting, because there's a 30-minute period, so somebody could come forward 20 minutes after the race results are posted. But at 30 minutes they become official, and so usually 31 minutes after the race is when we award trophies. When we truly call the day done.
Andri, though, coming up on this last one, making his way up through the points on this for today's standings. He was a little bit ways down before this last one.
Right, and the cowboy, right? I mean, he's he kept getting back on the horse, right? He got knocked off the track, he got back on the horse, and the cowboy is doing pretty well here. So it's his first couple spots are pretty tight.
Roland having the sheep having a very excellent last part of the day. He did have a 0 on track 4, but just solid across the board throughout the day.
Yeah, and if you think about it, if he had just 100 points in track 4, he'd be in second place.
Yep.
It's super tight, which is good. It's not fun to watch one of these where someone has just walked away, and by the end of track 3, they're uncatchable.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, the points swing so quickly.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Absolutely, and we don't have any. Hopefully, we'll get some more information here on the cars that are on the do not start list. So, Brele Franca, the beloved aunt, the car with the frame damage in the beginning, is already showing is not going to start in track 6. So, the repairs have not been completed, and probably attempts to repair have been suspended at this point.
I would imagine it was a pretty aggressive, break.
Anytime you lose the front half of your chassis, I think that's much cause to review that. Maybe something else needs to be inspected. And
I looked when they were doing the broadcasting when the evil mullet was down there. They were pointing down at the front part of the engine, and it did look like there was a lot of residual oil on the front part of the engine as well.
Yeah. So maybe there's more damage, than just a little welding that needs to be done.
Yep.
So yeah. So this is great fun here, I think.
Last track of the day.
And it looks like one of the Olsen twins is up, but do we know which one? I think this is going to be Olsen.
Take away our point standings, we would be able 86. That's Olsen. Okay. But we have not seen a track map yet, so we are going into this one a little blind.
Well, we'll hopefully Ulagerun knows where he's going, and we'll be able to see what the track is. It's dusty. Okay.
Not quite enough. Thought he may give it another attempt.
In the words of George Bush, not gonna do it. I think he, yeah, that's too bad. Things were going so well right up until the point that they weren't. And this is a less than optimal place to be parked. Looks like maybe he's gonna try to drive it out of there. Or maybe he's having a problem. So I just heard
looks like
his exhaust pipes aren't long enough to need to be cleared. So, okay, there we go. He's gonna back down the hill a little bit. And he doesn't want to damage the hill to make it more difficult for someone, but he also doesn't want to take away any of the obstacles that make it difficult.
Go, now we have a track map 6. Up and around. Down in that hole there.
I feel like he didn't do this.
No, I think he went straight for here. For the 100 marker. I don't know. Now it's getting very difficult for us to see live out there what's going on because of the glare of the sun and the dust. But it looked like he just was over there on 100 and 200 marker.
Yeah, so here we go. Scully Christensen in Simba is going to be next up. This is Scully's last attempt to last opportunity to put points on the board. He really needs to come out hard on this because there's so many cars after him. So Scully needs, I believe, at least a 6th place finish in today's race to take over maintain his leadership of the Icelandic National Championship, and he's got to get into the top 3 for today in order to be on the podium for today for the Greifa Formula. So I believe this is going to be a challenge for him, and I think I think he's up to the challenge. I think he's capable as a driver, and I think the car is capable. Certainly, he's pulled plenty of full points this season. So 350 is as well as he can do. And I certainly would love to see him with a 350-point run here with no penalties. That would lock in his leadership in the Icelandic Championship and it would certainly put him in the running for podium today. And all season he's worked on this. He's earned this. So, this Whipple supercharger on the Coyote engine has been a great combination. He doesn't make the most power, but he makes great power. And sometimes having great power that you can control and do well with, and put right to the wheels, is much more valuable than higher horsepower.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes too much power can hurt you.
Yeah, it really can.
Okay, but he is off. Simbe headed up to gate number 1.
Come on, Simbe. Come on, Scully.
As you were saying, needs to make a good run today.
Yeah. I don't know who that guy is that keeps hitting the wrong button, but Simbe is doing great. Simbe is doing so well.
Up the hill to the final one, jumps it through the final gate. A little risky doing that, but
go hard or go home.
That's right.
Last run of the day, you're not so worried about breaking something.
Last run of the season.
Oh, and that's
you got
a
to
good
keep
point.
in mind, this is the last run for all these guys for a long time.
So, quick replay of Scully coming down here and going up for the home stretch and just reaching up.
Heavy on the gas through here. But what
if you want something, what do? Right, you reach up and take it.
That's right.
And that's what you got to do.
I mean, he's trying to, as we've been saying all day, he is the only one that can take the championship away.
Oh, Scully came in as the leader. So
okay. Yes, that's right.
I believe since Hetla, he has been maybe leading the.
So he just put it on a performance there, saying now you got to really try to take it.
Yeah, he wants it, and he may be uncatchable now.
I think
to see
so.
Where the points are.
Him and his crew seem pretty happy down there, so I think they're pretty happy with that performance and a solid performance all year for him. As now that car is parked for the year.
Yeah, he's backing it in. I don't see any victory dance quite yet. And of course, Ingvar here we go, 250 points for Scully. So now it really is going to come down to what Ingvar can do for the day. But I think that 250 points is
that locks in the championship.
It's hard to tell because he's got to be at least 6, and I think coming into this track he was in 5th place.
Okay.
So it really, I think it's too soon to tell. It's a good performance, though. It's putting 250 on the board on this last track definitely keeps him in the hunt. But I think that's why you're not seeing anybody dancing around yet.
Yeah, they're just waiting for a few more guys. I believe. Here's today's points here, but as you've got to keep in mind, he's the only one besides Olsen that has ran this course so far.
Yeah. So for today, Scully, Ingvar only needs 60 points or 50 points to beat Scully for today, but Scully's going to have to be 6th or 7th or less in order to be knocked off the Iceland as Icelandic champion. So Ingvar really needs to put up a strong show here, and Ingvar needs to hold that. Ingvar needs to do well, and he needs 5 other guys to do well.
Yep.
And we have a lot of cars to run still, so this is...
anything can happen.
It's not over yet, but Scully certainly has nothing to be ashamed of in that last run. He left no fuel in the tank, so to speak. We have... here he goes, Ingvar going up through the first gate.
Through. Get you.
Making And a quick turnaround, quick little penalty point, I think, there for the marker. But that's okay.
Trying to get himself lined up for the big uphill. All over the gas pedal there.
Oh, yeah.
Using it. Oh!
No, no.
No.
No, no, no.
Oh.
He turned around in the wrong spot. That's a no U-turn.
That is going to definitely put a damper on his points. But I believe he should be up there still, getting a good clean run.
As long as he has at least 200 points, I think that keeps him on top of the podium for today. But we'll have to see. Because he needed at least 50 points more than Scully for the first place for today's race. But definitely would have been in his interest to hit at least 250 or more. And if he's not, somebody's going to have to knock Scully off for today. But if Ingvar doesn't do it, then Scully's going to be the Icelandic champion, and that's going to be, the fate is going to be decided. So. It looks like down in the pit area there, it looks like Roland is ready. And not sure what the little bit of smoke coming out of Thor over there, but don't see anybody getting too excited about it, so we'll wait for Roland. Roland, the sheep, being driven today by Paul Skodal Jonsson. Roland
gets the checkered flag. Here he goes.
Checkered flag, he's off. He's been doing pretty well today. I think we're coming into this track as number 3 for today. So this is his last chance at putting some points on the board that's going to keep him on the podium for today. Nice hop through the first gate.
Gets it turned around.
Yeah.
Cleanly through the second gate.
Nice. And sometimes, minimizing your penalty points can be the difference between
a position or two.
Yeah.
Or multiple.
Absolutely. He really needs to.
Oh, same thing that Simbi did. Turned around on that ledge there.
Okay. Oh, no, not Simbi made it over. So, Vikingur.
Yeah. The last car, they got turned around that ledge. I mean, like you were saying earlier, and all day, that it could be a beneficiary, or make it harder for trucks to get up there.
Yeah.
After as some go, so maybe that ledge is getting more difficult for them to get up over here after that. A few cars have went over now.
Yeah, and that and we'll have to see. And so here, up next is going to be Thor Thormer, I believe. And
it looks like he's in this next to come in.
So.
But it looks like he took down a few markers, so they're going to be fixing those up there.
Okay, and that's a few penalty points, of course, too. So
yep.
We haven't.
Replay of them now.
Oh, look at that! And so the Ingvar and Vikingur's points have been posted at 80 points.
Oh.
So it looks like Scully is very happy right now with the points that he put up and his standings in the Icelandic Championship. Because I don't think that Ingvar's 80 points are gonna carry him to be number 1. So Scully is most likely now has concreted the Icelandic National Championship, regardless of his place today. And the man that wants to improve his position for today certainly is Thor Thormer. So driving the car, Thor, Borowski engine, Whipple supercharger, Hughes torque converter, and that Reed Racing transmission, Power Glide. And Thor is not going to leave a lot of fuel in this tank. He's going to spin this thing around and show us what's what, I think. Or as they say sometimes in America, he's going to give it hell.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be under that gas pedal on this race and this last track.
She's going to be used and abused.
Because Thor now is going to have about 8 months to fix the car before the next race. So not that he wants to damage it, but he's certainly not going to leave a lot for chance.
Lining up on this ledge, it's giving the last few drivers difficulty.
Go up.
Yes.
Nay.
I don't know where the outer bound marker is on this, but I don't know if he'll get another attempt at that.
Yeah, so he was up high enough, but of course, as soon as his rear wheels touched, he couldn't hit it because he'd flip.
Yeah, he'd just come right
and
back
so,
down the hill.
yeah, this is phew.
He's signaling something to the official.
He may be asking if the run's over. So I don't know how.
Oh, looks like he's trying to just get himself turned around.
Yeah, and they're running.
Official to get out the way.
Yeah,
so he doesn't run him over.
They're running. So fourth one is getting ready to come down the hill. And, when a car does this, they do try to take a path that's not on the active track.
Yeah.
It's not always possible. So, fourth Former, 110 points in track 6. Would have been nice to see him with some more, of course. But we'll see how it goes, as they say.
110.
Yep.
Timmer,
yeah. This is our. Now, interestingly enough, so they've changed the tires on this car. Right? He was running bigger diggers on the front.
Good catch there, yeah.
Earlier today. And sometimes it's just as simple as one of them has a problem, has a hole in it, or went flat, then they couldn't refill it, and he didn't have a spare one of those.
Yeah.
So he didn't want to have lopsided traction left to right.
This being the community budget build, that could be the case.
And it may be that they feel like these tires give them an advantage on this track or this hill.
But this long wheelbase is going to be tough to get spun.
Yeah, he's very, very likely to clip a marker there. He did get one wheel through, and I think allowed to continue. And he's reaching and he's climbing. Yeah, there's another marker, and he's slipping around.
That's all she wrote for him.
Yeah, and this is, I love the fact that this team is still running a carburetor, and a Predator carburetor at that, just the old one-hole toilet bowl. Yes. But it definitely, the gravity, the climbing, it makes it very difficult for that thing to keep the engine fed properly, and sometimes the result is a loss of power. And so let's see, but awesome to see them come out and have fun and and be competitive. And, that car competed all 6 tracks today, and he's driving away, and so they're here to have fun, and I'm sure that Aussie had fun.
Yeah,
There's no question about it. Definitely a guy who's having fun today is the Cowboy.
Yeah, before track 6 coming in, he was sitting 3rd today, I believe, or 2nd.
Yep, I think he was up in 2nd place, and certainly has an opportunity to be on the podium for today, and that would be great. So I'd love to see Andri do well. So Andri driving Cowboy. His independent rear suspension has proven to be interesting. Certainly, it's not necessarily an advantage or disadvantage. I think it depends on the day. I'm sure.
Could also be a driving style preference.
Yeah, it may very well be. And interesting that he's running with his headlights on. I don't know that they help a little bit, but they certainly let us see him coming.
Getting right out. Oh.
Into the powder. So some penalty points for reverse there, but he should be able to continue. I'm hoping to see him continuing forward, because if he doesn't go forward, he's definitely not going to earn any more points. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Up. Nay. Okay.
Stuck.
Yeah. And there he goes. Throws his hands up. I can't do it.
It looks like they're going to win.
And so now, Iceland is known for having world's strongest men, and you're getting ready to watch two guys push a car down a cliff. Usually they pull the car up the mountain, for the world's strongest men contest. But this is Torfara. The world's strongest men competition in Akureyri is not until next weekend. And a lot of the same players, actually. We'll have a list, and maybe Fjolkot will give a live stream of that competition, too. That would be a lot of fun.
Are you sticking around for that one?
Maybe. It depends. I guess I can't say yes now and then go and call out sick from work next week, because somebody might watch this video later and know that I wasn't actually sick. No, that would be fun. We'll see. Hopefully, Fjolkot will have us back. At this point, we're the best English commentators they've had in a live stream event.
Granted, we are the only ones that they've had.
And the only ones with experience. You know what I mean? It's all in how you spin this. We're worth every penny of volunteer time.
Every max and every piece of pizza.
Yeah, that's true. I've had an obscene amount of nicks today. And we're currently drinking Appelsine, which is also delicious. We ate a pizza.
Yeah.
Sat in the air conditioning. Didn't know that we'd need air conditioning in Iceland this trip, but glad to have it.
And watch some...
There's the drone footage. Almost can see our broadcast booth. So we're looking at this beautiful Mercedes van bus. Oh, and there we go.
There we are.
There's the English broadcast booth.
Give you a wave.
Yeah, give you a wave out the windshield
see
there.
Our pizza box on the dashboard.
Yeah, there we go. Next up, Atli Jamol.
It looks like they got the Raptor fixed from the last time. They had to carry it all the way down with the wheel loader on the last.
They did. So yeah, we're not sure what happened to.
But he's here and ready to go. It looks like.
Atli, and it looks like on that last run, Andri only scored 50 points. So puts him in 5th place for track number 6. I'm not sure. Don't have it on my screen what the overall standings for the day are, but we are in the home stretch.
Yeah, only a few more cars left.
Atli Jamol is going to be in the hunt. There we go. We have overall standings, and it looks like Ingvar and Vikingur is still in 1st place by 32 points, with Skuli Kristjansson as 2nd place. So if those rankings stay, Ingvar will be top of the podium today for the Greifa Formula, and Skuli will be top of the podium as Iceland Meistri, or the Icelandic champion, master of Iceland. So we have a lot of drivers still, a lot of drivers who would love to get on the podium and knock either one of those fellows off for today. So looks like Skuli is going to be the man for the Icelandic national champion this year. And congratulations, it's a well-deserved position. He's driven well in a car that's performed well, and there's no one that can say otherwise. Very deserving driver.
Definitely
and team.
A big team effort.
Yeah.
Team, family.
Absolutely.
Community.
Absolutely. And that Whipple supercharged Coyote engine has done well for him. But Atli Jamol, Atli probably would have been in the points for Iceland Masteri, the Icelandic Championship, but he didn't run them in any races. I think this is his 3rd appearance this season.
Why do you know why that is?
Well, he didn't start off owning the car, so in the first or first 2 races even, maybe, I think he didn't own this car. He bought the car after the beginning of the season, because you remember that Finnur Athbjorns, who's racing in the Fox, he owned this car in the beginning of the season, was planning to race this car, and then he bought the Fox. And he said, well, I'll drive the Fox at Hetla and see which one I want to keep. And he had a good time with the Fox, and so he kept it. So
And then I think after the second race, he decided he was just going to sell the Raptor, and Atle Amel bought it. And Atle, no stranger to Formula Offroad, and very talented and experienced driver, but Atle had his only, I think this is maybe second or third competition this season. So Atle didn't have an opportunity really to compete on the national stage in the national championship, but he is here today. And despite having had to remove and replace the transmission in this car at lunch break between tracks 2 and 3, he's here and eager to earn some points. And so I think you'll see him with a great effort here too. I think the stage will be set for next year. We don't know who's building what and who's buying what, and what exchanges and deals are going to happen between now and May and the season opener. It's usually the first weekend in May at Hetla. But there's no question about it that if the drivers that are here competing today are all starting the season at Hetla next year, there's going to be quite a competition for the national title. Also, expect maybe we'll see a return of Heikar Vidar Einarsson and Snorri Thor, who will have both been on that podium and both want to be there again. So, lots of prep goes into these tracks. Just tremendous admiration and appreciation for Bílaklubbur Akureyri and the Car Club of Iceland, which is Car Club of Akureyri, which is our host today. Typically this is the final race of the season each year, and the season ends in Akureyri, at least the Icelandic season. And there will be some more Scandinavian races, I believe, in I think Norway, and maybe one more in Sweden this year. So Raptor has gotten the checkered flag to start, and here comes Atle Amel with his last opportunity this season to put some points on the board. So we'll see him up nice, no problems getting through the first gate. And he's got to make this turn, and you can see those super steer axles. I mean, that's just
almost
cranked right
60
over.
degrees of turning.
It really is incredible. And with those RCV axles and the double balls like that, it really is just quite amazing how far they can turn and still have their full power.
Yeah.
They don't lose any power, and there's no additional stress on the axle shafts themselves.
Trying to make his way through that gate, gets through. This is the part here where a lot of them have been struggling.
Yeah.
Trying to get himself lined up.
Oh, no. Okay.
That was a nervous one there.
Yeah. So, nice save, and almost got all the way up and through. So it would have been great to see Atle, but there's certainly nothing to be ashamed of in that performance. That was a great effort and a good show.
Yeah.
Watching.
See here, he's
watching
getting
our bird's eye view here.
Getting him that barking on the throttle on off to get it spun around.
Yeah.
So. Looks like Finder back down on the starting line in the Fox. If you remember before, he didn't even get to the first gate, turned around, had car troubles in the last one.
Yes. Yeah.
And he's back, so it looks like maybe they fixed it, or think they fixed it and gonna give it another go either way.
Hope so. We'd love to see Finder do well. And here's another competitor that even though he's probably not going to get first place today, I don't think it's possible in the points for Finder to knock up to the number one spot. He's not likely to leave a lot to the imagination. So we're waiting for the
for the track to be ready, all the officials to be back in their spots and markers and everything. And here we go. Finner off to the start.
Seems as if they've got that malfunction that they had in the last one taken care of, because he didn't even make it this far in the last one. Oh, yeah, getting it spun around.
There we go, coming through the gates. Trying to take a nice high line on the hill there, keeping him in dirt that's been less disturbed. I won't say undisturbed, but too many cars have gone. But here we go.
Looks like he's
swings
dead.
a little farther over. He's trying to get but see, I think he can still make another effort. I don't think that he has.
Yeah, here he goes for it. Just using the gas pedal.
Yeah, and you see, like, look at the amount of accidental destruction of the hill there. So he may have just made this easy for someone else, or he made it completely impossible.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from here.
That's the fun of this sport. You know, the conditions of the track change. You know, none of these drivers can really say, I could have done that one, right? Because maybe. So, finish. His points for this track are done, so he's pulling off into the side so he can drive away with hopefully not causing any damage to the track unnecessarily. And we'll have
definitely, though, impressive to see him finish the day after that first. If you remember, all the way back to this morning, that big tumble down the hill.
That was, I think it's safe to say, I think there was at least 4 cartwheels.
I would agree.
And maybe a somersault at the end. I mean, it was impressive. I don't think as a gymnast I could have done what he did.
Made me dizzy just watching him.
Yeah. We have
Olsen
is coming up next, so I think it should have been Timur. But I don't see Timur in the staging area, so Timur maybe having a problem. So we'll have Olsen is coming up next. And we need to see if Olsen has what it takes. You know, Olsen has been having some transmission troubles, but Olsen has been doing pretty well. And Olsen certainly the last track, I think, put up 200 points. Right? It was a good, strong showing, and that's what counts. End of the day, you know, here we go. Leave it all out there.
You know, both the Olsen and Olsen have had pretty solid days. Besides when they've had malfunctions in the cars.
Yeah. Well, in the first couple tracks, they struggled a little bit. So, like many did. Yeah, a lot of the cars. Our viewers may think, the first track of the day is supposed to be the easiest one, and that's not how the Icelanders believe. It just happens to be the one that was farthest left on the hill, so that's why it was number 1. Right, they're going left to right with the track design.
Getting it spun around.
Yeah, and nice, beautiful tight turn. Got those super steer axles and those double RCV shafts. So it's, you know, a very, very tight. And then just need a little bit more.
Set up the line there.
On the go pedal. There we go. Bjarnþór Elísson is driving Olsen, and so far making a pretty good showing here. Is he going to be able to get up and over? Certainly hope so.
Okay. Look at the sand waterfall looking thing coming off of the bank there. It just shows how steep that really is.
Well, and fragile. You know, which is, frankly, it is fragile. But, you know, it could have also been the very first guy that disturbed the earth and caused a little bit of a landslide, and everybody else could have had it super easy. So it's nice that the hill has kept the integrity and the challenge very real and very alive. And I believe our next contestant is just pulling up to the starting line, so we watch the end of the footage here with Olsen. The nice clean run up until the point that it stopped being a forward progress.
Yeah, you can see he was right here. He's trying to get his line set up, trying to come more across the hill before he heads up. Cleanly. Yeah, definitely had a good run going.
And it really is difficult to see from here, but if you look at the angle of the car and how steep this is and just how loose this dirt is.
I mean, we're reading the top of their, the hood of their car, and we're reading it like perfectly fine when they're going up.
And we're literally sitting right behind him.
Yeah.
This is the camera angle here is the camera we're looking from is right in front of our broadcast booth, really. So here we go, Ingimar and Smiðju Bomben. The bomb is getting ready to go off. It's up, and maybe away.
Nice tight corner. Look at he takes a different angle coming down the hill right there.
Yeah, and he's trying to run in that undisturbed, the less disturbed dirt is sometimes an advantage.
Boy.
But
can't see him out, but he's still going.
Yeah. Okay.
We lost him
make
there
another,
for a second in the cloud.
I think he can still make another forward pass. But maybe not. He may have backed up too far at this point.
Let's see. Yeah, he's coming back down.
And he's given up the ghost. And speaking of the ghost, I haven't seen Mori yet. So.
No, I see him down over there though. He's on the other side of Junior.
Okay, Danny Junior. Yeah. Yep. So hopefully in our staging, anyway, still have 5 or 6 cars that are set to roll, expected to roll. So we'll see who's going to be next. That was Ingimar Björnsson in the bomb, and now we come Skafren, the ugly bird. This is going to be next. We have Peter Wiedersen driving Skafren. Skafren is this this engine they pulled out of their Chevy pickup.
Okay.
Threw a turbo on it and said, "Hey, let's go racing."
Sometimes it works.
Stole some axles from an old Formula Offroad car that had been damaged, and they built a new chassis and said, "Yep, we're going to do this." So, first season for this car. And
do you know how many years the driver has of experience?
I don't, actually. I don't believe it's his first year, but I'm not sure how long he's been racing. I don't know under what other cars he's raced. I should have that information in front of me so I sound super smart and have all the right answers, but the best answer I have is, I don't know.
You can't have every answer.
Now, if you'd asked me earlier today, I would have looked it up, but it's a 6-track, so here we go.
Yeah.
I'm almost out of mix. I don't know what to
You're
tell.
out of mix.
I am out of mix.
You're on the apple scene now.
Well, the apple scene. Somebody slow that guy down. Too much mix.
Waiting. Looks like their track should be fairly clear, but I did see the bomb. He stopped at the bottom of the hill to talk to the official, so maybe something he wasn't agreeing with or something.
Well, so he's got to wait. I think he has to wait till the end of the track before he can file a protest for the track, but because this is the last track of the day, he might be able to say, like, hey, I'm going to be protesting, if in fact that's what it is. But he may also be pointing out, hey, I saw a big rock and something that might be a safety hazard.
Yeah, of course.
We'll go. At this point, if nobody else has seen it, it's probably not a significant thing. You never know. It'd be nice if we had some communications with some of the drivers or an official down there in the pits, but I think as this Fuel Cut live stream gets more popular, especially if people are watching and sharing and enjoying the English commentary,
we'll get a chance to improve it a little bit.
Always taking penalty points by putting it in reverse there. Really trying a different line to come across the hill.
Yeah, well, desperate to not get lost in that soft, they, even as high up as he is, you can see how loose that dirt is. And those shovel tires are just digging in the side of the hill, and that's not, as they say in Iceland, þetta ekki gott. That's not good. And so, I think that's going to conclude our showing from Peter Wiedersen today in Skafrin. The Ugly Bird, but Ugly Bird is going to fly the coop for the rest of the year. No, the last race of the season. No doubt we'll see that car again next season, probably under the same ownership. And Brela 2 is getting ready to come out. The last appearance of the day. So Grímur Helgason. This is the second car that he named after his favorite aunt, beloved aunt. And so we'll see what he can do. Grímur really has been showing, each time that I watched him compete this year, he's shown a lot of improvements. I think this is his first year competing.
Okay.
But the huge difference from the guy that drove at Hetla and the guy that's driving today. And not just in the paint scheme of the car, but I think each and every time the car has appeared a little bit differently. Trying to find something, although this looks like they're committing to a graphic scheme at least a little bit more. So, finding his comfort in the car. Grímur is doing pretty well so far and taking that high line as so many have been doing. But Grímur, I think, has the power and has these bigger digger, that soft stuff. He's able to claw through, which is why he's coming a little bit farther. He just a little bit more traction, a little bit more power than. And Grímur with this longer wheelbase, you see, he had a pretty good attempt there at the home stretch. This is a real steep, and it's got that speed bump in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
And he's going. Don't let off. Okay. Well, he let off. He didn't listen to me. I should have said, get up the hill. He should have listened. Should have done it. Not really sure what he's just trying to navigate his way out of the way. Okay, Grímur.
Only a few cars left, but here's a replay of him. So we were saying taking the high line to stay out of that soft stuff.
Yeah, so it looks like he's very far over to the right, but as he came down, his wheels were turned left, and he was able to pull that front end around and make that fairly tight turn. It's, but there's another car with these double RCVs in the front that just have an amazing turning ability without losing any of the power or functionality. So one would often ask, why doesn't everybody run double RCVs? And the steering arms are custom fabricated, and they have to be built, and RCVs are very strong and amazing stuff, but they don't give them away. And so you got to pick where you're investing. Pick the parts that you're buying. But many people in Iceland say, though, don't buy substandard parts because it's really expensive to ship them either way. So you might as well buy the right stuff and buy less often. Danny Jr. making his second Formula Offroad appearance. Last race about 3 weeks ago being his first. This car is no stranger to these hills.
Oh, and he is out there in the soft stuff, just plowing through it.
Yeah. And now we know why nobody wanted to be in the soft stuff. No, just soft and loose. And it's like quicksand, but there's just no water in it. And it just robs you of wheel speed and horsepower.
maybe next year that new motor will be able to.
I think that I'm guessing they're excited about their Borowski engine and ready to stick it in the car. And so we'll see if it's Danny Sr. or Danny Jr. driving next season. But 25th season for 25 years since the first appearance of Green Thunder. So 25 years of driving, and Danny Jr.'s second competition. Very good showing for today, and
here comes Mori,
the boogeyman. Siler's gonna boogie up the hill.
I think that Hellcat engine is one of the nicer sounding engines in the paddock.
It's got a tone to it.
Okay. Doesn't sound like it's maximum RPM right now, though.
No, and I felt like he was holding it back, because for a minute it sounded like he flashed up there, but it takes a lot of power to turn these wheels, and especially these tires, and especially in that loose, soft stuff, because they're just not making the forward progress that they should.
And on top of moving all that dirt, trying to go up a 70% grade hill.
Well, I mean, there's that. If you're going to be all technical about it. Yeah.
I feel like we haven't seen him in a while, but...
Geir Evert. And Svegen Sledgehammer is going to be our last competitor of the 2023 Icelandic Toffara, or Formula Offroad season.
There you go.
He's got the checkered flag, and Geir Evert, should not be afraid of that fun pedal there on the right. I'll see him hit it. He's not going to drive crazy. I mean, he's not an upset teenager, but he's also no incentive to hold back here, because he really does want to make a good showing. I think he's poised to be able to stand on the podium today if he can get his car up the hill. Come on, Geir Evert, get up the hill. Get up the hill. Climb.
Almost. So he's on that last stage now where a lot of drivers have been struggling.
Yeah, it's time to hammer down that sledgehammer.
Oh, and out of bounds.
Yow. Okay.
That'll do it.
So Geir Evert has completed his run. And so, very nice. Very nice. For those of you who may still be listening to us, thank you so much for watching any or all part of the Fuel Kött live stream of Icelandic Toffara Formula Offroad race in Akureyri. We really do appreciate you tuning in and watching this. Please share it with your friends. Watch it many, many times over.
Of course.
If you can go back and identify all of the times that I mispronounced someone's name, please put that in the comments. We'll send you a Fuel Kött t-shirt if you have the right answer.
And a case of Max.
Mix. No, if we get a case of Mix, I'm getting it. We're not giving that away. I'll give away a t-shirt. But, again, I'm Andrew, Formula Offroad fan.
Brad, now a new Formula Offroad fan.
Yeah, Brad, the sad thing is, now that you've seen Formula Offroad live for the first time, you can't ever see it live for the first time again.
No.
But you can see it a lot.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough, though, to have to host this and have you spread your knowledge onto me of the stuff, so it was like a front row seat of a school for me.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was spreading knowledge or fertilizer, but either way, we had a good time, and thanks very much to Fuel Kött for the opportunity to bring this English commentary to Toffara, and thanks to Bílklúbbur Akureyri and Greifa for sponsoring this Toffara. And I certainly, I'll speak for myself and say I'm looking forward to making all the races next year that I can.
Yeah. So. Thanks for all the drivers, too, participating.
Drivers,
showing up and
crews, families, and supporters really around the world, and fans of Formula Offroad. Thank you so much.